Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023 to 2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching us on the broadcast. My name is Abigail Boyd. I'm the chair of this committee. I welcome Deputy Premier Prue and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of education and early learning in Western Sydney. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence here today. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome to our witnesses, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Deputy Premier, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. But for all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And I will begin with the first witness to my left.
Sean Rumming, Chief People Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Sally Blackadder, Acting Deputy Secretary and Chief Operating Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Chloe Reid, Deputy Secretary, Education and Skills Reform. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Leanne Nixon, Acting Deputy Secretary, Learning Improvement. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning to the committee. Murat Dizdar, Secretary, New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Kathy Brennan, Relieving Deputy Secretary, School Performance North. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Deborah Summerhayes, Acting Deputy Secretary, School Performance South. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning everyone. Mark Barricade, Relieving Deputy Secretary, Early Childhood Outcomes. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. So today's hearing will be conducted... Oh, I'm so sorry. There's more behind. Apologies.
Apologies. Hiding in the back.
Yeah, there's a lot of you. I'm sorry. Go on.
Anthony Manning, Chief Executive, School Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Paul Martin, CEO of New South Wales Education Standards Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I believe that is everybody now. Thank you very much. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session only, which runs from 9:15 to 1 p.m, with a 15-minute break around 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m, again with a 15-minute break for afternoon tea around 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only, and then there'll be 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45 a.m, 12:45 p.m, and 5:15 p.m. So we will begin with questions from the opposition. you. Sarah Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Premier. Good morning, officials. Nice to see you all again from a slightly different angle this year. Minister, or Deputy Premier, sorry, were you the acting Premier on Monday, the 9th of October?
I'd have to check my diary, which is
Sorry, you don't remember. That was the day of the Palestinian Action Group rally?
Yes, I was,
You
Ms
were.
Mitchell, yes.
Right, thank you. When were you first advised that that group would be holding a rally that day?
Well, if I'm to remember correctly, I gave a press conference in the morning at Asheville Boys High School.
You know, I'm asking
about
when you
the
were advised about
government's
the rally, not about
Yeah,
your press
no,
conference.
I'm providing an answer, Ms Mitchell, seeing as this is the budget estimates for education.
And I'm asking you some questions.
and
I
I
want to know
went
when you were advised
to-
about the rally. I'm not asking about your press conference that
Well,
day.
I held a press conference about the mobile phone ban, which has been received brilliantly
Again,
across New South
Deputy
Wales.
Premier, not what I'm asking. I want to know, when were you first advised about that rally taking place? Were you briefed prior to your press conference?
About the rally, what rally are you
The
referring to, Ms
Palestinian
Mitchell?
Action Group rally that was held that night, the one that was all over the world down on the stairs of the Opera House. Surely you're aware of that. Were you advised that day as acting Premier that police had an idea that that rally was going ahead that day?
I was not briefed about
You
that.
weren't briefed. Okay,
I
thank
was
you.
not-
Did you discuss it with the Premier?
No.
Did you discuss it with the Police Minister?
No, sorry, I'm not sure why we're going down
Well,
this
because
route
you were the
when
acting
this is the
Premier
budget.
on that
I'm going
day.
to take a
You've
point of
just
order at this
confirmed
point in time.
Order. I'll hear the point of order.
My point of order is this is education estimates. It's not a question of an opportunity for the opposition to question the Deputy Premier on issues outside of the portfolio of education. This
It
is
is, Chair.
education
The
and early
Deputy
learning
Premier
estimates.
has
And the
confirmed she
question
was
should
the
Order.
acting Premier
And the
that
question-
day.
Can I
Order.
please finish
One of you
my-
at a time.
I want to know
Ms.
what
Mitchell. Order.
I'm going to make my point of order. The longer you take
Wasting time.
interrupting me is eating into your time. My point is this: this is education early learning estimates. It's not an opportunity for the opposition to ask questions about.
So
this
there's no
subject matter.
accountability when this Deputy Premier is the acting Premier?
Okay. If you could address the response to the point of order
Chair,
for me.
I'm asking questions about the Deputy Premier's role as acting Premier on that day. She's already said that she was not made aware of that, hadn't spoken to any of her colleagues about that. That is well within the remit of
Okay.
what budget estimates
I'm
is
going to
about.
allow the questioning because this is the only chance we get to interrogate the Deputy Premier in that role.
Thank you.
But if we could allow the Deputy Premier to respond to the questions adequately. Thank you.
So just to confirm, Deputy Premier, you didn't discuss it with the Premier or the Minister for Police, and you weren't briefed by the police, even though you were acting Premier that day?
I was not briefed about what was planned to occur that evening.
Right, so no one was in charge that day?
Look, I'm sorry, Ms Mitchell, but if I can take this opportunity to say, and I really hate to start on this track straight away, but I think the fact that the first question
Deputy
that
Premier,
the
you're not here
former
to debate
minister,
the questions that I'm
the
asking.
former
You were the
minister's
acting
first
Premier on the
questions
day
got
where you
nothing
could
to do with
argue.
our
Point of
school.
order.
Argue
About
that this
how
country
you
was
feel
brought into
about
disarray
Order.
by what happened
Order.
at the Opera House, and
Point
you
of
had
order.
no idea what was
Order.
going on.
I'll hear the point of order.
Chair, the procedural fairness resolution is pretty clear about treating witnesses with courtesy at all times. I would assume that that would extend in the first instance to allowing the Deputy Premier to answer a question when it is asked of her.
Let's get this point of order out of the way early on. We do allow robust debate in these estimates, particularly when it does come to ministers, but we do need to allow the witnesses to respond. The Deputy Premier wasn't even getting a sentence out there, so if we could just, for Hansard if nothing else, have just one person speaking at a time.
Thank you, Chair.
Right, so thank you for confirming, Deputy Premier, that you weren't across that on the day. Did the Teachers Federation talk to you before they put out their pro-Palestinian statement last week?
No.
Have you reached out to any of the Jewish schools or students over the past few weeks to offer any support?
Yes, I've spoken multiple times to the Jewish community.
Could you table and provide advice as to who you've spoken to and on what dates for the committee, please?
I will take that on notice,
Thank
but
you.
I'm going to inform the committee that it is a matter of public record
who the ministers in the state government, as you well know as a previous minister, meet with and speak with.
Yeah,
it's
but
all openly disclosed.
Yeah, that's fine, but if you've met with them, I'm sure you won't mind sharing who and when
I
you did.
will,
That'd be
they'll
great.
all be
Let's
open
move on,
disclosures.
Minister. Well, I'd like, you could also take it on notice and just to let us know as a committee who you'd met with. So let's move on. Minister, is there any new money available for air conditioning upgrades for schools this budget?
Can I just thank you for this question about air conditioning, because it's actually one that I would really like to address for the committee. I believe stage 2 of the Cooler Classrooms program began when? In 2019. Of course, I think, Ms Mitchell, you were the minister at that time.
Yes, I was. We delivered 500 million
And
for
I have
schools.
to
Minister,
say-
my
Point
question
of
was
order.
very specific. Is there any
Point of
new
order.
money in the budget for air conditioning?
Order. I'll hear the point of order.
Procedural fairness resolution, the witness ought to be given the opportunity to answer the question that has been asked of her.
Well, to the point of order, Chair, I asked about what was available in this budget. I'm not asking about the previous government in 2019. It's a very specific question. Was there any new money for air conditioning in this year's budget under your government?
Order.
Yes or no?
Order. Look, this is going to go very slowly and we're going to get a lot of interruptions if we don't allow the Minister an adequate chance to respond. It's very clear. If the Minister begins to waffle or you feel she's going off point, by all means you can interrupt at that point, but we're not even allowing the Minister to get a sentence out at this point. So if we could have a bit more balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I would thank you for your ruling, because I'm being directly relevant to the question that you've asked, Ms Mitchell, because it's important that we put this in context of what I'm sorry, but you left to me in
Well, I
terms
know,
of the
Deputy Premier,
budget.
what we did.
Because
What did you put in the budget? You're
I'm
the
sorry,
Minister
Ms
now.
Mitchell, I'm
Point of order.
What
attempting
did
to
you put in the
answer
Point of
budget?
order.
Is there money? Yes or no? The answer is no.
Point of
Order.
order.
I wanna
A
answer.
point of order has been taken, yes.
Do you know there
Chair-
are school children here, so this
Order.
is a little bit embarrassing.
Okay, order. Can I hear the point of
Chair-
order, please?
The Honourable Sarah Mitchell is directly flouting your ruling.
Okay. Again, it's in the interests of all members who are asking questions to avoid interruptions from the government members in particular if we allow the Minister to respond to questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Again, what has occurred here is that the previous government, and I'm sorry that you find it hard to hear, Ms Mitchell, but this is the truth, the previous government opened round 2 of Cooler Classrooms by asking schools to apply in 2019. Those schools were never funded for their air conditioning.
Have you funded those schools, Minister?
They were never funded
Have
for
you
their
funded
air
those
conditioning.
schools, Minister?
So what we faced are schools that had all this false hope, where they put in applications but they were never funded.
All right, well, did
so
you
I'm
fund them?
sorry,
You're the
I'm
Minister.
sorry,
Are
but
you
what's
funding
happened
those
is you
schools?
have left
Midway through her
me,
answer.
the previous government left this government with an unfunded program of air conditioning expectations.
Premier, we
and that
funded
is
$500
true. And I'm sorry, you can try to interrupt
No, no.
me all you like,
No,
Ms
no,
Mitchell,
you're the-
but that
Deputy
is
Premier,
what you left
Deputy
me.
Premier, you are now the Minister. You are responsible for the budget that was delivered this year. Did you allocate any further funding for air conditioning? Yes or no?
Ms Mitchell, I am responsible for the
No,
budget,
but did you
but
just- did
I
you-
have been the
did you-
minister for
the
2
answer's no,
terms, and
just
your
be
government
honest.
was in for what, 48 terms?
Well, we put in
48 school
$500
terms.
million.
And at the
Did you put
very
in any
end,
money?
after,
Just- you're not
after
answering the
12
question.
years,
Order.
you did not fund
so
the
the
air
answer's no.
conditioning.
So the
you
answer's no.
left. You
Order.
left us with an unfunded program. You can interrupt all you
Premier,
like in front of the school children that are in the
Premier,
audience, but
Deputy
that is the
Premier,
truth, Ms
The truth
Mitchell.
is,
Order.
your budget does not contain a single dollar for new air conditioning projects, does it? Yes or no?
Ms Mitchell, did you fund?
Yes,
did
we
you
did.
fund?
$500 million.
You did not
$500 million.
You did not found
Deputy
round
Premier,
2.
Deputy Premier,
You did
does
not
your
found round
budget
2.
contain a single dollar for additional air conditioning at schools? It's
Do you
a
know,
simple
since we've
question.
come to government, we
It's
have
a simple
actually.
question.
I'm actually answering this, Ms.
Well,
Ms.
yes or
Mitchell.
no? The answer's no.
Point of
You're
order.
not daring yourself.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
order,
You haven't put a single dollar
order,
in.
order.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Order.
I'm directly
Sorry.
responding.
Apologies, Deputy Premier, if you could
Since
just
we have
hold
come
for a
to
second.
government-
Order. I have to hear the point of order now. It's been called.
Chair, this is going to be a very long hearing if we cannot settle this. Proceedings in this hearing ought to be respectful, ought to be civil, and that includes allowing the Minister sufficient time to answer a question.
Again, it is about balance. At this point, it is impossible for Hansard to be recording this accurately. There is room for some backwards and forwards, but there is too much talking at the same time. I would ask, at that particular exchange, the witness was also asking questions, if we could allow each other to speak so that Hansard can record, that would be great. Please go ahead, Ms.
Premier,
Mitchell.
a final time for you to put it on the record. Did you provide a single dollar for new air conditioning projects in this year's budget, yes or no?
We have air conditioned 1,000 classrooms, libraries, learning spaces in a total of 67 schools.
Is there any more money in the budget? There's no program. Thank you, Deputy Premier. Let's move on. You didn't answer. The answer is no.
The truth does hurt, Ms.
Let's
Mitchell.
go to the money that the previous government signed off on under West Invest, $130 million for a further 160 schools in Western Sydney for air conditioning. Why'd you cut that money?
Well, further again, I'll ask Mr Manning to
No, I'm
provide
asking
some
you.
details.
It's about West Invest. You're Minister for Western Sydney. What happened to the West Invest money
Once
for
again,
air
Ms
conditioning?
Mitchell, I'm attempting to answer and you're interrupting me. I'm attempting
Don't
to
you know?
answer. I very well do know, so I don't like being verbaled by the former minister in estimates, thank you. But I'm going to pass to Mr Manning to give some further details, but I will say that the truth of it is, and I'm sorry, but it has to be put on the record, that you encouraged schools to apply for a program that was not funded.
Deputy Premier,
and this is a
Deputy
story
Premier, I'm
of
sorry,
what the
I will
previous
correct-
government
excuse me, it's my
provided
turn to
us,
to ask questions.
unfunded programs
The
that were
$130 million
never
under
funded.
West Invest
I'm
for
going to
160
ask
odd
Mr.
schools in
Manning
Western
to
Sydney
Order.
was signed off in February.
The Minister
You
has
have not
asked
delivered that money. You have cut it. You have cut
Mr.
money
Manning
from
to
air
provide
conditioning from
us
Western
an
Sydney
answer. He should
schools.
be given the
You are the
opportunity.
Minister for Western Sydney, and that has happened on your watch. It's not Mr. Manning. I'm asking you.
Okay, Ms Mitchell, if you are asking me,
You've cut it. Just admit the truth. Why
Point
are you
of
telling
order.
the truth?
Point of order.
if you are asking me,
apologies, I have to hear the point of order.
I'm sorry to have to keep interrupting, but we're veering away from questioning to the making of statements. The Deputy Premier has said that Mr Manning will provide a response. I'm very keen to hear that response.
Well, you can ask him a question in your time.
If we can allow Mr Manning to answer that question that has been asked by the
I've
member.
asked the Deputy Premier.
I will just rule on that particular aspect because I think this will come up a few times. It is within each member's discretion as to who they direct their question to. If the Minister cannot answer it, they are able to direct it to somebody else. But if, in the interest of time, we'd rather come back to the bureaucrats in the afternoon, that is within the discretion of the
Yeah, thank you. We'd like to focus on
the
the Minister
member
this morning. I'll hand over to
can
my
I
colleague
can
now.
I attempt to answer that
wait.
question, please?
out of
Chair?
procedural fairness, can we have an answer from the Minister,
Thank
please?
you, Chair. If you are asking me, Ms Mitchell, if we have had to find money to pay for the building of schools in
No, that's
Western
not what
Sydney.
I asked. That's not what I asked,
that you-
Deputy Premier.
Ms.
That's not
Mitchell,
what I asked. I asked
seriously,
why you cut the West Invest announcement
to
of
fund schools that you
$160
did
million,
not
$30 million
build.
that
Let
was
me
signed off in
remind you of the
February. I'm
names
not
of these
asking you
schools
about
you didn't
that.
build.
I'm
Jordan
handing
Okay.
over to my
Order.
colleague.
Order.
This isn't the lower house, Deputy Premier. You can't get away with the political
Order.
spin here.
The Honourable Rachel Merton.
Deputy Premier, what legislation are you responsible for in your capacity as Minister for Western Sydney?
Well, as Minister for Western Sydney, I'd have to take that on notice because we have changed the role of Minister for Western Sydney to really be, I see my role as Minister for Western Sydney.
You don't know if you've got legislation.
Many governments.
But the way that I'm approaching the Minister for Western Sydney as a resident of Western Sydney and a long-term member of Parliament for Western Sydney is really to be the advocate for issues that Western Sydney families feel passionate about and need their government to act on. And I'm going to say, I'll come back to what I was attempting to say in the previous answer.
So
the delivery of
specific.
schools, the delivery of schools and hospitals in Western Sydney that the previous government refused to fund, while hundreds of thousands of families moved into areas like Marsden
So,
Park
Deputy
without the
Premier,
delivery of school.
If I could just
On Miss
recap,
Mitchell's
legislation relevant to the passion here of Western Sydney, and we identify and everything. The legislation relevant to your work there as Western Sydney amounts to.
She's
the
taken it
the
on
role
notice.
is really to
So
advocate.
you don't
Can we
know
take
if
a point of
you're
order?
responsible for
The role is to advocate
Order.
for the people of
Apologies.
Western Sydney, Miss Merton.
Apologies, Deputy Premier. We have a
Deputy
point of
Premier.
There is
order.
a point of order. There's a point of order. The question was asked. The Minister took it on notice. That's the end. Move on.
Okay, on this one, it is within, again, the discretion of the member to ask a question they've already got an answer to. If they want to have a repetitive answer, that's what they will get. If I can just... some problems there with the media, right, very good. If I could just remind all members, if you are not the member asking the question and you are not raising a point of order, I don't expect to hear your voice. Go ahead.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, how many meetings have you held to discuss matters relating to your Western Sydney portfolio?
Ms Merton, I am regularly meeting with government agencies, members of the public, members of the community about issues facing Western Sydney. All of my meetings are publicly disclosed, as I've said before, but can I just say, since the first day I entered this building as the member for Londonderry and now as the Minister for Western Sydney, one of the things that I pride myself on is I have advocated for the families of Western Sydney, and I would urge you to look at some of the issues historically which I have fought on and I'm continuing to fight on,
Thank you, Deputy
this time
Premier.
within
Thank
government.
you.
So
Deputy
I'm fighting
Premier,
for
what
the people of Western
department
Sydney every day.
What department supports these responsibilities?
Well, we receive...
Western Sydney.
Yes, we receive support from the Premier's department, and also I receive support from within my own ministerial office.
How many departmental staff are allocated specifically to this portfolio?
Well, I have a number of departmental staff within my office, and they share responsibilities, Ms Merton.
Sorry, if I could just recap. Specific to the Western Sydney portfolio, how many departmental staff?
I've just answered that question with respect, Ms Merton. The departmental staff, not within the government. Are you talking about DLOs within my ministerial office?
Yes.
They share responsibilities.
Deputy Premier, I ask you about staff in your office dedicated to the portfolio. We've addressed the departmental liaison officers. Any other staff in the office dedicated to the Western Sydney portfolio?
I'm not sure what you're looking for, Ms Merton, but it won't shock the committee to know that there are advisors that advise me on Western Sydney. I'm not sure what smoking gun you're looking for, Ms Merton, but yes, there are policy advisors within my ministerial office that help advise on Western Sydney matters as I'm Minister for Western Sydney.
So, Deputy Premier, could you maybe provide on notice for the committee how many DLOs in your office and who specifically looks after Western Sydney, and the same for your ministerial staff? Do you have staff who are purely dedicated for work on Western Sydney, or are they shared responsibility?
I'm happy to take that on notice.
That'd be great,
sure.
thank you. You said that you're an advocate for families in Western Sydney. Obviously, cost of living is a huge issue. How come your government isn't continuing back to school vouchers or before and after school care vouchers that help with cost of living and indeed have massive take-up in Western Sydney? What did you do to fight for those?
Well, do you know, I maintain my previous answer. I'm fighting hard for the people of Western Sydney each and every day.
The vouchers aren't there.
But can I just tell you, the examples that you've just provided, Ms Mitchell, are very similar to what we were just discussing before, and I'm loath to bring this up because of the reaction that ensued, but the issue of cooler classrooms is almost frighteningly similar to those issues about unfunded programs. The previous government left to us $7 billion, I think, and I think any reasonable person would not expect a brand new government to have magically filled a $7 billion black hole, and that's what that is about.
Thanks, Deputy
But let
Premier.
me talk about cost of living for families across New South
No,
Wales, including
I've
Western
asked a
Sydney.
specific question about the vouchers. That's what I'd like. And if I could just say, or ask you a further question from what you've just said there. You said you're an advocate for Western Sydney. You were involved in the formation of the budget. You sit at ERC and you determine where the money goes. You are responsible for what you have chosen to fund and not fund. So as a government, we now know from this morning, you've cut the West Invest money that was there for air conditioning in Western schools. There is no cooler classrooms funding going forward. Back to school vouchers are gone, and before and after school care vouchers are gone. So what on earth are families in Western Sydney getting from you? You're cutting everything.
I'm not sure if
How
this
do you
is
stand behind that decision? What did you do to advocate? They're worse off
I'm not
with
sure
you.
if this
You've
is a
been in
trick
for 6
question,
months.
Ms Mitchell, but do you know what families in Western Sydney are getting from this government they didn't get from you? They're getting a high school at Marsden Park.
Well, we'll get
They're
to
getting
that
a high
later,
school
Deputy
at Jordan
Premier. I'm
Springs.
asking about
They're
air
getting a
conditioning.
primary
I'm
school
asking
at
about-
Marsden. You asked
with
me a
respect-
question.
No, I asked you a
We are
very
funding the
specific
schools and
question.
hospitals in Western Sydney, and do you know what a
With
lot of
very-
them are getting?
with
A lot of them are
respect-
teachers, and
Well,
they're
with
getting a
respect-
historic pay rise.
With respect, Deputy Premier, as I said earlier, I'm not interested in your political spin. What I'm interested in...
No, I'm answering the question.
No, you are not.
Just
I
because you
asked
don't
you
like
about
Order.
classrooms, I asked you about back-to-school vouchers, and I asked you about before and after school care vouchers. You as a government have made a conscious decision not to fund any of those programs. So kids in Western Sydney will be sweltering in a hot summer's heat. Families will not
Point
be
of
able to
order. Is this
access
a
back to
speech
school
or is this a
vouchers.
question?
Families will not be able to get back to school support
Order.
this summer because you've cut
Order.
them. What do you say to those families?
Order.
What is your response?
Ms Mitchell, apologies. I have received a point of order.
So
You just don't like it.
the Shadow Minister needs to have a specific question. Giving
My
speeches
res-
at
my
the stump
specific
is not
question
the
is,
purpose of
what is your
budget
response
estimates.
to those families?
Okay,
She
order.
needs to ask a specific
Order.
question and direct it to the
Order.
Minister for an answer.
Order. When I say order, you all shush. In relation to the point of order, again, there is balance here. If we can get to the question, some statements are permitted. If we can get to the question, please
So
go
the
ahead.
question was, those families have now lost air conditioning in their kids' schools. They've lost those cost of living vouchers because your government, you as Deputy Premier, sitting on ERC, you have chosen not to fund them.
Well, what I say to those families is, I say to you, Ms Mitchell, in terms of the kids sweltering in classrooms, as you claim, the classrooms that you never funded to be air conditioned, what do you say to those families?
Well, we did
What do you say to those families?
You haven't. It's your
Order.
choice.
Order. The opposition's time has expired. I'm going to take this first chunk of crossbench question time and then I'll hand over to my colleague. As you commented, Deputy Premier, there are 4 lovely Year 10 students sitting in the gallery today. They have given me some questions to ask you, which I am going to repeat faithfully without editing. I will let you know that they have read the plan for New South Wales Public Education that was released this week, so their questions are asked in full knowledge of what's in that plan. Their first question is, are there any other policies that you would be looking to implement to bolster student wellbeing?
Thank you, Chair, and I acknowledge the students from a range of schools, from, I think there's 2 government schools and 2 independent schools, 1 Catholic systemic school not far from me in the audience. What a great question. We did launch our public plan for public education yesterday, and a huge part of that is, and you're really right to ask this question, it's of great concern to everyone in education, and that is wellbeing. And we are really working so hard on our commitment to recruit more school counsellors and psychologists. That's got to be one of the most important things we can do as an election commitment, and in part of our historic pay rise for teachers included a historic pay rise for school counsellors. So what we're going to do is we're going to deliver on that commitment to get more school counsellors in our schools. We've seen an unacceptable lack of school counsellors under the previous government, so we can get support for kids like those wonderful Year 10 kids in the audience, because we know it wasn't just a post-COVID problem. We know we must do better for our kids. I'll pass on to Mr Dizdar, who has consulted widely on the plan for public education.
I'm going to come back to Mr Dizdar later. I do
I'd
want
love
to get through
I'd
the
love
rest.
to add further, Chair, if possible, because
I
it's a
do
really
want to get
important
through.
area.
Apologies, Mr Dizdar. I do want to get through the rest of the questions, and I don't want them to be dixes. So I'm going to continue.
Yes, fair enough.
As I say, they're unedited. The second one: how can we encourage a love of learning, given kids in primary school report it is boring?
Report it is boring. Yes. Great question. Look, through you, Chair, I would say the most important thing, and this won't shock people to know that this is my answer, the single most important thing we can do to encourage a love of learning in our classrooms is support the wonderful expert practitioners in those classrooms, support our teachers. They're the experts that encourage a love of learning, that get that spark started in primary school, in kindergarten. And the truth is, we just don't have enough of them at the moment. Even today's revelations show that we've got 10,000 classes uncovered every day because of the neglect of the previous government. It's teachers that will encourage a love of learning, and this government makes no apologies for that being our focus, to improve outcomes and hopefully to make primary school a little less boring.
The third question, and again, apologies, Mr Dizdar, I'm sure you'd love to step in on these, but these are questions that wanted to be asked of the Deputy Premier, so I will continue. Thirdly, how are you tackling the difference in quality of education between metro and regional kids to ensure there is an equal playing field for students to learn with the same learning materials and resources?
Yeah, that is a really great question, and it's something that is of great concern to me as Minister and to all the officials around the table and to us as a government. And really, we know from today's results from the census we've done about the merged and cancelled classes that rural and regional and remote schools suffer worst. Now, I'm going to maybe sound like a bit of a broken record today, but there's a reason for that. The biggest thing we can do to support our regional students, the number one ticket item, is to get more teachers in the classrooms. And really, that is the magic of what happens in our schools. We are a government totally committed to rolling out the new curriculum, to building schools where they're needed. But at the end of the day, the magic of a school is a wonderful expert practitioner, a teacher, in front of children. That's the thing that can make a difference in their lives. We all remember teachers that have changed our lives. That is the single best thing that we can do to improve outcomes for all of our children, all of hundreds of thousands of children across our 2,200 public schools, especially in rural and regional New South Wales.
I'm glad you mentioned curriculum. Their fourth question: is there a way that we can use student feedback to update and influence the curriculum?
Yes, another great question. I think I might want to powwow with these students afterwards. They seem to have some great ideas for education. Look, we encourage, of course, student feedback constantly. And through the rolling out of the new curriculum via Nessa, as Mr. Martin is here to represent, there are many ways that students can input their feedback. There are living documents. Teachers, as part of their expert practice, will always be engaging with students and families, and so as Minister, I encourage that.
I may come back to some of these later. And then the final one from the students. How are we updating the assessment criteria to cater for the different learning styles of students?
Yeah. Well, look, this really speaks to how every school, every classroom is slightly different. And part of the beauty of our plan for public education that we released yesterday is that it includes an ability for our department, and I know that Mr. Disdale would say this, I think, if I were to pass to him, to work with schools on particular targets and assessment requirements that would actually work for their schools and their classrooms. So we are a government that's committed to working with schools on a case-by-case basis about what would work for them, with the top line achievement that we want to reach of improving outcomes for all of our children, no matter where that child is, where they go to school, what level they may be at, whether they have complex needs. Each and every child in our system deserves the best quality education in New South Wales. That's what gets me up each and every day.
Thank you. Well, we will, unfortunately, I can't tell from their faces what they thought of your responses, but I'm glad that I could bring their voices
I welcome their feedback.
in. Thank you. Just in the few minutes I have left before I pass to my colleague, just coming back to that issue about, really taking the ideas of students and directly feeding them back in. That's not something that we have seen over the last 12 years at least. Is there... I acknowledge the mumblings from my left.
Student councils.
But in terms of taking that sort of direct feedback on policies, what has your government been doing so far to directly involve the voices of children?
I do acknowledge the interjection of the previous minister. That's true. We both do love the Doves, and they have wonderful feedback about what we can do within our system. But you're right. It is something that we really need to concentrate on. I'd love to be able to do more work in this regard, how we can actually encourage student agency, student voice. There is a generation of young people that really want to have their say. They really want to have their say about the way their school works, about their curriculum, about the way the world works around them. I go to a lot of schools and they have great opinions. They're going to be wonderful leaders. They're going to be wonderful leaders in the community. So I'm going to be working really hard on making sure that student voice is part of what we do through official channels, as well as something I do when I go to every school is I make sure I spend time with students and teachers, talking to them on the ground about what's happening, because absolutely you can meet with stakeholders, you meet with all the peak bodies, but you've got to meet with kids in classes as well and talk to them about what they feel that we should be doing better and what we're doing well.
So as an example, did you consult with school children in relation to the mobile phone ban?
Well, what we did is we encouraged through the consultation process for schools to consult with their school community, including the students. And I'm going to use an example, actually, of Ashfield Boys High School. And I know that that principal there, an outstanding public education leader, outstanding, he actually ran consultations that were basically adult-free zones, just with the children, just with the students, about how it would work for them. And I know that's happened all over the place. I'm sure that Mr. Disdar would be able to elucidate on this.
Yeah, can I just clarify the concept or the policy of the ban rather than the implementation of the ban? So were children consulted about whether it was needed and whether they thought it would be a good idea and actually achieve the objectives that, the stated objectives for the plan?
Well, I mean, really clearly, Chair, is an election commitment of the government in opposition, so that was very clear that that's what we wanted to do after hearing from
was that
parents
commitment
in
based
particular.
on consultation with children,
What we
though?
did is we consulted on the implementation. That's what we did. We consulted on the implementation of the ban. Many schools were doing it already, but we definitely consulted through schools.
But are you aware that there's many, many children, many, many children who think that the adults are completely out of touch when it comes to this mobile phone ban? Why weren't they consulted? Was it just an election commitment was kind of dragged out of thin air?
No, I mean, you're right, totally right to raise this. There are a lot of children, and a lot of them are on my social media about this mobile phone ban, I can assure the committee. But this was an election commitment based on feedback from parents, principals and teachers. And I acknowledge that there are a lot of students that do need access to mobile phones, and our policy actually includes this flexibility where it is needed.
I'd only also add, Chair...
Madam Chair, sorry, I think you're in my time
Yes.
now. Are you happy with that answer? Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to have to move on. What I would do is make sure that we reset the timer for 10-minute blocks during the crossbench so that we don't get that again. I'm going to turn to my colleague. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Madam Chair. Well, good morning, Minister. I haven't seen you for a while. Congratulations on your wedding.
Thanks, Ms. Mahoney. Thank you.
Can I just ask, out of interest, did you have a welcome to country at your wedding?
I did.
That's excellent. When you had the welcome to country, did you coordinate that with the local land council?
No, I think
Yeah.
I'm happy to answer this, but I think the welcome to country at my
Point of
wedding.
order.
And
No,
thank
I'm
you
sorry.
for-
Apologies. I have need to take the point of order.
Point of order. I don't see how this is relevant to the terms of reference with respect to budget estimates and the consolidated
Well, the
fund
Minister
and
just
budget
said
papers.
she's happy to answer it.
It's not within
Well-
the parameters of the committee's ambit.
Okay.
The Minister
Okay.
just
Order.
said she's happy to answer it.
Order.
It's just-
I will leave
She may
this
be,
one
but
to
it's
the
not in order.
ministers. Okay. I appreciate it. I uphold the point of order, but I also will allow the minister to answer it or not answer it as she sees fit.
I think my answer, Chair, with respect, will be that yes, there was a welcome to country at my recent wedding, and there was an acknowledgement of country provided by the celebrant.
So it wasn't a welcome to country?
It was an acknowledgement of country.
Okay. So,
I tell you what, in the preparations, I didn't expect to be asked that. I can tell you that.
yeah, well, you should be across it
'Cause it has
because
nothing to
you
do
should
with
be
the
across it
portfolio.
because for your HSIE draft syllabus,
Yes.
you're expecting kindergarten kids to understand the difference between welcome to country and acknowledgement of country. It's extraordinary to expect, wouldn't you? Given you've had trouble answering this, don't you think that it's extraordinary to expect that kindergarten children be across that type of detail?
Ms. Mihaly, with respect, I will not agree with the premise of your question. We do proudly have a curriculum that encourages the deep learning of our country's long history, particularly the First Nations people
But you
of
are
our
changing,
country.
you're going through a review of the syllabus at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Ms Mihalik is going, Madam Chair, but yes, we are encouraging all our children within our schools to have an appreciation of the deep history of our nation, including the First Nations people
But
of
you're
this
expecting
country.
5-year-olds to decipher the difference between a welcome to country and acknowledgement of country.
It might shock the committee to know that I don't have an extremely detailed knowledge of
No, it
every
doesn't shock
syllabus
us at
document
It doesn't
within the
shock us at all.
curriculum, and if we're actually after a very detailed answer on the syllabus documentation within the curriculum, I would, with respect, Madam Chair, through you, ask for Mr Martin to give an
That's
answer
okay.
about the
Mr Martin
curriculum.
can provide it in the afternoon. Don't worry, I have plenty of questions there too.
Well, can I just raise a point of order on this?
I'll hear the point of order.
We've got a range of people who've been sworn in as witnesses for the first session of the day. If they have no purpose, why are they here? If questions cannot be directed to them, if the Minister cannot seek further elaboration of the answers, at this point in time, why are those witnesses here?
In relation to the point of order, this was well traversed in previous estimates in the previous term when, unfortunately, Mr Diadam, the now Labor government, was on the opposite side, and during that time the practice was well established that it was within each member's right to direct the questions to the Minister during this limited time if they wished.
Thank you.
Further to the
Madam
point
Chair.
of order.
I will hear further to the point of order.
That is
I'm
true,
just
but
eating
there
into
was
my time.
there was certainly a
That's all
scope
you're doing.
for
Madam Chair.
for the Minister to seek further elaboration on questions from other members of the witness
I have ruled on the point of order. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, could you elaborate a little bit what sky country and water country mean?
Ms Mihaly, I think any reasonable person would accept that I've not come here to answer detailed questions on the syllabus
So, Minister,
with
you
the
are
curriculum.
here. You've got a review currently.
Yeah, I'm answering questions on what the government's doing in
Your department's
education.
undertaking a review into syllabus. You're
Yes.
actually introducing sky country and water country content for Year 1 students. So I would have thought you'd be relatively across that.
I make no apologies, Ms Mihaly, for us as a system and for Nessa as the authority for implementing a curriculum with age-appropriate content, always age-appropriate content,
Only
acknowledging the
6-year-olds can
deep
understand
history
it.
of our nation, and let me just say that when we are talking about the syllabus within the curriculum, just for the benefit of the committee, we are talking about more than 200 syllabus that are currently being reviewed.
But this
So
is
you're
very
talking about
significant. I
every
would have thought-
lesson
sorry,
in every
the government has
school.
boasted about introducing additional content around Aboriginal customs and traditions.
Yes, I
and
said I'm proud of
languages,
it.
And I would have thought you would be a little bit across it. It doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, you couldn't tell me the difference between welcome to country and acknowledgement of country earlier. Minister, can I just ask you a question about the treaty? Will the $5 million listening tour treaty that your government's announced for this year, will they be visiting schools?
Well, the Premier has made this very clear about the commitment, about our commitments before the election and the priorities of our government. And I look
Will
forward
any
to
of that
working
consultation happen at schools?
Well, I look forward to working with my cabinet
You don't know.
colleagues on the consultation around that.
You don't know if they're going to be. Will you rule it out?
Point of order.
No, I'm not
point of
ruling
order
anything
has
out,
been
Ms
taken.
Mihaly. I'm sorry you're looking for a smoking gun that doesn't exist.
Order. I'll hear the point of order.
The Deputy Premier has answered the question. I'll just ask the member move on, Chair.
I generally uphold the point of order if we could.
Thank you.
Continue.
Just on the issue of the voice referendum, and I've raised in Parliament my concerns about teachers providing their political views in the classroom to students, and I had reports of a Year 8 maths class where the teacher decided to give their view on the voice referendum. Was there a clear directive from you, or indeed from Mr Dissar, that teachers couldn't discuss the referendum in class?
Yes, there was a clear directive from the Secretary, Mr Disdar, that teachers are to remain impartial at all times. And let me just say, in reality, what we are talking about is this, and there are many people around the committee that have children and know. What happens is schools don't operate in a vacuum, as we all know. Children hear things on the news, they're more likely to see it on TikTok. They come into their classroom, they ask a trusted
Yes,
adult,
Minister,
which is
but it's up
normally
to
the
the
teacher,
teacher
and it's up to the teacher to
drive it
provide
back
a
into the
balanced
curriculum.
view.
And if you're talking about a
balanced
maths class,
view.
you shouldn't be talking about
The
the
Minister's
voice
trying to
But there
answer
was
the
a
point of
direct-
order. The
there was
Minister
a
is
direct-
trying to answer the
we
question.
were very,
Order.
very clear.
Apologies, Deputy Premier.
The
We've
Minister
had a
is
point of
trying
order.
to answer the question.
Yep.
Mr. Mahalik is, Ms. Mahalik is speaking over the Minister. The Minister should be afforded the opportunity to give a proper answer to the
Again, the
question.
balance had got slightly out there. If we could allow a little bit of response time, thank you.
So the answer to your question, Ms. Mahalik, is yes, there was a clear directive.
Is there a directive in relation to teachers handing out material on election day at the school that they work at? Because I've had reports of teachers handing out material at both the state election and at the referendum at their own schools that they work at.
Are you
Have you banned
suggesting,
that?
Ms. Mahalik, that myself as Minister or Mr. Disdar control what teachers do in their own time? Because we cannot do that.
It's a bit off-putting for parents and children who turn up most likely to their local school to vote to see their teachers handing out political material. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I don't know how much clearer I can be that there are specific and detailed directives about teachers remaining impartial. In fact, that's one of the most important roles of a teacher, is to provide balanced information and balanced
on election day,
perspective
handing
to
out material
children in
on election day is balanced
classrooms.
information.
But really, with respect through you, Chair, I really would urge the committee to enable me to ask Mr. Disdar to elucidate on this, because it is he who issues the directives to teachers about how they provide balance in the classroom.
Minister, are you aware
and not
that a teacher
to
was
be
disciplined for
partial.
handing out election material in the seat of Port Stephens? Are you aware of that back in March?
Ms. Mahalik, I can talk to the policies here. We've got very clear guidelines for our 95,000 teachers across the public
Very clear.
education system. They're covered in the Code of Conduct.
But they're allowed to do what they like on election day, aren't they, Mr. Disdar?
Well,
Is that right?
Let me get to that so I can help the committee. It's an important
Well, you could
line.
I think you've got about 5 seconds.
Well, I'd like to give the answer to the committee. It's an
The
important
question's been
question.
asked. The answer should be able
So-
to be given.
Yeah, so let me just clarify. Apologies, Mr. Disdar, before you respond. Clarify for new members, yes, as long as the question is asked before the end of the time, we do allow the question to be answered, and then we reset the clock for the next person. That's how it works.
Thanks,
Please go
Chair.
ahead.
Yeah, so the policies here that come into play are the Code of Conduct and also the controversial issues in schools policy. The Code of Conduct is part of annual refresher training for all staff. All staff in our system, from induction to very experienced teachers, know that they've got to be politically neutral, that they can address controversial issues in line with the curriculum, because they can be rich opportunities for learning in a classroom. When I was an economics teacher, I know that when I wanted to teach...
How many decades ago was that?
Well, it was, I've been in the system for 27 years. I know that if you're going to teach Keynesian economics, you had to also teach its counterpart in Marxist economics. So you don't take one particular view. In my experience, our staff widely adhere to the policy. It's well known. If you've got any information about a specific concern, I'm really happy to take it offline and look into it for you, Ms. Mahalik.
Thank you. Back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Premier, do you have responsibility for West Invest as Minister for Western Sydney?
No.
Do you know which minister does? Or
The Treasurer.
The Treasurer. Thank you for clarifying that. I just want to take you now to some of the specifics in the budget paper. I'm assuming you've got a copy of the budget papers with you.
Ask me questions, please, Ms. Mitchell. Yes.
Fantastic. So I want to take you, well, firstly of all, you said before that this budget was prepared with your direction, your explicit involvement as the Minister, as someone sitting on ERC. So I'm assuming
I think they were
you're
your
across the
words, Ms.
detail.
Mitchell.
You're not on ERC.
I am, but I
Okay,
think
thank
you're...
you. So I'm going to take you to page 29 of the infrastructure statement. Can you confirm under oath that all of the 34 new schools, preschools and upgrades that you've got listed there in that first table will be delivered open day 1, term 1, 2027?
Well, look, we have made a record investment as part of this budget in new schools, particularly in schools in Western Sydney, which is obviously a matter close to my heart as the Minister for Western Sydney, who was asked previously what I'm doing as the Minister for Western Sydney, and I think that's a clear example, but I will ask Mr Manning to provide some details on the rollout of that infrastructure. It is a key priority of the Minns Labor government. We have been elected to build schools where they are needed, and with respect, Ms Mitchell, where you refuse to build them. Mr Manning?
Sorry, Deputy Premier, you've made a lot of public commentary about many of these schools saying that they'll all be delivered within this term of government. Are you saying that's not correct? Are they all going to be delivered this term of government or not?
Well, we have made significant commitments to build schools, and you well know, Ms Mitchell, where they are, where you refuse to build them, like
Deputy
Jordan
Premier,
Springs, Gregory
Deputy
Hills,
Premier,
where parents
will they be delivered this term of
campaigned
government,
and
yes or no?
campaigned. Well, I'll pass to Mr Manning,
so you
but
don't know.
all the
Mr.
election
Manning?
commitments that we made for schools that will be built and ready day one, term 1, 2027, we stand by those commitments.
So
Ms.
all of these will be delivered by the next election. Thank
Mr.
you.
Manning?
Mr. Manning?
So yes, so all the schools that were funded through the budget process for delivery are intended to be delivered ready for day one, term 1, 2027.
Right, but not all of them were funded, were they? There's quite a few that are planning only, aren't they?
So there are a number of projects which are planning only.
Right. Well, we'll come back to that this afternoon. So actually not all of these will be delivered this term of government because they haven't actually been funded for capital build, have they?
All the ones that are funded through to the delivery phase will
but
be
the planning
delivered.
ones haven't had any capital money allocated.
At this stage, the planning ones are purely to do the planning.
Thank you. Can I ask, Deputy Premier, do you know how much it costs to build a primary school?
Well, it depends what sort of primary school you're talking about, Ms.
On
Mitchell, and
average.
I'm sorry, but you well know as the previous minister that one primary school is not another primary school. I'll ask Mr. Manning to provide an update.
So we normally allocate about 70 million for a 1,000-place greenfield primary school.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manning. So about 70 million for a primary school is a fair assessment, that's correct?
1,000-place greenfield primary school, yes.
Okay. So if you looked at some of the previous builds that are listed in this budget, you've got, Gallangari in Liverpool, Googong, which was 60 million. Narala Public School was about 60 million. So 60, 70 million really is, you're going to budget for about that.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. What about for a high school? What's the average cost to build a high school, Deputy Premier?
Well, once again, I know that you are desperate to try and catch me out, Ms.
I'm
Mitchell.
not. I'm asking you,
but
with respect,
one
what
high
does it cost to build a high
school is
school?
not another high school, is not another high
Can
school.
you give me an average
you
figure?
well know that.
Well, can you tell me what the most recent high school, you've been out at Wentworth Point turning we turned the sod, sorry, laying the concrete. How much did that school cost?
I know you're very sensitive about Wentworth
No,
Point.
I'm not. How much is
but
that school? It's listed in your budget papers. How much is this cost for
I'm
delivery?
sorry, but one high school is not another high school, is not another high school.
How much is
Mr. Manning,
how much is
high
Wentworth
schools-
I'm going to take a point of order.
Order. I'll hear the point of order.
The minister can be asked one question at a time, not multiple questions. The member is directing multiple questions and expecting the minister to provide an answer. It's unreasonable. The minister should be allowed to answer the question that is asked first, and then the member can ask a second question.
I uphold the point of order. Go ahead.
So what was the cost for Wentworth Point, Minister? It's listed in your budget papers as an ongoing project. You said you're across the detail. What's the cost?
I am across the detail,
Well,
Ms.
give
Mitchell,
me a
and I'm
figure.
telling you that the delivery of Wentworth Point, and I know you're very, very sensitive about
I'm not
this.
sensitive about it at all, Deputy Premier. Just give me a number if you know it. What is it?
No, I'll ask Mr. Manning
Right,
to
so you don't
provide
know.
the
Mr.
details
Manning,
about
160
Wentworth
million,
Point.
is that right? Is that what the cost is in the
Yeah,
budget papers?
that's about right. Yes.
Thank you. And for a cost of a high school in Western Sydney growth area, what would you budget to deliver, on average, a high school in Western Sydney
So
to
a
cater
standard
for
budget for a 2,000-place high school, again in a greenfield site, we'd budget initial budget of about 200 million.
Right, okay, thank you. So I just want to take in our Deputy Premier to page 211 of the budget papers. You've got a commitment here where you say key new education projects, 4 new primary schools, 10 new high schools. Some are for planning, some are delivery. You've allocated $767.1 million. If Mr. Manning's just confirmed that it's about 70 million to build a primary school, and you'd budget 200 million for a decent sized high school in Western Sydney, you don't have enough money to build those, do you, Premier? Deputy Premier?
Ms. Mitchell, I'm sorry to say it like this, but I'm not sure with what credibility you come to this committee criticising this government on the failure to
Deputy
build
Premier,
schools in new growth
I'm not
areas.
interested in you
Because let me talk to you about the parents of Jordan Springs and Gregory Hills that waited and waited and waited for you to build schools that never eventuated. We have funded these schools, we will deliver these schools, we have been elected to build
Deputy
these
Premier,
schools.
can I just make the point? Mr. Manning has just said, under oath, that to deliver a 1,000-place primary school, you're looking at least 70 million to do a decent sized high school. Say in Jordan Springs, in your electorate, you'd need $200 million budgeted. But you're trying to tell the people of New South Wales that you can deliver 4 primary schools and 10 high schools for $767.1 million. Now, I know maths isn't your strong point, but tell me how you have enough money to do that.
I will hear the point of order.
Ms. Mitchell. It doesn't add up.
Order.
Not enough money.
Order. I will hear the point of order.
Procedural fairness resolution, witnesses need to be treated with respect and civility.
In relation to the point of order, we do allow a little bit of extra banter when it comes to ministers, but that one was pretty direct.
Thank you.
The minister should be asked to withdraw. The minister should be asked to withdraw that comment.
Ms. Mitchell,
It was an adverse reflection.
I'm happy to answer this because I take great delight, and I'm actually surprised that you would come into this committee today and actually even utter the words Jordan Springs, because you refused to acknowledge that suburb even needed a high school. You have absolutely no credibility on this issue, and I am happy to say under oath, Ms. Mitchell, sorry, I'm answering the question. I am happy to say under oath that we have committed to build these schools, these primary schools and high schools, and deliver we shall. You have absolutely no credibility when it comes to this issue.
Well,
the families of Jordan Springs and Gregory Hills required the election of a new government for these schools to be committed to.
Thank you. But Deputy Premier, I am going to labour the point here. Do you have a copy of the budget papers? Can you look at the table I'm talking about in front of you?
I know what you're referring to, Ms.
Okay,
Mitchell, and I can't be clearer.
Can you tell me how?
I cannot be clearer. We are delivering these schools.
Okay, well, can you quantify for me, if you've got a $767.1 million allocation over 4 years, how does that deliver 4 primary schools when Mr Manning has just said that you'd be looking at $70 million per primary school? If you need $200 million, you've got 6 metro high schools listed here. You are hundreds of millions of dollars short, Deputy Premier. How can you deny that?
Ms. Mitchell, I'm not sure how many ways I can say this over and over again. I'm happy to do so. We have been elected to build schools where they are needed.
But you haven't allocated the money.
You
You're
well
short.
know the way the budget works is we allocate money for this year and then the following forward estimates.
No, I'm sorry,
we
Deputy
are
Premier.
going to deliver these schools, and I'm sorry it's a sore point because you refuse to do it.
No.
You refuse
Deputy
to acknowledge
Premier,
Jordan Springs needed a
Deputy
high school.
Premier, with
the communities
respect,
of Gregory
with
Hills
respect,
were begging
looking for the detail of your budget papers. 211, table 2.5, for these 14 school projects, expenditure over 4 years to 2026-27, $682.7 million. If you need $200 million per high school and you say you're going to build 10 of them, you are hundreds of millions of dollars short. Like, you can't deny the facts. It's right here in your budget papers. Mr Manning has just confirmed what it costs to build a school.
We are
you
going
don't
to
have enough
deliver
money.
these schools. I don't
How
know.
big are the schools going to be, Deputy Premier?
Order. If we could allow the minister to answer the question.
All that would be required to look at the schools that have been committed to is as a cursory glance of our media releases in opposition. And I'm sorry that you're so sensitive about the previous government's lack of commitment to building new schools in Western Sydney. But we are getting on and doing it.
I'm not sensitive at all. My point to you is your government has released this budget. You have released this. You have had 14 school projects listed here. We've had it confirmed under oath the average cost to build a primary school and a high school in Western Sydney. You have not allocated enough money. It is just not there.
I think this is the 10th time I have said this. We are delivering these schools.
But you don't have enough money.
Order.
You haven't budgeted enough to do it.
Order. I'm going to preempt the point of order, I think. Hansard cannot possibly be recording this when we're all speaking over each other. If we could please have question followed by answer with a little bit of time to allow the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So there's clearly not enough money that's been budgeted here, Deputy Premier. How big are these schools going to be?
Well,
how big's Jordan Springs? How big are you going to build that? What's your plan?
Oh, you mean the school that you refuse to
No, I'm
acknowledge
asking
needed?
you.
Yeah,
What will be the capacity at Jordan Springs? 2,000 students? How big's it going to be?
Well, I will pass to Mr Manning, whose job is to deliver these significant
but it's your
school
electorate, surely
infrastructure.
you've asked. You don't know?
Ms Mitchell, I'm sorry, but I'll say it again. The fact that you come into this committee
you don't know.
hearing
Thank you.
asking me questions about Jordan Springs High School when you refuse to admit that it was needed, I'll pass to Mr Manning about the budget allocation and the capacity of the new schools.
I've got plenty of
that the
questions
new
for Mr Manning
government
to ask later, so
that
I'll come back
required
to
a
Mr
change
Manning.
of government to deliver.
Can I ask you, Deputy Premier, in relation to Bungendore High School and its site, has anyone ever lobbied you in relation to that?
No.
Have you ever discussed this project with Tara Moriarty?
I'm sure that I've spoken to Ms Moriarty about Bungendore. She is, for many years, she was the duty MLC for the seat of Monero, but now, of course, we managed to win that seat, and now we have Minister Wan as the member for Monero, and I've spoken many times to him as the local member.
Have they spoken to you about the site itself? Have they been talking to you
I've
about
had
that?
many discussions with Mr Wan, and sure, I've spoken to Ms Moriarty about Bungendore.
Okay, and the specific side of the school, just clarify.
We've had a few meetings about Bungendore.
Thank you. I just want to ask you now, do you remember telling the Daily Telegraph on the 7th of October last year, and I quote, that there are increasing numbers of people moving into new areas, particularly migrants, who really aspire to send their children to selective schools, and I think the government needs to respect that. Do you remember that? I've got a copy of the article if you need to refresh
Well,
your
I'll
memory.
take you on your word, Ms Mitchell,
Okay,
that
I'm
I
happy to
said
give
that.
you a copy if you'd like it, but you did. So why did you then decide to axe the project to build a fully selective school at Leppington?
Let me just say that the fully selective school at Leppington, your government did commit to and did not build. So if we're going to tell ourselves the truth in context for us to answer these questions, that is the truth through you, Madam Chair.
Right, well,
but let me just say our priority as a government, and we've made it very clear in communities like Leppington, is the delivery of comprehensive high schools, because your government failed to deliver them. And if the committee would like to have a look at the announcement of the comprehensive school at Leppington, the high school at Leppington, it will also include selective streams.
Well,
We've made that
but
very
just to be
clear.
Deputy Premier, if you want to talk about telling the truth, which is what you said before, prior to the election, you were saying to families of Western Sydney and South Western Sydney, we understand that you aspire to send your children to selective school. You're on the record saying that.
But did you
You've
deliver
now
it?
been elected.
Did
and
you
what
deliver
you've
it?
done, and I'm asking you. You're the
You didn't
minister.
deliver it.
You've now been elected. There was a selective school funded and ready to go in the heart of that part of the community.
It wasn't
and
ready
your
to go.
government
You
has
didn't
come
deliver
in
it.
and said, we're scrapping the selective school, we'll do a
But
stream.
you didn't deliver it,
But
Ms
you're
Mitchell.
not, you're taking a totally different approach to this issue after the election than you did before. You were saying to families in the Daily Telegraph, we support the idea that we know
You
that
did
there's
deliver
demand
it.
for
What?
selective
Yeah.
schools.
Is there a
But then
question? Is
post-election-
there a question? I'm going to
Okay.
take a
But
point of
you're-
order.
okay.
Point of order.
Why is this a
You
trend?
won't
Order.
ask- you won't
Order.
ask Deputy
Order.
My
I'll
point of
hear the
order
point
is
of order.
that long diatribes are not permitted. The Shadow Minister needs to ask a specific question.
Yeah, well, my
Okay,
specific...
order. Just on the point of order, the Minister is also asking questions and making a lot of statements. There is quite a lot of back and forth. But again, for the purposes of Hansard, if we could have a little bit more of a gap.
Thank you, Chair. So, Deputy Premier, my question is, did you mislead those families in that area with your comments prior to the election, given the stark contrast of the position that you've now taken on selective schools after the election? Were you telling the truth or not?
Ms Mitchell, of course, but let me just put it to you that the
So, of
government
course
that
you misled
misled,
or-
of
of
course
course
I
what?
did, of course I was telling the truth.
But you're not building any new selective schools.
But hold on a second.
No, no,
the
but you're not
selective
building any
school
new
that you
selective
Point of
said you
order.
were going to deliver,
Order.
you did not deliver.
Order. I'll hear the
Did
point of
not
order.
deliver.
Order. If we stop talking, the points of order will go quicker. Yep.
Chair, could we please hear the answer? Deputy Premier?
Okay, it's the same point. If we could, we will stop the interruptions if we can allow the
Thanks,
answers.
Chair. Are you building a selective school in South Western Sydney?
No, we are
Right,
building a
okay, thank
comprehensive
you.
high school.
No,
but
thank you.
Did
You've
you
just
build one in
answered the
South
question.
Western Sydney? I think former
Deputy
Berejiklian,
Premier.
former Premier Berejiklian
You
promised
were
one
on
that
the
you did
record
not.
prior to the election telling those families that you understand that they aspire to send their children
Yes.
to selective schools
Yes.
and that the government needs to respect that.
Yes.
But you've now just confirmed on the record that you are not building a selective school. So you,
You
weren't
did not
telling
build
the
it.
truth.
You
I'll
did
hand
not
over
build
to
it.
my
Can I
colleague.
just also put this in context for
No,
the
I'm handing
committee?
over to my colleague.
The
We're
previous
moving on, thanks.
government had 48 school terms. You know how many school terms we've been in government for? 2.
Deputy Premier, do you support single-sex schools in New South Wales?
Well, the government has a commitment to ensure that while single-sex schools will remain, of course, in many school communities, that we will give every community the opportunity to enrol their child in a co-educational environment. That was a very clear election commitment, and we're actually working through that election commitment delivery of that right now as we speak.
In the Sunday Telegraph on the weekend, there was an article concerning your government's planned merger of Randwick girls and boys with
Yes.
the headline, Co-ed Plan Makes Girls Ill, by Linda Samalis. You're familiar with the article?
Yes.
What is the government's response to the stress and the hurt that this merger has obviously already caused the students at these schools? I also add it's an HSC period for these
I'm well aware
students.
as the Minister for Education that it's an HSC period, Ms Merton. Thank you for enlightening the committee. Can I just respond to this? Can I respond to this question with this? To deliver our commitment to give every family the opportunity to enrol their children in a co-educational school, we continued as a government the public consultation on what was to happen with Randwick girls and boys that was embarked upon by the previous government. And the previous minister might remember that that public consultation occurred. As a result of that public consultation, the overwhelming majority of the local community actually were in favour of co-educational options at Randwick. The overwhelming majority. So what we have done, which the previous government failed to do, is we acted on that consultation, and we are slowly turning Randwick, yes, into a co-educational offering. But we're doing so in response to an overwhelming piece of community feedback from prospective families entering into high school that actually wanted a co-educational offering for their families.
Thank you,
I'll ask
Deputy
Mr
Premier.
Distar
Thank
to
you.
actually elucidate on that public consultation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just indicate
Which
to the Chair that it was a very thorough consultation. It was...
Thank you. I'm hearing from the Minister. Thank you.
It was very comprehensive.
Which existing single-sex schools are under consideration or are confirmed to be going co-educational?
Well, it's been a matter of public record that we have announced changes in the Georges River as well as changes at Randwick. That's been publicised.
Canterbury Boys High School, a great school that counts former Prime Minister John Howard as an alumni. What's the future for this school?
Canterbury Boys High School is remaining.
What commitment will you or your government provide today to Sydney Boys High School, Sydney Girls High School? They won't be merged on the basis of co-education by your government.
I can commit that they won't be merged.
Thanks, Deputy Premier. Thank you, Deputy Premier. The new high school at Medowie, has land been secured for that?
Look, I'd have to ask Mr Manning for an update on the school at Medowie. But I really have to say, because I'm being asked a question about the high school at Medowie, that it is a little bit rich for the previous minister who never acknowledged a need for the high school.
Land been secured?
And can I just say, when I went with the member for Port Stephens to Medowie to meet with primary school students who were desperate to go to high school, they were very happy that there's a government that's actually delivering it and not gaslighting the families of Medowie.
Has land been secured for Medowie?
So we have a preferred site for the Medowie High School project.
Right, but it hasn't been secured. Okay, thank you. Would you also be able to tell me, Deputy Premier, the community group renewals in Bathurst, Dubbo and Leeton, they only received about $750,000 in funding this year across those schools. Are you going to put any more money into that in the future?
Well, look, I'd have to pass to Mr Manning on that. Of course, we are committed as a government to the delivery of upgrades in schools where they are needed, but I'll ask Mr Manning on the update of that.
Could you also
please.
maybe respond? Concerned parents, particularly at Bathurst High School, they had issues with the states of the toilets there. There were tens of millions of dollars earmarked for those schools under the previous government. You've only allocated $750,000. Will those school toilets get an upgrade?
Before I pass to Mr Manning, I will say that I go to a lot of schools, and I have to say, as you would know as previous minister, there are a lot of problems with a lot of toilets in schools.
Will you go to Bathurst
and this
High and
clearly
have a look
was
at
not
their
a priority
toilets,
of the previous government.
Minister, will you go to Bathurst High and look at their toilets?
The Minister
Mitchell,
was in the
I've
middle
asked
of answering a question.
Yes or
and
no,
then
the parents would like to know.
Order.
Point of order.
Will you go and look at
Order.
Bathurst High toilets?
A point of order has been called. Order.
I look
Point of
forward
order.
to speaking with the
Order.
parents, and I urge the parents to speak
All right.
with me
Well, we'll
about
lock in
the
a visit
issues
for
of
you
the
for
toilets
Bathurst.
that you
Thanks,
clearly
Deputy Premier.
ignored.
Point of order.
Order. I will remind all members when a point of order is called, that is when everyone else goes quiet. A point of order was called. We had the Minister speaking as well as members. Please, I will hear the point of order.
So my point of order is this. The Minister was in the middle of answering a question and then a further question was asked over the top of the answer. I think Mr Manning was going to provide some supplementary information. That question has been asked before the cut off, and so we should hear the answer.
I uphold the first bit of the point of order, but the time has now passed. We can come back to Mr. Disdar in the next round.
That's fine.
I'm going to go to my colleague, Ms.
Thank you,
Mihalik.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Minister, can I just ask, the Premier previously announced there'll be an extensive land audit in order to find opportunities for housing. How many schools have been subjected to that land audit?
Well, this certainly is a question of detail, Ms. Mihalik. It's absolutely worth asking. Priority of the government, one of the priorities of the government is to look at every opportunity
So you have
for
offered up
affordable
schools.
housing.
You have offered up schools.
Look, I'm going to ask Mr. Manning for the actual
housing
detail on
opportunities.
this.
Is that what you're saying, Minister?
That is not what I'm saying.
Well, no,
and
I just
would
asked
urge
you how many
I would
schools,
urge you not to use my
have been subjected to the land
as
audit.
I have not spoken.
Well,
Ms.
Point of
Mihalik,
order.
that is not what
asked
I
you
said.
specifically how many schools have been subjected to the land audit.
Ms. Mihalik.
It's-
Order.
Ms. Mihalik, can I
No.
say...
Apologies, Minister. When I say order, there is no more talking. I will hear the point of order.
A question had been asked of the Deputy
Yeah.
Premier. She's trying to provide a substantive answer to that. Could we please hear the
I
answer?
uphold the point of order. That was too much. There was too much talking at the same time. Go ahead and answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, Ms. Mihalik, I acknowledge that you would like me to answer it a certain way that suits your agenda, but let me just
I have
answer
no
this.
agenda.
Let
I'm
me
asking
answer
questions.
this. What the Premier, and I will pass to Mr. Manning, but I will answer in this way. What the Premier announced was an audit of vacant land. Schools, where there are schools, they are not vacant, then it's not vacant land. Even schools that are in recess are not vacant land. Mr. Manning?
Yeah, so I can confirm we've looked at the entire portfolio. We hold about just under 9,000 hectares of land across New South Wales for the more than 2,200 schools, and we've got approximately 300 hectares of land
Okay,
that
and none
is
of this is
considered
going to be subjected
vacant.
as part of this land audit for housing.
So as I said, as the Deputy Premier said, the intent of the audit is to identify land that is vacant. We have looked across the entirety of the portfolio and provided advice about land that is vacant, and of the
So
close to
the government
9,000
is looking
hectares.
to Department of Education land to provide land for housing.
All agencies were
You would
asked.
agree with that?
All agencies were asked to provide that advice. We've provided that advice, and some 300 hectares of land is considered
Okay,
vacant.
thank you for that. Deputy Premier, is it customary for, actually I'll rephrase my question. Have you had social drinks with the Teachers Federation since you've become Minister for Education?
Well, I meet regularly with the Teachers Federation. I speak regularly with the Teachers Federation. It will shock the committee to know that I'm
you
the
have
Minister for
social drinks with
Education,
them?
and I believe in consulting with the profession. In fact, I make a virtue of the fact that this government's approach to addressing the decline in education outcomes brought to you by the previous government
Minister, I'm not asking about the last government. I'm asking, do you have social drinks with the Teachers Federation?
All
as
my
Minister? Do you
meetings are
socialise
publicly
with them
disclosed.
with drinks? It's a yes
All
or
my
no.
meetings are publicly disclosed.
Well, do you have social drinks with Teachers Federation?
Is this a
let me
general
rephrase that.
question, or did I have social drinks
Did you
on one?
have, when the deal was announced, around the deal for Teachers Federation and teachers, and the deal that was struck between your government and the Teachers Federation, were there any social gatherings at that time held by you or the senior executive here with the Teachers Federation?
It might shock the committee to know that I talk to the Teachers Federation regularly, and yes, from time to time I
Minister,
have engaged
there's a
with them
difference
socially.
between sitting down in a meeting room and
Yes.
having a talk and having a social gathering and drinks. I'm asking you whether around the time that the deal was struck between your government and Teachers Federation, did you have social drinks?
Ms.
Was there any
Mihalik,
socialising
Ms. Mihalik,
that involved
from time to
celebration
time I have
drinks, celebratory
engaged
drinks?
socially with the Teachers Federation, individuals from the Teachers Federation, but I don't apologise for consulting with the profession. In fact, they were not listened to for years and years, and let me just say, this is a body that represents 90,000 plus teachers that were screaming from the rooftops about merge and cancel classes. We learned today
Well, how
the
lucky
extent,
they can have drinks with you now.
the extent.
Were any of the senior executive having drinks with the Teachers Federation around the
I
time
can't
that the
speak
deal
for my
was struck?
senior executive.
Okay, well, I'll put that on notice.
I can answer that. I don't need to take it on notice.
Was there...
I'm very proud as Secretary to have led the negotiations with the Federation. That was well overdue, having been a teacher in the system myself and a principal, and having read report after report
Was there
nationally and
celebratory
internationally
drinks
that
when the deal was
says
struck?
the way to attract and retain teachers is to make sure you address competitive salaries and workload. There's much to do on the workload front. And there was a lot of work that went into the negotiations. There was no social gathering after that from the department and the federation to go and...
I understand there were drinks the night before the deal was struck. There were drinks between the Teachers Federation and staff and senior executive staff, a member of your senior executive staff.
Well, not to my knowledge, and I was privy to all of those negotiations and meetings. As secretary, I went to each of those meetings.
This was a social gathering rather than a meeting.
Well, I can just verify that as secretary, I wasn't involved in any of that. But if I led those negotiations. I led each of the 6 meetings. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but the staff that were with me in those negotiations were also privy to the work. So there was no function or anything of that kind.
Minister, can I just ask a little bit about cybersecurity? I've noted that there's obviously a story yesterday where both yourself and Mr Disdar had announced that you're going back to step-by-step explicit instruction in the class.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to explicit
No, well, I'm
teaching.
going to ask the Minister on that. What does that mean? You'll now ban the use of third-party apps where teachers rely on those apps to teach students?
Look, before I pass over to Mr Disdar, and I do so because he is an experienced educator, a renowned school principal, now heading our department with years and years of expertise in pedagogy.
But you were part of the announcement yesterday, Minister.
No, let me. I'm answering this, Ms Mihaly. In terms of the pedagogy of explicit teaching, which is different to explicit instruction, but explicit teaching is actually what our wonderful teachers are trained in delivering in the classroom, the actual pedagogy of delivering the explicit lesson. That is what explicit teaching actually means, but for the actual pedagogical explanation, I'll pass to the educator.
Yeah, explicit teaching is well versed right across the system. The research and evidence is really clear that regardless of your learning level or ability level...
So my specific question wasn't about what that means. I asked whether you're going to ban or stop the use of third-party apps that teachers often rely on, like Mathletics, Maths Online. There's a whole plethora of online third-party apps that schools often rely on. In fact, send their students home and expect their parents to pay for those apps, and Bob's your uncle, they do their homework that way. That's the question that I'm asking.
No,
what are you going to do about those particular apps? It's a fair question.
Yeah, it's a great question, which I'm very keen to answer. So explicit teaching goes to making sure students understand what they're learning, how it relates to their prior learning, what success in that learning looks like and how to get there. So whether our teachers use particular resources, particular apps to as part of that learning process, that is up to their professional judgment. We don't dictate to the profession and say, you'll use this textbook, you'll use that resource. We trust their professional judgment, and in doing so, it's very remiss to think that using a textbook, using a particular resource that the teacher might have got off the internet, using a particular app is not using quality teaching. In fact, my two boys are in a public school, and I do reading eggs with them, which is one of the apps that you refer to. So the school sets the reading eggs app, and as their father, I sit down with them and go through that, and I read the teacher's instructions to my two boys, which are very explicit. And I'm pleased to also let you know, Ms Mihaly, that they don't pay for it.
Mr Disdar,
the school covers the cost of that.
Well, in some cases, I have seen examples where schools ask parents to pay for access as well, or to share into the cost of access in those third-party applications. Can I just put to the Minister, Minister, are you aware of how many data breaches that you've had in the last, in 2023?
Look, we take this very, very seriously. Obviously, we are running a huge system of 2,200 schools, hundreds of thousands of students, 95,000 teachers. In fact, we've had, under the previous government, we had various breaches of even the HSC results, which we have funded to improve in this year's budget. but we take data breaches very, very seriously. But I will ask Mr. Dizdar to speak to how seriously we do take this
I just
as a
need to know
system
how
and
many
what we are
data
doing this.
breaches there were in 2023. If you can provide that, or you can take it on notice.
Yeah, I think if you're after an exact figure, let me take that on notice. All I know is
Can I also just ask
as
you-
Secretary, we're constantly investing as one of the largest agencies in public service here in the Southern Hemisphere. We're constantly investing and upgrading our cybersecurity mechanisms. And I know as Secretary, our IT area, as well as myself as Secretary, has sent numerous reminders out to our staff about the role they can play, given a workforce that's 120,000 plus, the role that they can play in ensuring that our systems aren't breached. That goes to passwords, that goes to not opening emails that you're unsure of, that goes to reporting anything that may look amiss when you are corresponding with people in the organisation and outside. And I also know that, having sat as a member of the Secretary's Board, it's a whole of government focus across agencies as well.
Thank you. Minister, I wanted to ask you about the Murwillumbah school merger plan and plan for demerger.
Yes.
As you know, this was a 2020 decision from the previous government, and since then there's been significant flood damage to those sites. Now, I wanted to understand how much is in the budget for upgrades to those 4 individual schools.
Yes.
And what the process of sort of demerging is looking like at this point.
Really good question, Madam Chair. It is a bit of a nightmare situation that we inherited, and it's probably a lesson in what happens when you don't consult with local communities. When the previous minister goes up to a community and says, instead of delivering the promised upgrade to Murwillumbah East, what we're going to do is we're just going to put all the primary schools and the 2 high schools together into a mega school that no one asked for. As a result of our election commitment to demerge, and I will shout out to my incredibly hardworking colleague, the member for Lismore, who went to the election saying, if Labor were to come to government, we'll demerge the schools. We've made significant headway on that. There's allocation in the budget to make sure that we get this done properly. But I will ask Mr. Manning to give the detail of what we are doing at Murwillumbah, because demerging, as you rightly said, Madam Chair, is it's not a simple thing to do. When you create a dog's breakfast, actually unwinding it is not easy, Mr. Manning.
Yeah, so we've identified a scope of works for Murwillumbah High School. So it includes obviously complete redecoration, recarpeting, upgrade of bathrooms, upgrade of specialist spaces, canteens and those sorts of things. It also includes fully lighting the school with LED lighting as opposed to fluorescent, and installing the cooler classrooms, air conditioning systems in libraries and learning spaces.
How much has been allocated to upgrades to each of the 2 primary schools and the 2 high schools? Do you have those figures?
So we've got a 12.5 million allocated in this year's budget allocation to get going with those schools.
For all 4?
Yeah, and obviously we'll have a priority around how we progress with Murwillumbah High School first, but it'll roll through to the other 3 schools as well fairly shortly after that.
Okay. Minister, you did mention, it was reported in one of the articles, that there would be money allocated for uniform costs for when students are expected to sort of go back to the old high schools. How much support is going to be available for students?
And this is, Madam Chair, this is one of the difficulties that happens when a school is forced to merge and then we're in the process of demerging them. It's one of those practical things like uniforms, like school name, things that do actually cause a lot of the students and parents significant anxiety. So we are working through those issues. I know Mr. Dizdar has been personally involved in the issues of the uniforms, so I'll pass to Mr. Dizdar to give some detail on that.
Chair, we don't put a cost or dollar limit on that. Any family that's going to need our help, because uniforms are consulted with the school community, that uniform has got to be decided upon. What we do is, if we ever change an education provision, we always give the community the assurance that if they need us, we'll be meeting those costs. And we do that for our school, so we get the school to fund all of that and then reimburse the school. I'd also add in Murwillumbah, we've given our staff a guarantee there with the demerger that there'll be no job losses, that for, if I've got the right details, until the end of 2027, we're in 2023 here, aren't we? So for a 4-year runway where that demerger happens, we also guarantee all of the permanent staffing in that school to give the assurance of that teaching and non-teaching staff there.
So just to clarify, will uniform vouchers be provided to parents?
We've got a few steps to play out here. Consult with each of the schools. If there's any adjustment to the uniform and they need our financial assistance, we'll be providing that.
Okay. And in relation, I guess, Mr. Manning, in relation to those upgrades, you talked about the $12.5 million to commence the upgrades. When is it expected that the upgrades for all 4 schools will be completed?
So Moolumbar High School will be done and ready for day 1, term 1, 25. We will then work through the primary schools. Wollongong will work on once the demerger has happened. As you may be aware, there's some demountables that have gone into that school. It gives us the room then to do the work on the existing school without disrupting the education process as part of those works.
Okay, thank you. Minister, you are also on record as talking about providing that ongoing support for staff. In addition to that sort of assurance on contracts,
Yes.
what other support is being provided for staff in that demerger?
Well, I can say that we are in constant communication with staff at Moolumbar, the teaching staff and the support staff across the school settings, as well as their representatives, shock horror, the Teachers Federation. But I would say that the biggest piece of feedback that the staff have given me, and I've heard directly from them, where I've had sessions with staff in detail where there's been rapid fire questions to me as Minister about them as teaching and support staff at the Moolumbar schools. The biggest piece of feedback was that question of a job guarantee, and I'm really proud we've been able to do that. They've been under significant change, and can I just say, the staff at Moolumbar, they don't operate in a vacuum. So those staff have been through significant anxiety because of a government-forced decision that was not asked for by the community, on top of a chronic teacher shortage, merge and cancel classes, a wage suppression through an arbitrary wage cap. They can't operate in a vacuum. So the staff across our wonderful system have been operating in severe levels of anxiety, being gaslit by the previous government, and the staff at Moolumbar have had it even harder. So I'm really proud we've been able to give them a guarantee.
So, okay, so we have, as you've put it, this process of merging these schools, which was not what the community wanted. Now we've got this process of demerging. Are you able to put a dollar figure on what this entire debacle will cost the public first?
Well, I would have to pass to Mr. Manning on that, because the whole figure, with respect, Chair, and that's a really serious question to ask, the whole impact of the beginning of the decision, and then the commitment was given to the various schools to start with, then the forced merger of the school, then staff at the school and the principals, everyone trying to make it work, and now trying to demerge them because we have a mandate as the election of our government. But I'd have to pass to Mr. Manning on the whole totality of that cost.
So from an infrastructure perspective, I think the original budget was in the order of 150 million. We have spent about, I'd have to check the numbers exactly, we've probably spent 23 million doing the design, getting it through the planning process for the merged school and establishing a pop-up school. And we think the works to the further 4 schools is probably about another $40 to $45 million worth of work.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Just in the time I've got left, I wanted to ask you, Minister, about the land at Western Sydney University, which is being sold off, I understand, for new dwellings. There was a prior, I guess that the community and the campus have been asking for there to be a high school on that land, just at least one parcel of it. And again, you were on record as saying that any new development of that campus must include a new high school. Is there any money in the budget for an acquisition of land
Can I clarify what Western Sydney University campus you're referring to, Madam Chair?
Milpera.
Right. Yes, look, this has been a significant concern to the community. It's an issue that is raised with me by the new member for East Hills on a variety of occasions. I believe that is quite far down the road upon us coming to government, but I will have to, Madam Chair, pass to Mr Manning about any knowledge about Western Sydney University Milpera, but I believe that is actually quite far down the road.
Yeah, no, we have no plans around that Milpera site.
So there's nothing we can do now?
No.
Thank you. Final question in the time I have left. This Macquarie Park education campus idea under the previous government, where they were to partner to share space with shops and apartments. I know I found that personally pretty shocking and raised it a lot in estimates. Is that concept of partnering with private enterprise to build new schools something that the new government will be pursuing?
Well, Madam Chair, I think you probably will recall that in opposition I was quite critical of the use of schools for commercial gain also in terms of commercial premises. But we are really committed to building the school that is needed at Macquarie Park, as we are committed to building the schools that are needed throughout New South Wales.
Thank you. I understand we now have time for some government questions.
Thank you, Chair. My question is in relation to the member for Vaucluse. Minister, are you aware that the member for Vaucluse is supportive of the merging of Randwick boys and girls?
The Liberal member, you're right actually, Mr Nanva, the Liberal member, thank you for reminding me, the Liberal member for Vaucluse, if I recall, has come out publicly in support of the merger of Randwick boys and girls. So that's an important point for the committee to note. Further to Ms Merton's questions. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is in relation to the survey into merged and cancelled classes and the issue of casual teachers. Can you outline to the committee what the survey has found and why was it conducted?
Thank you, Mr Nanva, for that question. I have to say that this is truly shocking reading, and I think it was a previous estimates hearing where the previous minister was asked why doesn't the government ask schools about the vacancies? Now, what has happened as a result of this census that we undertook of all schools is we found that nearly 10,000 lessons are without a teacher every day. Now, anyone that cares about the education of our young people surely can see that this is a disgrace. And I would argue it's one of the reasons why this government was elected. So we have come to government amidst a chronic teacher shortage, which the previous government denied. The previous minister, the shadow minister, said it was a beat up, but that's clearly been exposed as not the truth. When we have 10,000 lessons every day uncovered, so you're talking about in primary schools, they tend to be merged classes, so stage 1 and 2 might go together. Or in high schools, you're talking about minimal supervision, 50, 60, 70 kids in the outdoor learning area or in the library. And we wonder why we got problems with education outcomes. This is why, as a government, we make no apology for focusing on the problems in education. We have a wonderful system, but the problems in education through the prism of the profession. We must actually get more teachers in our classrooms or we are failing our children. And this is exactly why we're cracking down on workload, and we have given public school teachers the biggest pay rise they've seen in a generation. Because if we do not stem the tide of resignations from our system and encourage more teachers into our classrooms, then we might as well pack up and go home. Because that's what education is, as a classroom with a teacher in front of it. And the mess that the previous government has left me as minister, and the government as a government, is an absolutely crying shame. And actually fixing that is getting me up every morning as Education Minister.
Minister, I ask this follow-up question not just as a member here, but as a parent, and a very proud parent of 4 kids in the public education system whose kids have routinely been subjected to cancelled classes.
Exactly.
Why hasn't this survey been done before?
Well, I referenced my previous answer that I'm fairly sure the previous minister was asked in an estimates hearing, why don't we ask? We kept getting told it actually wasn't a problem. So what this survey has actually shown that not only do we have chronic shortages in the permanent teacher cohort, so they're teachers who are on permanent contracts, many of who are more permanent contract, can I just say, after the intervention of this government. Then the casual teachers, you know, what you might hear on American TV shows as substitute teachers, we are so short of those casual teachers, 3,000 plus, that we actually, because we've got a permanent teacher shortage, principals can't find the casual teachers to even plug in the holes. This is ground zero for the education system. So almost every question that we're being asked today will come back to this answer, that if we cannot get teachers in front of our children, what are we doing? And the previous government sat on it and sat on it and sat on it. And every time a teacher or a peak body or the primary principals or the secondary principals or the Teachers Federation said, we've got a problem here, they said, no, you don't. No, you don't. And I don't use this word lightly, but this is why I've got principals who tell me now they feel like they were being gaslit by the previous government. No, there's no teacher shortage, when obviously when you ask them, there most clearly is.
Well, that leads to a follow-up question I was going to ask. What's the response been from schools, teachers and principals at those schools that have now...
Do you know when we did this census, the response, and I'm sure that Mr. Disdar will say something similar if given the opportunity, the response from principals and teachers when we actually went out with this census was relief. It was, oh, thank God we're finally being listened to. We actually want to be able to provide this information in the hope that there is finally a government that is going to do something about it, instead of a government that says there's nothing to see here, when there clearly is a generational problem here. If we've got 10,000 lessons every day uncovered, I can't think of a more important job than a government to address this. I'm biased as the Education Minister, but is there a more important job than a government that needs to fix this? I can't see one.
Chair, my question rather is regarding the historic pay rise for New South Wales 95,000 teachers, Minister. I note comments by the Deputy Nationals leader who said, quote, when you get a pay rise, you normally need to do a bit more. Minister, is that possible? And can teachers who are already overworked actually work harder?
No, I would urge that particular member of the upper house to go and ask a teacher in a real setting that's probably managing several classes at once, as our census shows, whether they can actually work more. That's clearly not the case. It's clearly why the people of New South Wales elected a new government. We stand behind our life-changing pay rise for teachers, because in the last 12 months of the previous government we saw resignations outstripping retirements for the first time ever. So in terms of issues of retention, we needed to do it to keep teachers in our system. And also for those 15, 16, 17-year-old kids in schools that are thinking about what they want to do with their future, they can actually seriously think about becoming teachers now and being able to afford to live in New South Wales and pursue the noble profession of teaching our next generation. And I tell you what, we're pretty proud of that.
And I just wanted to acknowledge that we have some of those sitting behind you today. My next question is regarding teacher supply. Can you outline what role this government's significant pay rise for teachers plays in attracting and retaining staff? Because I've heard some bizarre claims by the former minister that this government has not done much in the area of teacher supply.
Yeah, there's been a lot said about teacher supply, and it's almost like it's a trick question, because if there is a government who's clearly said, actually, we value teachers in a way the previous government never valued teachers, so much so that we are going to give you pay parity for what you've always deserved, if that's not going to impact on teacher supply, what is? What we're saying to the next generation of future teachers is, you can actually aspire to be a teacher and make it your life's work. In addition to the pay rise for teachers, we have made 16,000 teachers and support staff permanent in just 7 months. And can I say, that was an election commitment over 4 years, and it's already been done in... So what we're saying to prospective teachers is, come be a teacher. And I think Mr. Disdar's already been at universities trying to grab them, the baby teachers, from their university degrees to the public education system, saying, come to public education, you'll be paid what you're worth, you're an expert professional, a government that actually values you, and you're going to be able to get permanent work where you can actually raise a family, get a loan, get a house, make it your life's work, and teach the next generation of children. Like it really is a noble calling.
Can I just also add, this is a national body of work, the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, and it says that apart from pay and workload, you've got to look at strategies to really raise the profile and respect for the profession. So I know the Deputy Premier has, and I keep getting emails from our staff unsolicited saying, you see us, you respect us. You know, I was 9+ years, 10+ years temporary. I didn't know from year to year, you've made me permanent. We've had emails saying I can now get married, I can now get a car loan. In one of our school visits together, we had a mother and a daughter receive, at the same school, a permanency on the same day. That mother had been with us, an outstanding practitioner for 24 years as a temp. So that initiative, in my 27 years in the department, I've never seen the enormous feedback from our people. It's given great impetus. I've taken great delight in delivering occasional addresses at Sydney Uni and at Western Sydney Uni. And of course I'm biased. The committee might think I'm biased around public ed, but I've had students come up to me who are already working in our system and have said, I'm looking forward to working and joining the public education system, because we do have an attraction problem and we do have a retention problem. And I saw that in my time around the executive and certainly in the 7 months in the secretary role. And I'm really proud that the substantial salary uplift alongside tackling workload, because I repeat to this committee, they're not my words, they're the words of every eminent report around the teaching profession, because this is a national challenge and it's an international challenge. And I'm really looking forward to reversing it. The member spoke about his 4 kids, my own 3 kids are in the system. And as secretary, I don't sleep easily when my own kids come home and say their teacher wasn't there and the class wasn't covered. You know, the Deputy Premier asked us, I want the transparent data, and that's what we then went and did.
Can I just clarify, Mr. Dissar, did you say 24 years as a temp?
Oh yeah, we've had people upwards of 24 years as a temp, even longer. And I know, while I said we've had enormous feedback, the Deputy Premier's instructions to me has been, I don't want you to stop here, Murat. I want you to now work on round 2 of this, and how can we help and convert more permanent teachers? And it's part of the work that we need to do with the Federation, because in this initial round, it was teachers who were 3+ years within that same context. But many have written to us saying, I'm more than 3+ years, but I've been across contexts. So we're about to embark on that work. And for this committee, can I just give a huge shout out for colleagues like Charlie Milne and Leah Anderson in the People Group. They've been working 24 hours, 7 days a week to deliver this in record time, and they've been the unsung heroes behind doors who never get the profile and the coverage. It's been their assiduous work to deliver on this commitment, and they really should be the beneficiaries of the emails and the feedback that the Deputy Premier and I have been receiving. I shouldn't have been shocked, but I've been quite taken aback by how life-changing it has been for the workforce.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a permanent position is truly life-changing for people, particularly in regional communities. And my next question is regarding the Auditor General's report into the rural and remote education strategy. The report states that when the strategy was announced by the former Education Minister, there was actually nothing in place to support it. Minister, can you outline to the committee what issues that caused for the department?
Yeah, so the issues that we see across the system are often felt most acutely, as you say, in rural and regional schools, in those settings. And unfortunately, the AG's report did show that the announcement of the strategy was just that. There wasn't significant investment in the department to actually roll it out. As a result of that damning report, and this is on top of work that we're doing in terms of permanency in rural and regional New South Wales and paying teachers what they are worth in rural and regional New South Wales, even more transformative, I would argue, in rural and regional economies. I've instructed the department very clearly, and we're going to be saying a lot more about this very soon, very clearly to do some serious concrete work on rural and regional New South Wales and what we can do to actually have some outcomes that we can be held accountable for, so that this is not a government like the past, like the previous, where we announce something on a media release and then it just sort of goes nowhere. That is, the time for that is over. We have an overworked workforce that needs to see results, and that workforce delivers life-changing learning opportunities to our young people. That's why they matter so much. So Mr. Disdar can probably go into what we're doing in rural and regional education.
Yeah. We did welcome the Auditor General's report and accepted all of its recommendations. I must say, as Secretary, I don't take great delight in its reading. It's pretty sobering and says we've got a long way to go to get things right for rural and regional. But the Deputy Premier is right. We took her across the report, and her next comment to me was, well, what are we going to do that's going to make a difference? And I don't want to hear, within the next 4 years, what is achievable and will make a difference in the next 12 months. I've got to give real credit to my colleague Chloe Reid and Mark Barakat. They convened a round table, which I chaired, and we got all of the partners in the room. So we got the Isolated Children's Association, we got the SPC, the PPA, the Federation, the PNC. They're all passionate about this topic. 25% of our students are in rural and regional and remote contexts. And in that passion, we dissected the things that are most important to them, and we've landed on 3 key areas that we want to really move the dial on in the next year. It wasn't us dictating to them, it was them coming up with these areas. They believe these areas are the most pertinent. We want to make a difference in those areas because we need to win some trust from the ground that they can see us making a discernible difference. And of course, we'll comply with all of the recommendations that are in the Auditor General's report. If we're gonna meet the equity challenge head on, then we've got to move the dial on rural and regional and remote. And I'm certainly going to lead the organisation to focus on delivery in those 3 areas. In the past, in my time, we've had upwards of 40 areas, and you can lose focus. So to have 3 that have come from the ground, from the stakeholders, that they want us to make a difference, that's what we're going to narrow in on.
Thank you. So we are now going to break for 15 minutes to have morning tea, lest we all get cranky. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
on. Excellent. Welcome back. We will begin again with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Deputy Premier, you were saying earlier that in relation to teacher vacancies that you need to stem the tide or you might as well pack up and go home. I think that's what you said. What is the current vacancy rate for permanent teachers in New South Wales as of today? What's the number?
I believe that I'll pass to Mr. Dizdar for actual detail on this, but I believe that the permanent vacancy is slightly north of 2,000.
Okay.
But as the department, upon my instruction, issued the census to schools, we now know that in addition to that, and as you know, as previous minister, it's sort of they're somewhat combined, so it's not 1 plus 1, but the casual vacancy is also in excess of 3,000. So
I'm aware of that.
That's the
do you
actual
have the
true
number
impact.
For what today is for the vacancy rate? North of 2,000? What is it, Mr. Dizdar?
Yeah, the Deputy Premier is right. It oscillates every day, but I might ask Mr. Rumming. He might have the exact number.
You would have prepared it, I'm sure. What's the number?
As of September 25, 2,247 vacancies.
Thank you. Can I ask you, Deputy Premier, you've said that obviously you're putting, extra money into teacher wages. What's your ideal number for vacancy rates in the state? What's your number? What's your target? What are you hitting?
Well, I can tell you that my ideal number is nowhere near 2,200.
Right, well, what is it then? Is it zero?
I'm sorry, Ms. Mitchell, but I am happy to spend the remainder of my time talking about teacher vacancies.
Okay, well,
because
I want to know.
We are
with
suddenly
respect,
supposed to believe now that you care about teacher vacancies,
well,
as you said.
Respect.
But when you were a minister, you said it was a beat up.
With respect, Deputy Premier, I'm not talking about my time as the minister. You have said fixing that is what gets you up, stemming the tide, or you might as well pack up and go home.
Yes.
You said you want less than 2,240, which is today's figure, or as of last week. Last month. What is the metric that we're going to judge on? What is that number? Do you want it to be zero? Your document you have released this week says that you want supply to meet demand. So do you want teacher vacancy rates to be zero? Is that your figure that you're
Are
aiming
you
for?
actually suggesting
I'm asking
that
you.
suddenly we are the people of New South Wales and the teachers of New South Wales are to believe that suddenly you care about teacher vacancies?
You, Deputy Premier, with respect, you are here to answer questions.
Yes.
You have made decisions in your budget in
Yes.
relation to increasing teacher pay, which is your prerogative to do. You
Yes.
said it's your biggest
Widely
issue. You have said it's your
supported.
biggest issue.
Yes.
That's fine. So what is the metric for success? What is the number that you are aiming to hit? Is it zero? Can you put a figure on it so that we know what that number should be in the months ahead?
I'll
What
be
is it?
very clear with the committee. What we have chosen to do, which you refuse to do, is we provided a census to all schools in New South Wales. We will be ensuring that we continue to do that and we will measure our success
Okay,
based
great.
on
So
that. So I will say,
no,
Ms.
no.
Mitchell, I'm sorry, I'm answering your question.
So there's no
that
plan
there will
figure,
be
though.
a virtue of our government that we will be transparent about the
Okay.
shortages,
That's
which
great.
you refuse to do
No.
over and over again.
Well, that's not
And
true.
I can be I've got the quotes here to show it. They're on the public record. I can tell you what I will be doing is I want resignations to not exceed retirements.
Thanks, Deputy Premier.
Which that's what happened under your
Thank you.
watch. So if
Thank
you would
you.
like to spend the remainder of
No,
your
no,
time
what I'd
talking
like to
about
do-
teacher vacancies, please bring it on.
Okay, well, I'd like to know, you just confirmed that you don't actually have a target figure for what you want the vacancy rates to be.
You've
You've
got to
also
be
just
kidding,
said-
surely.
You didn't give me a
You've
figure.
got to be kidding.
You didn't give me a figure.
Are you coming
Remind
in
me
here
of what the
criticising
figure
me about
was.
teacher vacancies?
What was the figure that you'd like to see for vacancy rates in the state? I'd like a number.
Ms. Mitchell, you cannot be serious in thinking that the people of New
No, no.
South Wales will
Deputy
suddenly
Premier.
think that you care about teacher
Deputy
vacancies.
Premier.
You have left me with the highest record teacher vacancies in New South Wales history.
So you say.
And
so
a
then what
teaching
should the figure
profession
be?
on
what
their
should
knees.
the figure be, Deputy Premier?
On their knees.
Then what should the figure be? If it's
Well,
that
I tell you
obvious,
what,
what's the figure? Give
it's-
me a number.
I'm
Is it
telling you
1,000?
that
Is
you're
it
never going to
500?
hear
Is it
me
zero?
say that it's a beat up.
Is it? Do you want to see? What would you want to see? 1,000 vacancies, permanent, 500, 0? What's your number? What do you want? 2,240 is too many. What should it be?
Do you know what, Ms. Mitchell? You've been the Minister for Education. You can't seriously come in here and ask that question.
Well, I can,
and
I'd
take
like
yourself
an answer.
seriously.
I would like an answer. You don't have one. You don't have a number. You can't give me a figure of
My
what you'd
answer
like it to be.
is that we will be judging we will be transparent with the people
Okay,
of New
great.
South Wales
So-
on the vacancies which you
Okay,
refuse
great. Well,
to
on that,
do.
Deputy Premier, will you commit to putting on the Department of Education's website a list of every school and the vacancy rates and update that monthly?
We will not be providing
Right, so you
school
won't be
by school
transparent.
data to talk down particular
No, no, no.
schools,
No,
and
no,
you
no.
well know
Deputy Premier.
that New South Wales has legislation when it comes to league
Deputy-
tables,
I'm not talking
and
about
you well
league
know that harm that will do
No,
to
no.
our public
Deputy
schools
Premier.
across the state of New South Wales.
With respect.
You should be ashamed of yourself, Ms
No,
Mitchell.
no, not at all. You just said you will be transparent. You said that we can be judging you on the accountability of having resignations
Yes.
and retirements, all of that. Why will you not make those figures publicly available?
Let's just be clear.
No, no,
I
it's a-
have
it's a
come
genuine
to this.
question.
Yeah, I'm answering it.
Yeah.
I have come to this committee today, having instructed my department, one of the largest departments in the government, as you well know, to undertake a thorough census of every single school in New South Wales.
That was for casual
We have
vacancies,
made this.
Deputy Premier. I'm asking about permanent vacancies.
I'm
Will you
answering
make that
this,
public
Ms
each
Mitchell.
month? Will
I'm
you make that
answering
public
this.
each month? Yes or
I'm
no?
answering this, Ms Mitchell, please. Please. I know the students are no longer here.
No, I don't.
But please
Deputy
just
Premier,
act respectfully.
It is a genuine question. You have just said.
I am
that
answering
Point of order.
this question.
All right, I will hear the point of
You
order,
are
and
really
I will
not endearing
order,
yourself.
and I will note the students are still here.
Okay,
if-
that's good.
If that's going
Even
to help
further
people.
reason to act like a grown-up.
But order, I'll hear the point of order. The minister was asked a question. She was answering the question, and she was explaining why.
Okay. To the point of order, we were going quite well, but it did begin to have words tumbling over each other, so if we could.
Thanks, Chair. So thank you for confirming that you won't make that publicly available. Can I just take you now, the census that you've conducted?
Yes.
Again, you said
That you
earlier that
refused to
teachers
do.
were begging to give you this data.
They were.
How often are you going to do that census, and will it be publicly released every time?
Well, we have publicly released this as I was
today.
trying to admit. I was trying to actually answer this question previously, so thank you for the opportunity to finally do it. We have publicly released the results of the census, and we will be we'll be doing it every year.
Sorry, Deputy Premier, if this is such an issue and teachers and school communities
Yes.
are desperate to be listened to
Yes.
use your words.
Are you suggesting
why
they're
won't-
not?
No, you said that, and I take
But are
you
you
at your
suggesting
word.
they're
No,
not?
I'm not. My question is if
You wonder why the people of New
so-
South Wales elected a
if
new
they are
government, Ms
so-
Mitchell.
Again, Deputy
minority
Premier,
government.
I'm not interested in your politics. If you are so committed to this data being transparent, to tracking how your government is
I've
going...
just said we're going to do it every
why
year.
won't you do it every term? Why are you only doing it once a year?
Because it's going to be a like for like every year.
But
You
you
know,
could do it-
different
but
terms
you
are
could
different.
do it, but you could do it every
I'm
term,
sorry.
Deputy
I'm
Premier,
sorry.
and you can
I
compare.
cannot. I
Point of
cannot
order.
withstand. I cannot
I'm not
actually sit
interested in
here
sanctimony.
and
Order,
listen
order,
to
apologies,
the
there's been a
previous minister.
minister, order. When there's a point of order, we need to hear the point of order. Go ahead. Chair, I think Ms Mitchell is being argumentative. She's asked a question, the minister's answered the question, we're now descending into argument.
Okay, to the point of order, the minister is also being argumentative, in my view, towards the questioner. There's a bit of give and take there. But for the purposes of Hansard, if we could allow each other to answer questions, that would be great.
Thanks, Chair. So it's urgent data collection, but you're only doing it annually. Can I move now to when you told the Sydney Morning Herald about $1.4 billion worth of cuts that you're going to be making to the budget? You said you'd be removing 3,000 teachers who were in executive positions in schools. You're talking about teachers who are assistant principals, that's correct? Does that
Okay.
include assistant principal curriculum instruction roles in every school? Are they all going?
I've made it very clear. And can I just say what has happened in this regard, and you will well know this because this was on your watch and probably under your direction, that assistant principal curriculum and instruction and also assistant principals above entitlement, the ASIT positions, as you well know what these all are, they were recruited amongst our very best teachers and taken off class in the middle of a chronic teacher shortage. Almost 900 recruited in 1 year. And can I just say, that's all well and good, but our very best teachers have been recruited into those jobs and taken off class.
So thanks,
So
Deputy
you
Premier.
very
So-
well know, and
no.
I've been very clear about this. I'm answering the question
Yeah.
through you, Madam Chair. I've made this very clear in the public arena. We have put a freeze on recruitment of these positions. We are looking at ways that we can gradually move these very best teachers back onto class because we do not operate in a vacuum. And I have to say to the committee that what these previous decisions did is they took 3,000 of some of our very best teachers and put them in executive positions
Deputy
that
Premier.
weren't.
Thank you. Well,
Yes,
thank
I can
you for
understand why you
concern.
don't want to hear this answer because you contributed to the teacher
We'll
shortage.
get back to this
Order.
because assistant principals curriculum instruction actually had an important role, and I want to ask you about that shortly.
Yes.
So they're all going. There won't be any more of those in schools. That's
That's
correct?
not what I said. I said
Well, you
there's
just
a
said we're in the
freeze on
position of
them
moving
and they
them
were
back
going to
into it.
work. No, don't put words in
that's
my
what you
mouth.
said.
That's not what I said, Ms Mitchell. I'm
So
going to
do-
be
do
very
APCI
clear.
roles
I
still
said
exist?
no.
Order.
I said very clear. I'm sorry. You are trying. I understand you're trying to get your media grab up, but can I just say
I'm trying to get
this?
a genuine answer to a question. It's been hard.
No, every attempt I've made at a genuine answer is met with rudeness.
Okay,
actually.
well, let's be honest.
Rudeness.
Tell me,
Can I just be
are
honest?
APCI roles continuing? Yes or no?
What we've said is there is a freeze on recruitment of those roles.
Right.
And you know what? We have been very clear with the workforce, something that would be a novel approach for you, I understand, but very, very transparent with the workforce that there's a freeze on that and that we are looking at ways of getting back in the classroom.
Right.
Can I
So-
just
so
say,
those roles are
I'm
going.
sorry,
You're not being clear,
I'm
Deputy
wanting to
Premier.
put
You're
teachers
really
in
not being
front
clear.
of children. Shoot me.
No, Deputy Premier, that's not particularly lovely language. Can I just
Coming
say,
from you, that's quite rich, Miss Mitchell, seriously.
Okay,
Your language has
order.
been very rude.
Order.
Wow, okay. Can I just be clear? Assistant principal curriculum instruction roles, are they continuing under your government, yes or no?
They are continuing in their schools, but do you know what we're looking at
no,
doing?
no. Are those executive roles continuing, yes or no?
Are you talking about the roles that you took out of classrooms?
Right, so that's a no, they're not continuing.
No,
So
it's
in
not a
terms of-
no. I'll let Mr.
Point of order.
Distar
All right,
give an
I will
answer.
order.
trying to spin their
I will
way out of
preempt
pressure.
the point of order. We can allow the minister to explain her answer briefly.
I am going to ask one of the country's most foremost educators
No,
to
I'm gonna
answer
ask-
the question about curriculum
Thank you.
instruction and support of the curriculum rollout
Don't
in
worry.
schools.
Thank
If
you,
you genuinely
Deputy
want the
Premier.
answer, you will listen to what Mr.
I
Distar
would like
said.
to know what you know. I'll come back to Mr. Distar. We've got him all afternoon.
I'm happy
in
to
terms
add
of,
if
we'll
you
come back
like
to you
those-
this
like to
afternoon, thanks,
answer.
Mr. Distar.
That,
In
the
terms
question
of-
was whether those roles exist. They do exist.
No, but are they continuing was the question.
They are continuing.
In every single school?
Where we've got them in play, they're continuing.
For how long?
Well,
Point of
allow
order.
me to answer.
Point of order.
Yeah, allow me to
I'll hear the
answer.
point
It's
of
an important
order.
line of question.
Apologies, Mr. Distar. Order. I'll hear the point of order.
Chair, could we afford Mr. Disdar more than 5 seconds to answer a question
afternoon.
that requires a substantive response?
Given the time constraints on questioning this morning,
Yeah, I'd like to go to Mr. Distar this afternoon.
it is within the member's discretion to direct the questioning.
So, Deputy Premier, today you're talking about 3,000 casuals needed. What have you got to bring new casuals into the system other than wages? What's your plan to bring more casuals in?
Well, Ms. Mitchell, if your suggestion is that a significant increase in wages does not encourage people to enter a workforce, I am not sure whether that's a trick question
So that's
or
what
not.
you've got? Okay, thanks.
Well,
let's
we
move
know that
quickly-
wages and
Look, I
workload
don't
are one
have
of
much
the biggest
time.
reasons to actually join. We know. I just wonder whether that's a trick question or not. Of
No,
course,
no,
wages are
you
going to
don't
help
understand that that's a matter for
casuals
you.
into the system.
You can't pay a casual that doesn't exist more money. So I'm asking you what you're doing to bring in more casual teachers.
Okay, so I'm going to step this out very clearly for your benefit, Ms. Mitchell. I understand you can't pay a casual teacher that doesn't exist, but you certainly can act as it can attract casual to the system that know they're going to be paid more than they were paid
Where are you
under
getting
your
them
government.
from? Where are you getting them from?
Well, we're attracting them with a higher wage offer,
But from
aren't we?
where? You've publicly said there's less people studying teaching at university. Every state's dealing with issues. You've canned programs to bring anyone in who's trained. You don't support mid-year, mid-career or shortened master's courses. Where are they coming from?
Well, where they're coming from is we're attracting them through significant reforms like the pay rise. And in fact, I would argue to you, Ms. Mitchell, what was your strategy to get them in?
Well-
I mean, sorry, you did have a strategy to
Deputy Premier-
attract overseas teachers. It just recruited, what, was it 6, 7,
No, that's
8,
not
something
correct.
like that?
My point, though, Deputy Premier, is
Well,
you
we
are
expect
now
to have
the
deputy
minister.
secretaries at the airport
You are
welcoming them in.
now the minister. You have said that this is an issue based on your census today, yet there is no concrete plan at all to bring more people into the workforce anytime soon. You haven't
I
got
am
anything.
seriously asking you if you think you have any credibility
No,
coming to this
Deputy
committee
Premier, it's
asking
not
about
me.
teacher
I
supply.
sat in that chair for 6 years. It's your turn now. What are you doing?
Well, Miss Mitchell, you just brought it up. You sat in this chair for 6 years and you left me a
you're
disaster.
the government now. This is your...
You left a
this
disaster.
is your budget, your choice. What are you doing?
Well, what we're doing is we're giving teachers the biggest pay rise that they've seen in a generation.
But you just said you can't
And
pay a
do you know
teacher more
what?
that doesn't exist, and you're not doing anything to bring new people in anytime soon.
I honestly,
You don't
I
have
cannot
no-
believe this question.
You have no intervention.
Is it actually a trick question?
Well, no, do
when
not
you are
understand
going
what
to
I'm
the
saying?
community, say, be a teacher,
Right,
you
it
will
takes
be
4 years
paid
to
a
train a teacher
competitive...
then. So this will be an issue that's fixed in the
Point
next
of
term
order.
of government?
I'll hear the point of
This
order.
is a revolving
Order. Apologies,
argument.
Minister. We'll hear the
doesn't
point
make
of
sense.
order. We'll hear the point of order.
Just a lot of talking over the top of the witness, but I would also say I think the question has been answered, Chair.
That's fine. I'm happy to move on, Chair. Deputy Premier, the Premier said in his budget reply speech last year that families shouldn't have to wait 8 years for universal pre-kindergarten, and Labor will deliver UPK well before 2030. Can you give me a date that all families in New South Wales will have access to 5 days a week of free pre-kindergarten in New South Wales, please?
Yes, you quite rightly quote from the Premier in his budget reply that we said that we would, what was a bipartisan approach to universal preschool, and you'll
You said
recall
you'd do it
that
earlier,
we...
so what year?
I'm
2029,
answering it, Ms. Mitchell.
28, 27?
I'm
When's it
answering
coming?
it, Ms. Mitchell. We made it very clear that we would deliver it sooner, and I'm very, very glad that you're asking me this question, because we're taking practical steps to actually achieve the outcome of universal preschool, as opposed to what you did, as you said, when you're in the chair for 6 years, where at the end of a 12-year stint in government, you said, actually, we've got a brainwave, universal preschool, like we're supposed to take you on your word.
You've just admitted that you'll deliver it before 2030.
Yes.
Can I have a year? What year will it be in place by?
I
5 days a
reiterate-
week for every family free in the year before school. I would like a year.
Yes, well, what I would like to give you with respect, Ms Mitchell, is the answer. And the
What is
answer
it?
is I reiterate the Premier's commitment that we will deliver universal preschool before 2030.
Right.
And I know it's a
So by
soft point, but we will
2029,
do it.
2028, you're actually
I've answered
in
your
charge now.
question.
You need to,
I've
you
answered
haven't.
your question.
You haven't.
I have answered your
So
question.
before 2030, so 2029. Is
I'm
that
going
what
to
I
ask
take it to
Mr
be?
Barakat to actually
No,
give
I'll
some
ask Mr. Barakat
contribution.
this
No,
afternoon.
I am going to ask
I'm asking
Mr.
about what the
Barakat
Premier
to
said.
give
Order.
an
Mr. Barakat's responsibility.
It actually is Mr. Barakat's
No,
responsibility.
don't worry, I've got time this afternoon.
It's
You won't
actually
give me a
his
figure before
responsibility, and I'm
2029.
reiterating
Well,
the
can I
Premier's
just quickly
commitment.
take you-
Order. Continue.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to take you to page A514 of budget paper, the budget statement number 1, where we've got all the whole of government and outcomes. If you're committed to delivering this before 2030, not changing anything of the previous government, which, as you say, there's bipartisan support on, could you just explain to me then why, in the second last dot point, there's a section that says universal preschool reprofiling? Why are you reprofiling the money? Where's it going?
Well, you'll note that there are some significant differences in terms of the way that we are achieving universal preschool than you
you're only building
proposed
100
to the
preschools,
people of
it's
New
not
South
enough,
Wales that
but-
you would after 12 years, can I just say. And I'll just take the opportunity to say one of the biggest ways we are doing this, that is different to the way that you suggested the people of New South Wales they should trust you to deliver after 12 years, is that we are giving the biggest injection of funds into public preschools
Deputy
ever
Premier,
in New South
Deputy
Wales
Premier,
history.
Deputy
Ever
Premier.
in New South Wales
Well,
history.
you would well know
And
as
by
Minister
the-
for Early Learning that,
Yes.
that public preschool provision is actually a very small part of the sector, and most of it is
And
delivered
you
by
would well know as a
community
previous
preschools.
minister
I'd
that
like you to
actually
just
it will be
explain to me-
greater as a result
you
of
said
our
at the
government's
beginning that you're
commitment.
across the detail in your budget.
Yes.
If you're not changing anything, if pre-K is coming and it's coming early, why have you buried in the back of your budget papers a dot point saying universal preschool reprofiling?
I would put to
Reprofiling
you-
is treasury code for we're moving money. Where's it going? What are you doing?
I'd put to you, Ms Mitchell, that
Don't
if
you
it's
know?
in the hang on a second.
Okay,
I put
order.
to you, Ms Mitchell,
If we can let the witness answer the question.
that if it's in the budget papers in a dot point, that's
It
not
is.
buried. That's actually in the
well,
budget
then
papers.
explain
It's
it
in
to
the
me.
glossy.
Tell me
And
what
you
you-
know
it's
what?
not in
We're
the glossy.
proud of
Tell me
what we're
what
doing in
universal
universal
preschool reprofiling
preschool.
means.
And you know, this has happened in the LA question time as well. I don't know what smoking gun you guys are looking for when it comes to universal preschool. We have funded the Childcare Economic
I'm not
Opportunity
asking about the
Fund.
fund.
We have funded the universal
why-
preschool.
well,
we are
with
building
respect-
100 public
but with
preschools
respect,
in New
Deputy
South
Premier,
Wales. And you built what?
Order.
What?
No, I'm
You
sorry.
are-
Order. I'm going to have to interrupt. There is no way Hansard can be recording that properly.
I'm attempting to answer the question, and we are delivering it different to the way. Sorry, let's be really real here. After 12 years in government, we are to believe, the people of New South Wales were to believe, that at the very end of 12 years you said, hang on, universal preschool's a good idea.
right.
Childcare's a problem.
Why are you-
Preschool's a
why are
problem.
you
Just
reprofiling?
trust us. If we're elected for a
No,
fourth
it's
term, we
it's
might
it's a
do
very
something
genuine
about
question.
it. We are actually doing something
With
about
respect,
it.
Deputy Premier,
And
if
when
you
I start
are-
opening
but
those
if you
public preschools,
are-
everyone will
if
see.
you are genuine about this, why are you reprofiling the money?
We are delivering it
But
differently
why?
to the
Why?
way
You don't have
would.
to reprofile if you're not
I have
changing.
actually
Point of
answered
order.
your
Yeah.
question. No,
Order.
you haven't.
You
Order.
haven't.
I will
You
hear the
haven't
point
come
of
with
order,
that.
Ms.
I
Mitchell.
have answered
Order.
your question.
Order.
You don't reprofile
No,
if you're not
order.
changing.
Again, when I say order, we go quiet. Otherwise, I will sit here quietly and use up people's time. I'll hear the point of order.
Chair, I'm reticent to keep moving points of order, but there was an answer to that question being provided.
Yeah, that was too much. We need to allow the question to be answered.
Minister, why have you cut phonics targets?
We haven't. This is a scare campaign.
The deputy, your secretary
All right,
said yesterday
time
in
is
the
up.
Herald that phonics targets are gone.
Order.
Telling the truth.
Order. Opposition time has expired.
I'm happy to answer to that.
That's a scare campaign. It's not true.
We will come back to that during government time if that needs to be clarified. Sorry, Ms. Mahalik.
It's me or you, I think.
I'm happy to go first. Yep, thank you. I just wanted to ask some questions about the early childhood education and the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund. There's been calls for the government to make access to that fund contingent on improvement in wages of early childhood educators. Is that something that the government is looking into?
Look, we're definitely, this goes to the heart of one of the biggest issues in early childhood education and care. And similarly to, as you know, Madam Chair, to primary and high schools. We really cannot ignore the elephant in the room, that if we don't actually, as a whole of Commonwealth challenge, get on top of the pay and conditions of early childhood education workers, educators and teachers, then it's going to make it very difficult to roll out these reforms. And yes, there have been calls for that. We are spending some of that money in the budget on workforce, but the committee will be well aware that many of the workers, the educators working within the system are on federal awards. I can assure the members of the committee that education ministers' meetings with my Commonwealth counterparts, I'm constantly advocating for the need to get on top of this issue. I know there are some multi-employer bargaining things being done at the Commonwealth level now. We must get on top of this issue of paying conditions for early childhood workers. It is crucial if we are to actually address the shortage of early childhood workers, but I know that Mr Barakat will have more to say on this.
Yeah, thank you.
Apologies, I may come back to you just in a
I'm
little...
happy to provide
It's
an
very
answer if you want
complex.
some
Go
detail.
ahead.
Yeah.
So I agree with everything that the Deputy Premier has said.
Yeah.
The salaries for early childhood education and care workers is quite complex. And that depends on the location, whether it's public provision, private provision, the type of service that is provided. We are working very closely with the Australian Government on the workforce plan for EC workers, and we'll continue to implement that. In terms of the fund, there are a range of initiatives that we are currently looking at in regards to workforce, and one of those relates to how we can provide fee relief or free funds for workers that work in that sector whose children attend childcare. So what we're trying to do is influence where we can better conditions for those workers in our services.
Okay, but is there any, is there any commitment in relation to that funding? I appreciate everything you've just said, but obviously we have a great lever here to incentivise better paying conditions in the private sector. Will there be a condition placed on funding coming out of that fund?
So the fund is looking at workforce. It is one of the pieces that it is tasked with, and there will be a range of initiatives that we will speak to in due course when we've scoped those up and are ready to announce them.
So, Minister,
If I can just say, it is actually a fair question, because you're right, we do have a significant lever. And with the fund, can I just say, this is something that the previous government did do, that we supported in opposition with some amendments, but we supported this to continue. We do have a significant lever. And I say this in the context of, we are engaged in significant Commonwealth negotiations, where there's the early years strategy going on, the Productivity Commission, we're involved at a Commonwealth level. So while we're not ready to commit to that at this point, I'm really open to options in terms of what can we do as a state government lever to look at improving the working conditions for early childhood educators in care. It won't shock the committee to know that's that's the opinion that I bring to this ministry. Like, if we don't actually address the issue of workforce, like, what are we going to do? We don't have the expert practitioners to help out littlest learners. So I'm open to possibilities and open to taking to the next Education Ministers meeting for sure.
One of the, when we were looking at bringing in that, the fund in the last term of Parliament, I do recall reading the government's own report that it had commissioned that was talking about how privatisation of the sector is largely to blame for a lot of the inadequate services. However, the previous government's plan off the back of that was basically to double down rather than to be funding those local council-run centres. I know that the local government sector is calling for more funding to allow it to offer those vital services. Is that something that your government will be looking into?
Well, I'm absolutely open to looking at that. There's absolutely no doubt that is a glaring need. And I suppose I'll preface the comments about the myriad of providers in early childhood education and care with this. You're not going to find a minister in this government that's going to defend privatisation. But we do really have a complex set of circumstances when it comes to the delivery of preschool and early learning in New South Wales, where we have really, I'm just going to call it for what it is, a hodgepodge of services delivered by community, by private providers, by not-for-profit providers, and by the government. So somehow we have to try and make that work. Like, for example, with our provision of public preschools, we are forensically going through identifying where we are going to deliver them so we don't cannibalise existing services but increase the provision of public services, public free services, because we know that fees are a real inhibitor for families going into early learning.
Thank you. This new government has commissioned consultants to run a number of different programs in relation to early childhood. I'm just looking at, for example, 822,000, just over, going to PricewaterhouseCoopers, something that was published. I'm just looking at the published, right, so it was from the actual contract duration runs from May, so definitely during your term. And it's looking at ECO commissioning framework and commissioning products. And then there's another one, I think another 700,000 for Deloitte to look into the lived experience of people in those, families in that year before school. What are they about? What's that expenditure going to?
Yes, look, I'd really have to, so the committee gets the right answer, I'd have to pass to Mr. Barraquette for what the answer is in terms of what those contracts were delivering for the department.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Premier. I'm not aware of these, so can I get the names of these reports, please?
So I'm looking at this is from the e-tender site. So we have one of them, contract award notice, and I can give you the details if useful, but you should be able to find them on e-tender. But this is a contract to PricewaterhouseCoopers for a contract duration 10 May to 30 May 2023 for $822,779.50. And it just says Department of Education ECO commissioning framework and commissioning products. That's all it says, so it's not telling us very much. And that was done through limited tender. So
yeah, I think this predates my time in early childhood outcomes, so I'm happy to take that on notice and see what information I can get for you.
That would be useful. And then similarly, the one in relation to putting families at the centre of UPK design, contract duration from March 2023 to October 24. That one's to Deloitte for 713,000, just over.
I'll also take that on notice and see what I can get for you.
Thank you. That would be incredibly useful. And just while we're on contracts, just a curious one, because I can't help myself. As you know, I'm very interested in consultants and contractor spend. There's one here for disposing of hand sanitizer $536,000 to clean away. That was entered into from the 21st of August. What is that? What are we spending $500,000
I would
on?
have to seek advice from Mr. Manning, who looks like he has the answer, of great delight to me.
I do indeed. So hand sanitizer that was distributed during COVID has an expiry date. It's also, if enough of it is in one place, it is a hazardous material because of the contents that are in hand sanitizer, so needs to be disposed of appropriately. So the contract is for the collection and disposal. Because it's an ethanol product. It's, if you get enough of it in one place, categorised under the EPA, it becomes a hazardous material, and so we have to manage it as a hazardous material.
So if we're spending $500,000 taking hand sanitizer out of schools that has expired, is a similar thing happening across government departments? Are we doing this in health and other areas as well? How much are we spending, do you think?
Can't speak to other agencies, but certainly the advice we had is it has an expiry date. A lot of it has been sitting in schools and would need to be managed under the EPA Act as a hazardous material, and we're disposing of it that way.
And do you know, so finally in my time I have available, do you know if the previous government had a plan around that expiry and, you know, some sort of a looking at what the average expiry was so that we didn't end up having to spend $500,000?
I think at a point in time the hand sanitizer was being consumed at a great rate, and so as it's dropped off, stocks have still existed at schools who took as much as they could get their hands on at a point in time. So we've just had to cross that bridge as we get to it, and I'm sure other agencies, if they have stocks, would have had to have dealt with it in the same sort of way. But I think schools would be relatively unique in terms of the way that they were supplied and the demand that happened, and how that's fallen off. But we'd have to talk to other agencies, particularly health, to understand if they have a different model. But we did look at the ability to recycle it, but because under the EPA Act it is considered a hazardous material, if the quantity is at a certain level and it's not a great volume, we've got to deal with it as a hazardous material.
Interesting. Thank you.
Madam Chair? Yep.
Yes,
Okay,
go ahead.
thank you. Minister, just a quick question. How many primary schools are there in New South Wales?
Well, we have 2,200 primary schools across New South Wales. We have...
How many of those are in Sydney?
Well, we have 1,600 primary schools.
Sorry, so it's 2,200 or 1,600?
2,200 primary and high schools altogether, public schools. Are you talking about public schools?
No, I just wanted primary, public, yep.
1,600.
1,600, okay, thank you. How many Nessa primary school inspectors are there for the 1,600 primary schools?
That's a really good question. I was scared the question was going to be about my honeymoon or something, but that's a good question.
No, I don't want to know anything about your honeymoon. I've been through your honeymoon in the past. I'm not going back there again.
The Nessa inspectors, but I will, and I really hope the committee will give me the indulgence of asking Mr. Martin, who is heading up Nessa, how many inspectors there are.
Just a simple question.
1,600 primary schools, Mr. Martin.
How many Nessa primary school inspectors for the 1,600 schools?
So there are Nessa inspectors that inspect schools for registration purposes across independent, government and public schools.
Yes, they cover all the sectors.
And
I just want to know the public primary schools.
There isn't a specific inspector for public primary schools in relation to registration. We rely on the systems or the sectors themselves, to particularly the Catholic and government sector, to do the registration processes, which we oversight. So as far as a ratio of Nessa inspectors to public primary schools, that's not an answer I can give.
Can I just check? I just want to have, because I've had concerns raised from people within the education system, that this biggest pay deal, this big union pay deal that the Minister oversaw. Minister, can I just confirm that there's been nothing compromised in relation to the number of inspectors, particularly around investigations of predatory behaviour at schools?
No.
So nothing in that area. No, there's no job cuts. There is no, as a result of the pay deal, there will be no less investigations of predatory behaviour, for example. Okay, you're confident in that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I also just confirm with the primary school inspectors and indeed the high school inspectors, and Minister, you might put it on notice. I just wanted to be very clear how much role does the department have in inspecting beyond the public schools then, so the independent schools and indeed the Catholic schools?
So I suppose...
In terms of curriculum.
Yes, so in terms of curriculum, which as you rightly say is the domain of the Standards Authority, Nessa, which we just need for the benefit of the committee is separate to the department, it's a separate budget, it's a completely separate entity. I think in Mr Martin's previous answer it was made quite clear there aren't primary school and high school inspectors. There are inspectors that work across the system, and one of the actual benefits of Nessa and one of the things that's different about Nessa with respect to the department is it actually works very clearly across all three sectors. So yes, it does work. The inspectors work across all three sectors. Isn't that right, Mr Martin?
100% correct. So the budgets of the department in relation to wages has no relationship at all to inspectorate.
It's completely separate.
Yeah. Well, I'll put some questions in the afternoon about that, but can I just go back, because I didn't complete my questions around the cybersecurity, so I do want to ask around that, and it might be something, Minister, that you'll put on notice.
Yep.
But just in relation to those third-party apps, because I have had a number of parents raise concerns around breaches of data. I just want to confirm again, if we can, and you can put it on notice, it's up to you. I just want to know clearly how many breaches that the department is aware of in the last, in 2023 and in 2022. And how many investigations have happened, and potentially what I also want to ask, Minister, is if parents specifically and students, if any, have had to be compensated as a result of any data breaches.
Okay, that's a very detailed question, which is very important about the actual privacy of children's details. And if parents are concerned about the privacy, the cybersecurity of their children as a result of using reading eggs or mathletics or whatever it might be, that would be of great concern to me as Minister. I will ask Mr Disdar, who may take it on notice, that we would need to get the specific details of how many breaches we may have been reported to the department, back to yourself.
Yeah, we took that on notice earlier, so our people will be at that. I want to make sure I come back with an accurate answer.
And I might just put another one for notice, is have any parents sought reimbursement or compensation for a data breach in which their personal data was compromised? So that specific question, if you can answer that.
We'll do those two together.
Because I understand previously you've had, in 2021 there were 327 breaches of data, and of which 84 were resolved. I'm not sure why they weren't all resolved, but if I can, if you can...
I'm not sure where you're quoting those figures from, but we'll make sure
you can double check that for me, how many breaches
sure
there
we
were
go
perhaps
back.
in 2023, 2022 and 21, where the figure I have is 327 data breaches specifically that had to be investigated in 2021, of which only 84 were resolved.
We'll do our best for 2021, 2022, 2023.
23, yep. I just want to see, for the benefit of the committee, if it's becoming a worse situation, given that there's such a huge reliance on third-party apps. Can I just also quickly ask, has anyone accessed the Employee Assistance Program as a result of the voice referendum?
Has anyone accessed? Yeah. Do you mean when you say has anyone?
Well, they were given access. So the staff, department staff. I understand an email was sent out.
Do you mean teachers?
Referendum.
Support staff? Corporate staff?
Mr Disdar might know that there was an email sent out asking staff if they wanted to access or needed some particular counselling post the voice referendum.
Yeah, so I sent an email out to our 2,200 schools, reminding them of the difficult space we were going to transverse with the referendum, and reminding them that we're politically neutral, pointing them to resources. I did point support mechanisms available there, because we have, as you know, classroom teachers, school principals, support staff
so there's
inside schools.
Services specifically for that?
I know it's one and the same. The Employee Assistance Program is available to all our staff. The email I sent was to the school gates, and my Chief People Officer, Sean Rumming, sent one to our support staff within the corporate space, and we reminded them of that. I'm happy to take on notice the number that availed themselves of that service, unless Mr. Rumming's got that.
Now, I can take that on notice, but
Yes,
what I can say is from the 1st of January to the 31st of July, we had 2,925 staff access EAP, which is good.
But that's not specific to the voice, so
yes, I just
we're happy
wanna
to
know
take
since-
it
yes, since
specific to the
because you
voice
sent
and
a
come
further
back.
email, that's
Yeah.
right. Because the email that I'm referring to is post-voice
Yes.
referendum.
Sure.
Yes, okay. So how long is that opportunity for staff to access that program? It's ongoing, I assume? Or is there a
part of their
specific
rights.
allocation of funds or support?
No,
specifically?
the Employee Assistance Program, EAP, is a 365-day a year service for our staff.
Can I also just ask about the waiting list for school psychologists? Is there a waiting list for school psychologists
Well,
as we speak, or how? What's the process in relation to children accessing psychologists? And what I want specifically to know, Minister, and you can take it on notice, is I would like to know whether the waiting list is higher in Western Sydney, South West Sydney, or indeed regional New South Wales, as opposed to eastern suburbs in the inner city.
the demand for services to help students with their wellbeing, and this speaks to a question asked of me by the chair previously, is very high. And I'm sure that Mr Disdar or one of his deputy secretaries will have the detail on this, but I can assure the committee that this is of highest priority to the government, and there are serious problems left to us by the previous government with school counsellors and school psychologists, because we have children that seriously need help, that aren't able to access it. And I'm sorry for sounding like a broken record, but it comes back to the workforce challenge. If we do not have school counsellors and school psychologists, we cannot provide that life-changing wellbeing support
Did you fund
for
more
our children.
school psychologists? Did you fund more school psychologists? in
Well,
this
what we're
budget?
doing is we're committed to actually increasing the number of school counsellors and school psychologists, and we're
But did
working
you
hard on
fund
that
that?
commitment.
Did you fund that at this
we're
budget?
working hard on that commitment.
But you
Mr.
missed this
Disdar?
budget.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I can say what a massive valued resource school counsellors and school psychologists are in schools. Unfortunately, to the committee, just like we've been talking about the teacher shortage and wanting to attract and retain more teachers, we find ourselves in a situation.
I don't think there's a shortage of psychologists.
We find
You couldn't
ourselves
be-
in
you
a.
couldn't be
In
seriously saying
schools.
that.
In schools, there definitely
there
No,
is-
because you're not funding them. That's why I asked about the budget.
So, did you want me to finish that answer, Chair, or did you want me to?
There's
Go
lots
ahead.
of statements going forward.
That's fine. Can we have a short response, and then we'll go to the opposition?
Yeah, I was just saying, unfortunately, we have shortages for school counsellors and school psychologists
We do.
as well, and we're working our way through the government's commitment on having an additional 250 school counsellors and psychologists. I know school counsellors have had a welcome significant uplift in pay as well, but we do have shortages in both of those workforce. Those workforce are really highly valued, do a fantastic job, and we need to break the back of that shortage.
Thank you. Opposition.
So just quickly following on from that, was there any money for those new so-called councillor positions allocated in the budget, Deputy Premier? Like a specific amount?
For the councillor positions?
Yeah, you said you want to bring in more. Just wondering if there was a money allocation attached to it.
Well, I know I'm sounding like I'm saying
no.
the same thing in response to every question, but it literally is a massive part of the solution for every challenge. Part of getting more school counsellors is actually a significant pay rise. That's what we've delivered, and that's in the
thanks,
budget.
Deputy Premier. So there's no additional money.
No,
Just
there is
relation
in the
to-
budget.
Well, how much?
Well, it's part of the
$100
pay
figure?
deal that we have reached.
Right, so the pay deal is the solution. There's not like a pipeline for scholarships or ways to attract more school counsellors and
The way
psychologists
to
into
attract them, and you well know we have
I do, 'cause
scholarship programs.
Well, we did, but do you? Are you continuing them? Is there
Ms
money
Mitchell,
for them?
you well will know that we have scholarship programs for counsellors that aren't taken up.
Well, no,
You
Deputy
well know
Premier,
that.
Did you put
The
money in
way
this
to
year's
do
budget
the
or
way
not?
to
Thank
fix
you, the
this
answer's no.
is teachers and school
Okay,
counsellors'
thank you. Did
pay.
school
Order.
psychologists get a pay rise?
Well, the pay deal for teachers and school counsellors
No, school
included the
psychologists,
school
Deputy
counsellors
Premier.
that are dual qualified,
Yeah,
and we'll be
I'm aware of
working
Order. Can we
with
let
the
the
school
Minister answer?
psychologists and their representatives.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask
And
you...
can I just say, sorry,
No,
further to
thank
that
you.
to that
That's it.
question, is that school psychologists under the central government, if you like, for want of a better term, deal offer to public servant essential workers included a 4.5%
Yeah, but
pay
they didn't
rise.
get the other rise, so thank you.
No, but they did get a pay
Can
rise.
I just ask you, just to confirm, the pretty simple question, the $5 billion Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund, can you just confirm now for us under oath that your government will deliver that in full? You're not planning to make any amendments to that Act during the term of
It's
Parliament?
funded in the budget.
No, but over the course of Parliament, you're delivering it in full? That's your plan?
It's funded in the budget, and I'm going to say this really clearly under oath, as I've said to many opposition questions in the Legislative Assembly, that someone is looking for something that does not exist.
Okay, thanks.
We have
Deputy Premier.
funded the fund.
Okay, for this year, so we look forward to seeing that money flow in future years as well without any changes. I want to take you to Murwillumbah Education Campus again
Yes.
now, and this is a very genuine question. I've had many parents talk to me about their concerns about the decision to demerge.
Yep.
I've put a number of questions to you on the record. I know many of them have written to you, and with all due respect, Deputy Premier, they haven't really got detailed answers in relation to some of their questions. I'm asking again, I will put them on notice after today.
Yep.
Can you just give a guarantee to those parents, because some are watching, that you will respond literally question by question to some of the things that they're asking about, because they're just not getting that information?
We will respond.
Thank you.
I will respond.
That would
Can
be
I
great.
just say, on Murwillumbah, I know there are a variety of views, but we made it very clear, and I respect everyone's view. And I'm sorry, Ms Mitchell, but you are the one that put us in this mess
with
by
respect,
merging
Deputy
these
Premier.
schools into one mega school.
Deputy Premier, there are parents who are watching this morning who have been trying
You
to get
put
information.
them in this position,
There
Ms
are
Mitchell.
parents who are watching today who have been supportive of what this was going to offer their children, who are disappointed with your
Were
decision.
they consulted before you announced
Deputy
the merger?
Premier, they have put a series
Were they
of questions to me
consulted?
that I've put to you that you didn't answer. If you've just said you'll answer them on notice.
I will.
I appreciate that, and I'll let those parents know. I just want to also ask you about Rankin Springs. You visited with the PNC out there and met with them on the 6th of June. What did you discuss?
Well, I met with some of the parents from Rankin Springs and the member for Murray at the member for Murray's electorate office about some of the concerns that they had about the school.
Okay, so just following on from that, once again, I've had several members of that community contact me, particularly concerned about how staff in that school are coping and are managing. I understand there's been reviews. I understand that I think the ED is actually in town today. Once again, I've got some quite detailed, specific questions from members of that community, very concerned about staff morale, very concerned about staff turnover, and the lack of support coming from the department and yourself in relation to the
follow that
staff.
up.
But yeah, if I can put those on notice for you, that would be great. And again, answering those questions in full, I'm sure would be appreciated by
I will
by
answer the
those,
questions in
locals.
full because I think staff morale, the committee will realise, is a priority of mine, and you can be sure that is front and centre, and I will answer those questions.
Yeah, because as
and
I'm sure you'd
I welcome
appreciate.
your newfound appreciation of teaching staff morale in New South
Premier,
Wales.
that's not quite true. But what we'll say is thank you for answering that genuinely, and I look forward to your answer. I'll hand over to my colleague for a few minutes now.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, is the Labor government committed to ensuring special religious education is available at government schools?
Yes.
Deputy Premier, can you rule out any changes to the Education Act?
In relation to what, Ms Merton?
Sorry, in relation to special religious education being available at government schools.
Can I rule out changes to the Education Act in regards to SRE?
Yes.
Yes.
I acknowledge we're not in Victoria, but I also note that
that's good. Yep.
Yeah. Your colleagues down
We're
there
not.
shifted these lessons to lunchtime and
Yes.
out of school hours. Can we rule out this occurring here?
I acknowledge that you acknowledged I'm not the Minister for Victorian Schools.
Yep.
That's a good starting point. Can I rule out changes to SRE in line with the Victorian changes?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, I note in a media release back in May, you promoted the Everyday Matters campaign.
Yes.
It showed that public schools attendance rates are recovering from COVID-19. It states in the media release that families can help students reach their attendance goals by ensuring they attend school every day unless they are unwell. Not including co-curricular activities, would being unwell be the only good reason for a student missing school?
Well, really what your question goes to is to this serious effort that I've instructed the department in making sure that students attend school unless they are seriously unwell or they there's a myriad of reasons, but what we're trying to say is that if you aren't in a classroom with your teacher, you cannot benefit from the expert practice of that teacher teaching your child. We need children at school to get the benefits of a first-class education. So we make no apologies for encouraging children to go to school.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. Does striking for climate action count as a good reason not to attend school?
Look, we encourage children to go to school, and we acknowledge that a lot of our teenagers in particular in high schools will have views and they want to participate in democracy, but we would prefer them to be at school.
Should students be attending strikes during school hours?
They should be at school.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, I also note the importance of consultation as Minister that you have with parents and students and visiting classrooms. Deputy Premier, I draw your attention to the diary disclosure arrangements that ministers uphold here.
Mm-hmm.
And Minister, my count, I have counted 11 meetings or events that you have held or have been involved with the Teachers Union in the first 3 months of your tenure. In contrast, Deputy Premier, the disclosure shows that you have met with Nessa once and the P&C Federation once in that same time.
Is there a question?
So where do P&Cs and parents really stand when it comes to your time and consultation?
Well, yes, they are publicly available, my disclosures, so well done on going through the public disclosures. I will say to you that I am in constant communication, as we've established, with teacher representatives. I'm also in constant communication with parents. And can I just say, yes, I do speak to the P&C Federation. I have involved the P&C, to be honest, like never before, in the statement of intent that we have pursued as a new government with the department, with the various unions, with the primary principals, with the secondary principals, with the AECG. The P&C were involved in that. And we've been working very closely with the newly elected president of the P&C, in fact. But can I just say, involvement with parents also goes beyond just, and I don't say this in any other way than just to elaborate on this answer, just the peak bodies. The parents of New South Wales, I have been involved in many campaigns with the parents for in various suburbs throughout New South Wales that have needed schools. I point to the families of Gregory Hills, where the previous minister refused to listen to any parents. The parents of Marsden Park, the parents of Jordan Springs. I'm in constant communication with the parents of New South Wales and the needs of their children.
Thanks, Deputy Premier. I want to take you back to the budget papers. Again, budget paper number 1, page A5-4. There's a dot point here that says redirection of local schools, local decisions, discretionary funds. Can you tell me what that means, please?
Ms Mitchell, I'm not sure whether you have come to this committee with an attempt to defend local schools, local decisions.
No, I haven't. I just want to know what it means.
Which I'm pretty sure you said that you were going to remove, but in essence was never removed. So, no, we have dismantled local schools, local decisions, and we make no apologies for that.
So the redirection, where you say redirection of local schools, discretionary funds, again, that is code for Gonski money coming out of schools and going back into the department.
Ms Mitchell, our election commitment was to increase the SRS,
well, then what does
and
this
you
mean?
well know
I want you to
that.
tell me what it
and
means.
we are in negotiations presently with the Commonwealth Government to increase the resourcing standard.
That's fine.
So this is not a government that will be taking money away from schools, but we
then
have
why are you redirecting
dismantled
discretionary funds?
Madam Chair,
Where's
I'm
it
attempting
being
to
redirected?
answer
All right.
this question.
Order. We were going okay, but that's not possible for Hansard to record. If we can allow the Minister to respond.
For the benefit of the committee, and I know that there are many people around the committee that well know the torrid and horrible history of local schools, local decisions, but the whole premise of local schools, local decisions was it just gave all the responsibility, all the onerous task right to principals and took no responsibility as a system. And you know what? I'm proudly here to say we're getting rid of that because we're
thank you,
building up a
Deputy
system
Premier.
to support our
It
schools.
was replaced by a school success model, as you would well know. But my question to you is,
The
it
school
says here in
success
the
model
budget-
that the
Thank
OECD
you.
said was a complete disaster. that
Well,
one.
the OECD also said rewarding excellence in teaching was a good program. You got rid of that, didn't you? You pick and choose what you like from the OECD.
Are you undermining the OECD?
You are. You're not doing rewarding excellence in teaching. They said
Yes,
it's a
well,
good program.
sorry,
that should
was the
continue.
question about rewarding excellence or was
No,
it
I'm-
about local schools'
That's
local
both. Oh, well,
decisions?
you know, you prompted
I
me
don't
with your
believe in
question.
picking a few teachers and rewarding them. I believe in rewarding all
So you
teachers
don't
for
agree
their
with the
expert
OECD's
practice.
position on rewarding excellence then? So you
Well-
like some of what they say, but not everything. You pick and choose for your policies. Is that right?
Hang on, the OECD
Can I
said,
take
Ms
a point of
Mitchell,
order?
the
There was at least
OECD
three questions in
said
there.
Order.
that the school success
Apologies,
model
Minister,
was
I
an
need to hear the
absolute
order.
disaster.
No, it didn't.
Order.
Yes, it did.
Order. Order. Once a point of order is called, I need to stop proceedings to hear
my
it.
point of order is there was at least three questions in the submission from the Honourable Sarah Mitchell. She needs to limit her questions to one at a time. The Minister can answer her questions one at a time. That's an orderly way to proceed, and I'd ask the Chair to...
Okay, I uphold the point of order, but also just if we can not talk over each other.
Thanks, Chair. So you are redirecting discretionary funds from schools, though. That's correct?
We are getting rid of local schools'
No.
local decisions.
You are redirecting discretionary funds from schools. It's written in your budget papers. I'm just asking you
What
to
we are
confirm it
doing
under oath.
is making sure that the funds that the taxpayer pays for us to deliver schools, pay for teachers, deliver a world-class education system is actually spent on things that are going to make a difference inside the school gates.
Right, so is every school having the same amount taken out of their budget with this redirection of discretionary funds?
Look, Ms Mitchell, I do not accept the premise of your
It's
question.
in your
You are
budget
trying
papers,
to get
with
me on
respect.
something that is not the case.
Well, why is it in
You
your
are
budget
trying to
papers?
suggest that we are taking money away from schools, which we are
Well,
not.
Again, with
We are
respect,
actually
Deputy
committed to
Premier,
putting more
with
public
respect,
money into
Deputy
schools.
Premier, your very own budget papers have a line in here which says redirection of discretionary funds. What is
Within
that
the
if it's not
education
moving money?
system.
Yes, but that's
You're
money that was
suggesting
going to
that we're
schools.
taking funding away
So
from
every
schools.
school's not going to have any cut off the top of their budget
Look,
with that
I
decision.
can't actually say this in any other way that I've said it, so I'll ask Mr Disdar
No,
to
I'm
say it
asking
because
you. I
maybe
wanna
if
ask
someone
Mr.
else
Disdar
says
later
it,
this afternoon.
maybe you'll believe it.
Can I just go back to the issue around casual vacancies? You said earlier that you'll do
Please.
that census once a year.
Yes.
Which, given, you know, you've said it, it's what keeps you going. It's quite extraordinary that you think checking every 12 months is fine. How long will it take to see pay rises, as you claim, have an impact on those casual vacancies? Would you expect to see that improve next term, the beginning of next year? What's your time
You
frame
well
for
know
that?
it takes several years to train a teacher.
I do.
I would make the point for the benefit of the committee, and the previous minister well knows that it takes several years to train a teacher, but the most important immediate metric that I sincerely hope will start to improve is resignations.
Right, so...
That
so
were outstripping
thank you.
retirements on your
Thanks.
watch.
Okay, thanks,
And
Deputy
can
Premier.
I just say about the census, I'm sorry, but I have to call you out, Ms Mitchell, because if you are to come in here and say that we should be doing this census more often when you were asked to do it and you refused to do
Deputy
it,
Premier.
your hypocrisy
Deputy
is getting
Premier.
worse as the hearing goes on.
Deputy Premier, with respect, you have said on the record that this is your biggest issue, but you've also told the committee today you won't do a census more often than annually. You won't
Are you
commit to a
suggesting
figure. I'm just
that a
asking
workforce that is
that is
crippling under workload pressure should be doing this every
You're
term?
not making sense. You're contradicting yourself.
No,
with
no, you
respect.
aren't making sense.
You have said this is important. You have said teachers were crying out to give
They
you
were.
this data. Well, why wouldn't you collect it every term?
I'm sorry, but the balance is we do it every year, so we
Right.
can actually
So-
like for like do a
so
comparison.
okay,
You
all right,
refuse
that's
to
fine.
do it. This is
If you
actually
wanna do a
laughable, Ms
like-for-like
Mitchell. It's
comparison-
laughable. I'm sorry.
No,
it
no,
would be
no,
laughable if it wasn't
It's
affecting
not-
children.
Well, with respect, Deputy Premier, you are now the Minister. You're in charge. You're now telling the committee that we won't know for a full 12 months whether there's any improved data
You
in
have no
relation to
credibility on
casual.
this, and you know it.
Deputy Premier, you're telling us you won't make that data available any sooner than 12 months' time.
The data you
You've
refuse
got
to
no
collect.
target for how many vacancies should be in terms of permanent. You can't tell me how long the time frame will be to see a positive impact of your wages policy. What you're saying to the committee is, we'll come back to you in 12 months and let you know how it's going. How is there any accountability or transparency in that for your government? If this is your biggest issue, why are you not happy to provide updated data to this committee, to the Parliament, to anyone who asks for it on a regular basis?
I'm
what are
sorry,
you hiding?
Ms Mitchell, I have said we will collect the data.
But only
you
not for
refuse
another
to collect
12
the
months.
data. Where's the accountability?
Well,
the accountability is this committee when I come to
Thank
budget
you.
estimates. The accountability is the
that's great.
Parliament. The accountability is the teachers
That's
of New
great,
South
Deputy
Wales.
Premier, but you've also just confirmed you will not be providing this data to anyone in the community again for 12 months.
Ms
Why
Mitchell,
won't you do it more often if you're not afraid of
refuse to do
accountability?
it,
Why
full stop.
are you concerned?
I don't even know how to answer this anymore.
Well, clearly.
Can I take
You
a point of
actually
order?
refuse to do
Order.
it. and now suddenly you
Order.
care about
There's a
census.
point of order. I need to hear it. Go
This
ahead.
is just
The
absolutely
question has
insane
been
stuff.
asked and answered many times now. I think it's quite clear that this is now just badgering the witness.
In relation to the point of order, there is more discretion given when we have a minister in front of us than other witnesses. To the point about it being repetitious, that is up to the member as to whether or not they want to hear the same answer over and over, but perhaps we can move on.
Thank you. So, Deputy Premier, if I would put a question on notice to you every month asking what the vacancy rates are in schools and what the casual rates are, will you guarantee that you'll provide that up-to-date information?
I will answer every question that you put on notice, just as you answered every question I
we
put
were
on
quite
notice.
transparent, yeah.
Transparent?
So in terms of data
You
and
didn't collect the
vacancy.
data.
Deputy Premier,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
but
Thank you for
if there's
confirming.
someone
I
from the
look
previous
forward to,
government actually pretending that they were transparent, that is actually laughable
I look
at
forward
this
to
point.
receiving that data, Deputy Premier, each month, and certainly watching closely
Please
the
do.
impact of your wages policy,
Please
because
do.
you're not really offering anything until a year's time, probably on the day of budget estimates again.
Point of
Deputy
order.
Premier, I just want to take you to
Order.
I have very
Apologies.
limited time,
I
Chair.
know, but I do
Very
need to hear
limited
the
time.
point of order when it's called. Go ahead.
I don't know that we should be taking statements during this hearing. I don't know if that was a statement
No,
or a
I'm getting
question.
to a question.
Okay.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Deputy Premier. So I just want to take you back to your 100 preschools that you've committed.
Yep.
10 preschools you announced in the budget, all
Yep.
part of new school builds. I think the Premier even wrote a little social media post saying, "Congratulations, families, you'll be amongst the first to benefit."
I'm sure he did. It's great news.
When will those preschools actually open for children?
Well, those preschools will open at various points. If I search my memory, as I can see out of the corner of my eye, Mr. Manning making his way to the table.
Yeah, well, they're all new
that-
builds, and most of them don't
No,
have land, so they're several years away.
Hang
is
on,
the truth.
I'm actually answering this. But the
not
actual
anytime
schools the preschools will be delivered in line with the delivery
Yeah.
of the public primary schools.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there is a timeline of delivery for these public preschools, as it is a key deliverable for school infrastructure,
That's
because
fine,
it's a
but
key
then you've
election
got-
commitment of the government.
Mr.
So I'll ask
Manning's
Mr.
come up.
Manning.
So the 100 preschools are on track to be delivered, ready for the beginning of 2027.
Okay, and the 10 specific ones that were funded in this year's budget, I know that one of the schools is due to open soon because we started building it, but others like Lennox Head, Albury, they're some time away, aren't they, Mr. Manning?
No, so again, that we expect them to be available at the beginning of 2027. As
Right,
you know,
so-
Lennox Head is a project that we're
Okay, yeah.
working on, and that'll be ready ahead of 2027.
Okay, so the Premier said, "Congratulations, families, you're amongst the first," but he probably should have included a line that said, "But you won't get it till 2027."
You would say that, but they weren't
Well,
going to
it's
get
just
them at
been
all under
confirmed.
you.
It's just been confirmed.
Were they going to get them at all under you?
Thank you for
No.
confirming that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Mahalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just further to the questions that, Minister, you were asked about the SRE, and obviously you've committed that the Minns government will remain supportive of SRE. Can I just ask, and you may take this on notice, but what are the numbers for ethics instruction, the take-up around ethics instruction, and specifically which areas, whether it's taken up in the inner city, in Western Sydney or regional New South Wales? So I wouldn't mind some data around the take-up of ethics instruction. And sorry, if you want, and then just on that, with the SRE, I'm interested to know, because right now the government's considering gay conversion legislation, which obviously abhorrent and dangerous and damaging conversion practices that do rightly need to be banned in New South Wales. I am interested though, because there's been some concern from a number of the religious organisations and multicultural organisations that what's being proposed, potentially either by the Greenwich Bill or indeed the government bill, will step into the area of religious prayer and instruction. And
Okay.
I'm just, I guess, putting to you, Minister, that's something that your office or indeed the department thought of down the track, that there may be some impact in relation to what is being proposed in that legislation on the delivery of SRE.
So on the first lot of questions, Ms Mihalik, it is, as you well know, your question goes to the fact that SRE, an alternative for SRE in school settings, of course, is ethics instruction. I have been working very closely, actually, with many community organisations, the Better Balanced Futures and a lot of the organisations involved in special religious education to get a better idea of just what is the picture in schools, how many schools are doing this, what are they actually getting the SRE instruction in, as well as what schools are actually participating in the ethics, where is it taken up. I'd have to ask Mr Disdar for the actual, what are the actual numbers, but I'm keen to get that data as well, so we can have a more accurate sense of where it is available, where it's being taken up and where it's not being taken up.
Yeah, Ms Mihalik, we'll have to come back to you on notice if that's okay, to give you the exact number.
And in terms of the two bills that are potentially before the Parliament, I will participate in the Cabinet discussions. I will get advice from my department. We have to treat all these issues, as I'm sure you'll be well aware and well versed in, with extreme care. We're talking about people that have very deeply held religious views, and also people who for these are very sensitive issues. So I really need to make sure that I manage these issues sensitively on behalf of the education system. But I'll be participating in those cabinet discussions, absolutely, with advice from my department.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Can I just ask a question, Minister? Have you had any approaches by Canterbury Bankstown Council or indeed any lobbyists around the site of Bankstown Senior College being potentially used as a future hospital?
Not that I'm aware of.
You've never had any meetings with your ministerial staff?
Not that I'm aware of. I haven't had any meetings. But would this be Mr Manning's area?
Certainly, we have had conversations with health in the past, but from recollection, I don't think during this current term of government we've had any conversations with health on that issue.
About,
yes,
Bankstown
that's right.
Senior College. What were the discussions previously about Bankstown Senior College?
We're really looking at the site as a potential hospital expansion site, and I know that health were looking at a number of sites, and they looked at that site in particular.
Okay. And there's nothing more on that from the new Labor government? They've stopped considering
We haven't
that
had
site.
conversations with health on that matter.
Just on the previous question I asked about the land audit, so I just want to seek some clarification, if I can just ask, and it may be through you, Mr Manning. Minister, I'll ask you first though. So you've said that all vacant land has to be assessed. The Premier's asked every department to assess any vacant land. The Department of Education. Have you well and truly finished that assessment now, or are you still in the process of...
Definitely think this is one for Mr Manning, yes.
Yeah, so we've finished that assessment and provided that information to government.
Provided information how much land is available.
So we've provided how much land is vacant, and we will have provided advice in terms of where the reason why it might be vacant. So some land will be vacant because it is held for future school capacity should we need it, or future expansion should we need it, and there may be some land that is being used for other purposes but we still own, so we might have tenants on them, or other agencies might be using the land but it still sits in our ownership.
So in your, and obviously I don't want to, I can only ask what we possibly can here, but were you asked to provide a full assessment of whether that land could actually be potentially used for housing?
No, so we haven't done an assessment around what it could be used for in the future, merely look at the land that we own and whether it's vacant or not.
And provide that, and you've already provided that
Provide
to...
that to, as with every other agency, yes.
Will that be made publicly available?
That would be a question, that would be a whole of government question that we would need to take on notice.
Okay. All right, can I also just ask a quick question, because I've got a couple of questions that people have asked me to ask. Michael Cable's conviction obviously was squashed. Will he be reinstated?
I'd have to ask Mr. Disdar to ask that question, to answer this question, please.
We'll take the specific on notice, but what happens is, and if I've got the right case as well, Miss Mahaley.
It was just reported yesterday.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Maitland teacher.
No, thanks for the clarification. So the police have completed their work. The conviction has been squashed. I've asked for the question overnight, and our Professional Ethical Standards Directorate will now undertake their assessment, separate to the police and criminal process, and then work out if there's any sanctions that he needs to face, or if there's ongoing employment, etc. We always allow any criminal proceedings, police proceedings to occur first before we can undertake our own processes.
And in light of what actually occurred to Mr. Cable and the fact that his conviction was squashed, will there be a re-evaluation of how teachers who are subjected to violence in the class, how they're actually treated by the department themselves? Because he was really left, hung out to dry, and quite clearly that conviction has completely been squashed and overturned. And I put that to you because there's obviously are issues of violence sometimes from time to time in classrooms, and it's a problem that everybody faces, whether it's the coalition government or the Labor government. I remember in my time when I was young in Bankstown, seeing teachers subjected to violence, extreme violence. So I'm just asking, will the department or the minister, are you keen to revisit how you manage issues as what happened here with Mr. Cable?
I think Mr. Disdar will have more detailed knowledge of what can be done in terms of the operationalising of the way we deal with it. But I will say violence in schools is something that's of increasing concern to myself personally. And it is related, I have to say, with decisions of government and the decision government takes in terms of policy when it comes to behaviour, and giving principals in particular the authority to deal with behaviour and behavioural problems, and be able to actually deal with persistent misbehaviour. I'm not saying that's going to get rid of kids that are going to muck up in classrooms, and there's plenty of teachers sitting around me that are going to say that's a tale as old as time, but we have to, as a government, take responsibility in terms of the policies that we give schools to deal with challenging behaviour in the classroom.
And Minister, I think what...
Yeah, I was only going to add, again, Ms Mahalik, a national call out with the Teacher Education Expert Review Panel, which was chaired by Mr Scott, that called out that initial teacher education courses must have a quality assured mandated behaviour management component, as you would respect and appreciate when you're especially beginning your career. Classroom management, behaviour management is complex, and we've got to make sure that our people are well supported in the classroom. I would reiterate what the Deputy Premier said. Schools, when I attended to this day, zero tolerance around violence in schools.
Sorry, thank you, Mr Disdar. I just want to quickly jump one more question. What about, would you say, Minister, and perhaps to you, Mr Disdar, that it's more likely that casual teachers are being impacted by these sort of violent outbursts?
That would be
my concern that the casual teachers are in a difficult predicament because they may not have the same sort of respect in the class.
And relationship with the kids,
Is there some data around that they're more likely that it's casual teachers?
I don't know if there's data. Mr Disdar would know, but anecdotally I can see... I'll pass to you, Mr Disdar.
Yeah, I think we're working on better supporting our casual teaching workforce, particularly around professional learning and accreditation. Actually did 2 days of casual teaching last year in 2 different schools, so I know that it can be...
No one tried to hit you, no?
I know, I was at Cabramatta High School and also Jamison High School, but I know that it can be tough when you enter...
No, it's awful. I think what happened to him was awful, but there are real examples of that. So
I know that it can be tough when you start off in a school because you're new to the school and new to the students, And I know that in talking to a number of casuals in my career, that they're looking for better support from us, and that's why we're looking at professional learning and accreditation mechanisms. I am proud that with the recent teacher award, they're on 2 steps of pay, and we've introduced a 3rd step of pay to make it more attractive, because we were talking about the casual teacher shortage earlier. So there are things that we are looking at to better support them. And, you know, I was only out at Riverside Girls High School last week. It's a beautiful school, and I spoke to 2 casuals there that are happy to turn up at that school each and every day, given how orderly, how structured the school is, how well they're supported by the school. So we need to achieve that everywhere to make it more attractive for our casuals to be able to go everywhere.
Thank you. Minister, the plan for New South Wales public education that was released yesterday, I did a quick Control F. I couldn't find any reference to children with disability in here. There was definitely some statements around inclusion and diversity, but I couldn't see anything in relation to disability. Why is that?
Well, look, that's a really fair question, and it is an increasing challenge, if I can say, for our schools to deal with. I will say a few comments before I pass on to Mr. Dizdar, because this plan has really been a bottom-up approach. We have consulted widely with the profession in schools, so this is really what's come up in terms of what the profession needs from the system to support them in delivering public education. It goes without saying that teachers are focused on delivering the best quality education to every student in the classroom, and that includes children with disabilities, children with complex needs. And we do face a particular challenge where we have more and more children presenting with complexities and with disabilities in mainstream settings. And we know that we have wonderful schools for specific purposes that deliver an incredible high quality education for students, particularly with high needs in terms of disabilities. But 85% of our students with disabilities are at our mainstream schools. So it sort of goes without saying that this is a focus of the profession in our schools. But I'm going to say, I know that it sounds like a broken record, but one of the best ways we can actually support our students with disabilities is ensuring that we have the adequate workforce, because I tell you what, even as a minister, as a local member, one of the biggest challenges I'm faced with is people asking me about support places. What can we do about support places if we don't have the workforce to fund more support classes, to teach more support classes?
Just because of the limited time, I do want to just draw down into this a little bit.
Yeah.
The previous government frustrated me no end, because there seemed to be this culture of, in the context of a lack of resources, where teachers were doing it incredibly tough.
Yep. Whenever
I asked about children with disability, I basically teachers' needs being pitted against the needs of children with disability, which, as I'm sure you will acknowledge, is a completely false debate. But it took the attention off of government from providing the resources needed to allow all children to thrive in our schools. You have released a plan just yesterday that does not mention children with disability, despite them being at least 18% of kids in our schools. Why?
I would argue, and yes, you're right, it's actually an increasing challenge, but I would argue it goes without saying as this is what we are doing. And I can only give assurances to the committee that every school I go to, there is a question raised with me. Every local member I speak to, there's a question raised with me about support places. But if we drill down to ground zero, I have no way of actually using the state government lever to create more support classes if we don't have the adequate number of teachers. And that is the priority of this plan for public education. The more teachers we get in the system, the more support classes we can have. Put on top of that the work we're doing at a national level to actually say we need to do better in initial teacher education in terms of training of our student teachers, our baby teachers, in terms of supporting children with disability.
And I appreciate that, but there's more to it than that, isn't there? I mean, there's LSOs, there's a whole bunch. Where is the plan for supporting children with disability in our schools?
this is a huge challenge. I'll ask Mr. Disdar to speak about what we're doing.
It's a really good point you make, because 1 in 5 of our students require an adjustment for disability. And so pillar 1, there's 6 pillars that we're zoomed in on in the plan for public education in New South Wales. Pillar 1 goes to what you're talking to, and it goes to tackling the equity challenge.
But it doesn't explicitly talk about children with disability or have any plan for them. Why was such an oversight made? This is a plan that was released yesterday, just after the Royal Commission really focused on this issue. Why is there no plan?
Yeah, I'd like to address your question, Chair. It's far from an oversight. In that pillar 1, we wanted to stay high level. I think you're referring to the one-pager.
I'm referring to the entire plan, the however many pages this is.
Yeah.
It does not mention once the word disability.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct, because in pillar 1 on the equity challenge, the equity cuts in our system are quite clear. Our results for students with disability need vast improvement. Our results for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students need vast improvement. We addressed earlier for regional remote need considerable improvement, as well as for new arrivals, refugee students. On our equity cuts, which we look at for students with disability,
and I'm
our
not taking away
outcomes
from
need
any of the other children who have
increase.
also have the need for particular resources to lift their standards.
Yes.
I am very focused on that cohort that is continuously overlooked and was continuously overlooked by the previous government. What is your plan for children with disability in our schools?
I think Mr. Disdar's answer is going to the fact that the plan is quite high level, and I think we haven't, the plan does not call out particular cohorts in that respect.
No.
So I suppose with respect, you're right to call out that this is a huge challenge for the education system, particularly the public education system. But the fact that cohorts, particularly the cohorts that we need to do better in terms of an equity standpoint, they're not called out does not mean that there is not a focus on them from the New South Wales government. But you're right to call it out.
And there is no plan though. So again, I would hope that we can in this new government work together to have something that acknowledges children with disability and doesn't pit them against teachers, because it's not
it would break
teachers'
teachers'
fault.
heart to hear that.
It is, we have a situation that needs to be fixed. Have you read the Royal Commission report in relation to inclusive education and the recommendations around education?
I've read the recommendations.
Do you have a plan to implement those?
Well, look, we certainly are digesting the recommendations of the report as a whole of government approach. Of course, it's not just about education, but we are seriously looking at the recommendations around education. We face significant challenges where we know that, as Mr. Disdar said, we have to do so much better when it comes to children with disabilities. I am intimately involved in the whole of government response, which we have committed to responding by March next year. One of the best ways we can actually address the issues that we face as a society in terms of our responsibility to people with disabilities is through education. Of course, you would think of that from the Education Minister, but that is one of the best ways, and there are lots of recommendations. There are over 200 recommendations, and we'll be working specifically on the education ones.
One of the key findings of the Disability Royal Commission was around the inappropriate use of exclusionary discipline on students with disability, and how it keeps them from their classrooms and peers and really sets back that equity work. And in particular, there was a lot of discussion about suspensions. Will you be looking at your suspension policy in light of the recommendations from the Disability Royal Commission?
Yeah, it's really important, because in the past we have most certainly seen children with disabilities overrepresented in their suspension statistics. And I'll preface what I'm going to say about the behaviour policy with this. I don't want to speak on behalf of principals and deputy principals, but I'm fairly sure that none of them want to actually give out suspensions. It's a last case resort. But we must work sensitively, and I know that principals do this, but they do need more support from us. They absolutely need more support from us to be able to deal with children with disabilities and their particular needs within the policy, but the idea of the policy and the review of the policy was always to make sure that principals, teachers, deputy principals, APs can actually deal with consistent misbehaviour. It's not about children with disabilities.
And I think, and I just want to be very clear, because I don't want us to fall into the old narrative that we had in the previous government. When we are advocating for children with disability, we are, I know what I know of is criticising teachers or principals or the schools themselves. We're looking at additional resources to be provided to actually cater for children with disability. I understand that there was very limited consultation with disability groups in relation to that suspension policy. Has that been corrected, and are you consulting with them now?
I'm not sure about the premise of that question, and I acknowledge what you're saying, Madam Chair, about not pitting teachers against students, because that would be to deny the complexity of this issue. And teachers are crying out for more support to deal with students with disability, because what keeps a teacher in the classroom, especially the last few years, is a desire to give every child, regardless of ability, a life-changing education. But I believe we have consulted with people with disability, with families of children with disability on the new policy, and I'll ask Mr Disdar to elucidate that.
Yeah, we did consult far and wide, and Chair, you may or may not know, but we're about to undertake a training package this term with our schools that we've never undertaken before around suspension and expulsion, so that we can make sure and reinforce what supports are available when a student has been suspended, and hopefully prior to suspension.
I will, just because of the time, I'll come back to you this afternoon, Mr Disdar, to continue this. We have another, I think, 2.5 minutes.
I'll take 2.5 minutes. Thanks,
Go
Jo.
for it.
Deputy Premier, can you just confirm clearly
yes.
That schools will have a phonics target going forward?
Yes,
schools?
look, I'm going to be very clear, and I'm going to ask Mr
No,
Disdar
I'm
to... I'm doing this
you.
so it's very clear. The phonics scare campaign is untrue, Mr Disdar.
Will they have a target going forward, Deputy Premier, yes or no?
Yes, I'm asking Mr Disdar.
I think I was quoted earlier as you indicated.
It was in the paper yesterday that you said that the phonics targets were going on.
So I'd like to,
Sure.
talk to that. The phonics assessment is a mandatory assessment for Year 1 students.
Yep.
It has been mandatory since 2021. We won't be altering that. It's mandatory. As every good educator knows, the phonics is a diagnostic tool. It's a short 5 to 6 minute assessment to make sure a student is at level on phonemic awareness. We do give the school their overall result. It's an instantaneous feedback mechanism, because what's important to the Year 1 teacher instantly is that student at level or not.
Correct. Thank you, Secretary.
What we've done since 2021
I'm
is
aware of that. I was
we've
the minister.
published
You know I'm aware of that.
we've published the state data. We'll be doing that again this
thank you.
year.
But you would also be aware that under the previous government school success model, the intention was for every school to have a phonics target to see improvements in relation to that. My question is that going to continue? Because yesterday the story in the Sydney Morning Herald indicated that under the new plan, you're not having HSC targets, you're not having top 2 NAPLAN band targets, and you're not having phonics targets anymore.
Well, I can tell you...
I'd really welcome the opportunity to unpack what I said and what we're working on.
Well, no, but it's a pretty simple question, Deputy Premier, to you.
Yes.
And I'm happy to talk about it this afternoon.
I'd be delighted to, because there's a lot of
Point
work
of
going
system.
into
Order. Apologies, a point of order has been taken.
Mr Disdar is trying to answer the question. He should be afforded the opportunity to actually give a comprehensive answer to the question that was asked.
I just would like to know
You've
if
asked
there's
the
going to be a
question.
target.
He's trying to give the answer. You should allow him to give the answer.
To the point of order, please just continue. You've only got
so for
30
phonics,
He's
we'll be having every school still undertaking the mandated assessment.
Yeah, will they have a target to improve, though, Secretary?
Well, I'm trying to answer.
No, but it's a pretty simple question.
He's
will
actually
they have a
answering
target
your
to
question
improve?
about
I understand
phonics.
the check is continuing, and that's great. We brought it in. I understand you'll make statewide data available. That's great.
You're
Tick.
so sensitive
my
about your
third
record.
question is, will every school have a target to see improvements in terms of those phonic outcomes? Will you be looking at a school
We
and
will be
saying, this is
working
where
with
you were,
every
this is where we'd
school
like you to
on their
be?
targets.
At an individualised school targets, Deputy
We
Premier.
And that's
will
what
be
I'd like to
working-
answer. That's
we will
what I'd
be
like to
working
answer.
with every school on
To have
their
a specific
targets.
phonics target?
We will be working
Right,
with
so you
every
didn't-
school
so
on their targets.
There's no specific phonics target, that's what you've just confirmed. Thank you.
That's not what we confirmed.
That's not what
we were
was
trying to
said.
answer the question.
Go ahead and answer the question.
So there'll be the statewide figures. We'll give the school their figure. But what schools and teachers want is the individual student. And that's what we'll keep doing and keep giving to them. I indicated that we're working on school improvement measures because the ones that are in play come into an end at 2023. So we'll have a new set of measures around reading, around numeracy, around attendance, around pathways, and around wellbeing. We're at work on those, and we're starting to work with our schools from week 4. We're in week 3 of the term, from week 4 this term, and also term 1. There'll be new improvement measures, and of course, the committee would respect and appreciate that we've also got a new NAP plan reporting that's gone from 10 scales to 4 scales. So it's a fallacy that we're dropping top 2 bands. What we are working on is new measures. Given the break-in time series with NAPLAN, we are not reconciling away from reading, from numeracy, from attendance, from wellbeing, and from pathways as measures. And Chair, I would also add, the OECD report is well worth reading, and it says, and we've taken heed, that this time around, do these in a much better way by working bottom up than top down. And that's what we intend to do.
Thank you. I think the timing has all gone a little bit screwy now, but Crossbench was entitled to a little bit of extra time. I will just check if Ms Mihalik has one final question.
I will just ask a quick question on any, in relation to COVID and just the teachers that were impacted by having to leave school as a result of not being vaccinated. Where's that up to, Minister? Maybe to Mr Distar. Have they all been reinstated? Have they all been given an opportunity to come back?
I clarified this morning on 2GB. We have requested, Mr Distar can confirm this, but we have given the teachers an opportunity to return.
So they've been formally written to everyone that left in that period?
When the vaccination mandate was lifted,
Yes.
and the last of that lifting, Ms Mihalik, just happened earlier this term in our
Yes.
special schools, we made it clear that they can re-engage and apply for employment. I'll get the specific data for you.
Yeah, if you can get me the data
Yeah.
of how many, obviously how many teachers left in the first instance as a result of not being vaccinated, and how many are now taking the opportunity to come back. That would be great.
Let me do that because it's a little bit of a vexed area.
No, that's
You know,
fine,
some
yeah.
resigned, some had
Of course,
disciplinary
yes,
proceedings
yes.
on different fronts. Some were purely just the vaccination.
We can take it on
Let me
notice.
get that
Thank
for
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In the interest of the efficient running of the hearing, I will cede my time and pass over to the government for them to close us out. Who have we got? Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Deputy Premier, can I ask about this government's efforts to lift the status of the profession and value teachers? Since you've been Minister, what have teachers told you about how they have been treated over the past 12 years?
Well, I suppose this question goes to a number of significant reforms that this government is. That's everything you need to know about the previous government. But
I'm sorry. Hear the point of order.
I need to put that on the record. It's extraordinary that you're using government time for the first time in years, but I'm going to the bathroom, Deputy Premier, so please don't reflect on me leaving the committee to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Can you just retract what you just said?
I will
please?
retract what I said.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
a lot
you.
of it is in jest. I'd love for you to retract half of what you've said
Okay,
today.
carry
But
on.
can I just say, the previous government did, and I can tell you, I've had a principal as recently as last week say to me, it does sound dramatic, but it comes out of their own mouths. So I repeat to this committee that many principals and teachers will tell me they feel like they were being gaslit by the previous government. So they keep saying, there is a shortage, there is a shortage. And the previous minister says, there is not a shortage. They say, there is a shortage, there is a shortage. What shortage are you talking about? from time to time, the previous minister would say to me, "You're constantly talking about the teacher shortage and being negative about it." I'm not sure what was positive about it, but that remains to be seen. But what that speaks to your question, Mr. Val, is really clear, is that not only are we valuing teachers with pay, and it has to be acknowledged, and I don't shy away from this, that pay is a function of respect. The very first chance I had to speak to all of the staff on day 1, term 2 of their staff development day, I said it very clearly, that pay is a function of respect, and we've come good on that commitment. You know, we had a few bumps on the way, but we came good on that commitment to pay teachers as a function of this society through their government's respect of them. The other thing is how we talk about teachers, because it would shock the committee to know that teachers are very well informed about every single word that is said about them in the public discourse. It speaks to their just how much they are well informed about their profession. And so I choose all of my words very carefully when I speak about the profession that educates our children, about how they are valued, and I listen to their expert advice. Every single announcement that we have about a government, we will inform the profession to start with. So they are not hearing about their own workplace through the Daily Telegraph, which was a constant piece of feedback as soon as I became a minister. We are actually listening to expert practice. It's sort of like a novel concept in education. You wouldn't ever take advice on how to run a health system by not talking to doctors and nurses. But when it comes to education, that was severely lacking. So when I became minister and there was a line of experts from the public system and the Catholic system and the independent system saying to me, "We love the new curriculum, but slow it down because we can't deliver it in the middle of a teacher shortage." So we did that, and I was happy to work with Nessa to do that. I'm working with Nessa. I've given them their statement of expectations about actually really nailing down on the workload question, making sure that it's easier to maintain accreditation, all these things that were previously denied of teachers. And so that is some of the many ways that we, I believe, are working towards valuing the profession in a way that they feel valued enough to stay.
Thank you. We've also heard repeated attacks by the Liberal and National Party MPs on the significant pay rise that you mentioned that this government has delivered for teachers. The member for Port Macquarie called this a teacher wage grab. The member for Vaucluse said the government made a bad choice. The member for Wahroonga said teachers haven't demonstrated improvements to justify a pay rise. Can I ask what impact do these type of comments have on teachers and the teaching workforce?
The impact is pretty severe, and I have to say that further to my previous comment about how teachers are so well versed in everything that is said, every word that is said about their profession in the public discourse, they listen to all this, and I would hazard a guess that any profession that is constantly run down, it has serious impact on them. So we are working day and night to restore the trust in the profession because it is the right thing to do, and because we have young people listening, and because we want to encourage young people to become educators in our systems to then train the next generation. It is seriously one of the most important things that is a priority of this government, is restoring the trust in the teaching profession.
And have you received any support from the Liberals and Nationals for the government's decision, properly paying teachers and making salaries competitive?
No, I think that's been pretty clear that they still oppose this, and I welcome support from any quarters for paying teachers, but I think that the fact that we still have an opposition in New South Wales that wants to dig in and deny teachers the pay rise they deserve says a lot about what got us in this position to begin with.
So to be clear, have you had any support from the former Education Minister, or are you aware if the former Minister has defended teachers against the attacks from her colleagues?
No, I don't think there's been any. I would take that silence as a as her, maybe the previous minister, the shadow minister, agreeing with
Order. I'll hear the point of order.
members of the Nationals or
Order.
the Liberals attacking teachers.
Minister, order.
This is government question time, and I respect that. First time it's been used in years in budget estimates. But I'm still entitled to the same rules of the House to be reflected on. You've said that I'm sitting here silently. Well, I'm actually respecting the courtesy of the committee and not interjecting on your own dixes that you've given to your government. Is this really what you think the Minister for Education should be using her time to do? Is this the best?
I tell you what, the Minister
order,
for Education.
Order.
She's asked me a question.
Order. I will rule on the point of order first. I do uphold the point of order in relation to the adverse reflection. But yes, having now been asked a question, if you would like to respond.
I am very clear what I think the Minister for Education's responsibility is, even if previous Ministers for Education were not as clear. My clear commitment is to deliver an education system that has enough teachers to deliver the life-changing opportunity of learning, and I will shout that from the rooftops at every available opportunity.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Minister, my question is about workload. The former government has claimed that they save teachers about an hour a week on admin work. Can I ask, what have teachers told you about whether they have experienced any save time on admin workload?
Well, they're still looking for that hour, I think, that the previous government claimed they saved them. As members of the committee will be well aware that we made a commitment to significantly decrease workload. This is the joint responsibility of both the Department of Education and Nessa, because there are, and don't get me wrong, there's a lot of workload responsibility on the department and an unending amount of policies that we have paused and stopped, and we're streamlining so that teachers can, novel idea, focus on teaching. A lot of it is also the responsibility of Nessa when it comes to accreditation requirements, and that actually is a way that we can impact on the workload impost of teachers in all of our sectors, not just the public education sector. So when I go to Catholic and independent schools, I do get a lot of questions about workload that are related to the regulator or to Nessa. And so we're working very clear. I gave a statement of expectations to the Nessa board last week, and much of that was focused on workload and how we can actively look at making accreditation easier. We want the best quality educators in front of our children, but to constantly keep proving their proficiency every 5 years and having to document that over and over and over again in the middle of a shortage where we're 3,000 casual teachers short is absolutely ludicrous. So I've been met with a lot of welcome feedback about that accreditation piece from Nessa, so we're working really hard on the workload.
And just on that, so are we behind other jurisdictions on that front in terms of the accreditation?
Look, I think we are the last state, if I can, I'll get Mr Martin to comment on this as well, but we are the last, I think, state and territory to come to the party in terms of teacher accreditation in this respect. We're working very hard. I'm working with the chair of the board and the CEO very, very diligently in getting on top of this accreditation workload issue.
Thank you very much for the question. Accreditation is managed differently in different states and territories. They all share a requirement around 100 hours of professional learning over a 5-year period. At the end of that 5 years, some states and territories require additional generally low-level explanations of the fact that they're still maintaining. New South Wales had requirements about a decade ago that involved a statement of meeting a teacher had to write a statement that they were continuing to meet the standards. Look, we've moved away from that. We attempted to merge the 5-year maintenance with performance and development frameworks, which meant that teachers in different schools experienced very different maintenance requirements, some quite onerous, some not so onerous. The best thing we could do was to reflect, as the Deputy Premier has just said, teachers meet the standards every single day in their classrooms. They don't need to do it again for some purpose at the end of 5 years. So we are in line now with most other states and territories. I couldn't absolutely tell you where the others are at this point.
I might just ask Mr Digistar about the line-by-line audit. Can you perhaps provide a bit more detail on the line-by-line audit on workloads and workload reduction?
Yeah, so we have an A to Z policy library. We had it when I started my teaching career. but teachers and leaders report to us that there's been a proliferation of policy over time. In fact, when I started Ashcroft High School in 1997, there was 57 policies on the library, and now our people have been looking at that work, and there's roughly 200 on the library, but they've discovered another 156 or thereabouts policies and procedures that schools have to wrestle with that don't sit in the library. So anywhere near sort of 350, it's way too many. And what we've been doing is, in the last 7 months that I've been leading the agency, we've looked at which are those policies that teachers really use. The committee would know this one, excursion policy. The excursion policy is one that teachers use because they want to organise experiential learning opportunities for their students. So we've looked at the data on which ones are used more. We've looked at the data on those that are never opened, that have become superfluous over time. We are hard at work. We want to go back to the Deputy Premier later this term. That was our commitment, to say, of the 350 or thereabouts, how many are no longer needed? Who are they? What are they? They can just be removed and it'll be zero impact. And then the ones that are going to remain, we're making them a lot more accessible. So the excursion policy, for example, is 18 pages. If you're running hard on your classroom duties day in, day out, you don't have time to wrestle with 18 pages. So we're bringing that down to a page, maximum 2 pages, and making them more accessible. I do have to be realistic here. You know, it's not just, that won't be the panacea. You know, reducing policy, improving policy won't be the panacea, but it'll be very welcomed, given the proliferation over time and given the simplicity that we're looking at. And we're looking forward to taking that to the Deputy Premier soon. Yeah.
Thank you. And Minister, is there any further comments that you would like to make to the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Diadam. I think that we have canvassed some serious issues in today's hearings. I look forward to watching the afternoon session and getting back to work to fill the chronic teacher shortage for our students in our public schools in particular. It's an honour to be the Minister for Education.
Thank you. Right, well that brings us to time. Thank you very much, Deputy Premier, for attending this hearing, your first budget estimates with us. Thank you. We are finished with your questioning today. The committee will break for lunch and will return at 2 p.m. for further questioning with everyone else. Thank you.
such an easy run, can I say? Yes. We are doing this from opposition.
Excellent. Welcome back. We do have two new witnesses joining us this afternoon, so they will need to be sworn in. I have Mr. Roberts, if I could ask you to state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Mr. Joshua Roberts. I was the acting Chief Information Officer between May and October this year, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Harcombe.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sarah Hercombe. I'm the Executive Director for Service Excellence in the Early Childhood Outcomes Division in the Department of Education. And I solemnly, got that wrong, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And just to note that Mr. Roberts and Ms. Harcombe will be with us between 2 and 3 o'clock only. We'll start with the opposition.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you to the two additional witnesses for coming in. I'm going to start with some questions to you, Mr. Roberts, and thank you. I understand that you're not in the role anymore, but you've come anyway to assist the committee, and I really appreciate that. I'm just wondering whether you could provide a little bit more information in terms of the role when you were the CIO. Did you work particularly, I guess, with Mr. Rooming around things like teacher supply, where having data systems set up so you could really track what was happening in that space? Was that part of what you did?
Yeah, I think the systems we look after are related to HR and the people group, but as far as it's directly related to teacher supply, no, we weren't engaged with Mr. Rumming on those matters.
Okay, so can you just explain then how do you use the systems that you did have around HR? Sort of human capital management is what I'm interested in as well. Was that something that your section looks after?
Yeah, well, I don't think we look after it. That's probably not the right terminology, but we do look after the systems that manage HR, and we are involved as a supplier of technology for the department, including HR systems.
Yeah, okay. So I'm happy for either yourself or Mr. Rooming to answer this, but just in relation to, I guess, those data collection processes that have been established. Obviously, the Minister has spoken today about the CZ survey, but I'm just trying to clarify whether there's been any more investment in your sort of IT systems, ways to better track which teachers are at which schools, where the gaps are in terms of vacancies in particular subject areas. Was there any money for that? Have there been discussions about how you can do that better?
I'm happy to help here because the responsibility of that doesn't lie in the IT area. We have a number of HR systems. Our view is that there's too many and a lot are historic, and so it makes it difficult to attain one single view around what the workforce on the ground looks like. That led to the Deputy Premier requesting that we conduct the survey on alternate supervision arrangements in schools, because the committee may or may not know we don't have one data set to be able to capture that by way of how many classes are out there and whether they're able to be covered on a daily basis. So we did have to conduct that 3-week survey. The human capital management system Mr. Rumming can talk to is designed so that we can work towards a single holistic view of the workforce.
Can I just ask you to add then, Mr. Disdar or Mr. Rooming? I guess that's my point, because obviously, you know, and I'm well aware of the challenges in terms of tracking that data and the history of the resources available. But given that the government has made it very clear that their priority is looking at these issues around teacher workforce, I'm just trying to ascertain whether there was any new money, any direction given in relation to how you can have better systems. Was there any sort of direction, as I said, in terms of tracking that data beyond having CZ do an annual report?
So what we've done in the 7 months with the new government is brief them on the existence of the systems as they stand, like I said, the multiplicity that exists out there.
Sure.
Then we gave them a rundown of the work to date on human capital management, because human capital management had a rightful pause to do a appropriate health check, a whole of government due diligence across it. So we've updated the government about, and our Deputy Premier, where that work is up to. and why that work is of importance to complete. I can certainly say in my 27 years in the organisation, we haven't had the modern data system that we need so that we don't keep going to our schools to be able to give this data for a variety of reasons.
Was there any money for updating those data systems in the budget? Was there anything new? You said you had discussions with the government over the last 7 months, but was there anything that has come in that space that will fix that?
There's some internal budgetary commitment that we've got.
Can you provide on notice how much that
Sure,
is?
I can.
Thanks, Secretary. Mr. Roberts, just back to you. Just the removal of duplicative digital learning, communication and change management platforms as listed in the budget papers as, I guess, a savings measure. Are you able to provide us with a bit of, do you know what that's about? Is there, what's being changed or removed in that space?
At the moment, we're just looking through any opportunities for efficiencies around duplication of systems. I probably can't provide anything further than that, but I'm happy to pass to Sally. Ms. Blackadder.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you. As we're looking at the savings measures that we've got to do so that we can reinvest in our teaching workforce and the salary deal, is we're looking at overall a range of measures. We're doing that across the board. We're looking in each area, line by line budget reviews in each area, and taking then the outcome of that to government for decision, so then we can finalise what those things look like, and that's still at play. Our internal budget will be finalised in the coming weeks after some decisions of government.
So can I just ask on that, just to be really clear, the Deputy Premier said prior to the budget that there was $1.4 billion in savings that had been found. But as I understand from what you just said, and I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, Ms. Blackadder, but you're still going through the process to determine exactly what's going as part of that. Is that right?
I can help
Sure.
answer to that because
Yep.
as Secretary I'm responsible for those savings. The department's contribution as Secretary, which I indicated would be important to deliver, was a further $1.4 billion across 4 years. I think the exact figure is 1.448 over 4 years for the teacher salary. Again, I think I made comments this morning that I stand by that as a former teacher, that we've been able to.
Fine. I mean, that's a decision of government, so it's probably not.
But I'm delighted as
bureaucrat.
Secretary to be able to have a structural reset of teacher salaries that can help me in both attraction and retention for teachers in the public education system, because principals and teachers were speaking to me repeatedly, both in my former role and
That's fine,
current role.
Mr. Disler. But what I want to understand, as I said, the government sets the policy, not the department. The government has put that policy in place. You've been tasked to find that $1.4 billion of savings, which the Minister said you had found. What I'm interested in is where are those savings coming from? What areas of the department are going to be cut? And I'm particularly interested on the flip side of that, which is why I've asked Mr. Roberts to be here, is if this is all being put in place to improve teacher outcome, teacher vacancy rates, where is the infrastructure in terms of the IT and the data tracking in order to ensure that budget decision is having the desired impact beyond a CZ evaluation every 12 months on casual teachers? I just want to make sure that if you're looking at this as a government priority, is there money going into really understanding from an HR perspective what's going on? And that's the nub of what I'm trying to get to here.
So when the government struck the agreement with the New South Wales Teachers Federation, what I gave the government were broad parameters on where I believed I could deliver those savings.
Okay.
And then I commenced detail work, and that's what Ms. Blackadder alluded to.
Sure.
That detail work is ongoing. I'm due back to ERC very soon to give to government that detailed work, and for government to make a decision on accepting that detailed work.
Sure.
Around the 1.448 billion.
That's fine. So just to come back to the point in the budget where it talks about the removal of duplicative digital learning, communication and change management platforms, that's something that you're looking to see where you can find savings, but that hasn't actually been landed on yet. But it's in the budget as something that is happening.
Yeah,
That's why I'm just not clear.
what I can let you and the committee know is that in every single area that we nominated, there's work that's ongoing. Like I indicated, we're due back to ERC soon to give that detail work. What I would say about duplication is that I've been looking at and working across that time period around duplication per se across the organisation, not just in IT, because there's duplication of governance arrangements, there's duplication of service provision that could be better aligned so that it's more meaningful and impactful for schools. We're a very large organisation, as you fully understand and respect.
Yep.
And so there are opportunities to make our resources at the centre a lot more streamlined to deliver on the in fairness, there wasn't a public education plan. There is one now that is for the next 4 years. So we're at work to make sure that duplication across the organisation is dealt with, so that it can be better for schools to access our services and supports. It's more of a one-stop area. I mean, you might want to know an example. You might say to me,
No, that's fine, Secretary. As I said, I'm just trying to ascertain whether, particularly in that human capital management space, whether there's any more money, but you said you'd provide that on notice, so I appreciate that. I just want to talk about the data in relation to school vacancies, and I think earlier today, the Chief People Officer, I think he said 2,240 was the vacancy rate in September, I believe.
2247.
2247, thank you. Would you be able to provide the committee with a breakdown of that per school? I know that that's happened in the past. Is that something you could take on notice, please?
Yeah, we could take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. How often do you collate that data?
Every fortnight, we get a report.
Okay. So if and I did mention this when the Minister was here this morning, if I was to ask a question on notice to say I'd like it from a particular point in time, that is available within the department every fortnight if that's requested by members?
We have that information, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The only
for
comment
clarifying.
I'd make, which may help you and the committee, is that data refers to FTE vacancy.
I'm aware of that, yeah.
So there are other vacancies that schools experience.
I'm aware of that, thank you.
Including what was the alternative supervision survey, because we don't have that central
I understand that.
capture.
That's why I asked this morning whether that would be more often, but I think it's only coming every 12 months. I'm just interested in that.
I'm just trying to indicate to the committee the full picture.
With respect, Mr. Disdar, you know that I am well aware of what that data
Yeah, but I think this is quite pertinent to the question, though.
Well,
when
I've
you're
just
asking for school by school, which you're entitled to ask.
Of course I am.
I think what I'm trying to get to, so the committee can appreciate, is that the full picture of what a school experiences is that data we give you will be one component of that picture.
With respect,
there are two other components of that picture.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Disdar. Thank you for also clarifying that data is available for every fortnight, because we'll certainly be availing the resources of the upper house to ask for those questions to be answered in full and in a timely manner. I just want to move now, because I'm also conscious that we don't have Ms. Hercombe for very long. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Just in relation to universal pre-kindergarten, I asked earlier in the day in terms of the time frame for delivery, and I've been told before 2030, but not with a sort of specific date. Has there been any sort of discussions between the department and the Minister's office about what your deadline should be around the UPK provision?
So I might start off, and then maybe Ms. Hercombe can add to that if she has anything further. The government did outline its first steps towards universal preschool, which includes the provision of 100 public preschools, and also for the redevelopment or new preschools in the independent and Catholic school system, and also some funding available for the not-for-profit system. That is the first steps that we are taking towards universal preschool. And then there's a body of work which we are currently constructing, which we'll present to government around the path to universal preschool. And there's a lot of things for us to consider in that. There are a range of trials that we currently have underway in regards to the models around preschooling. And there's a number of significant reports that have recently been released, such as the Royal Commission in South Australia. On Friday there was the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal report into early childhood education in New South Wales. So we want to consider all of these pieces so that we can construct a research and evidence-based pathway to universal preschool within the time frame that has been indicated by government.
Okay.
Ms Hercombe can provide more detail about those initiatives that we have in place,
Yeah.
those pilots to help us understand what universal preschool might look like as well.
Can I just ask then, Ms Hercombe, just specifically in relation to those 100 preschool sites, my understanding is that you're leading the work in relation to that?
Yes,
Yeah.
alongside.
So
that
is there an
work,
independent advisor who's been brought in to work as well on that?
As part of the due diligence work that we're doing to ensure that site selection is based on the best data we have available to us alongside local insights and evidence from the field, we're talking to principals, we're talking to ECE services. That work will all, alongside the work that our colleagues in school infrastructure are doing around infrastructure assessment, that will be provided to an assessment panel, and that is being supported both by probity advisors but also an independent expert reviewer.
Yeah. So how long is that independent expert reviewer been contracted for? Do you know?
So I'll
You
need
can take
to,
it on notice if you...
I'll need to check my
Yeah,
notes because
that's
I
fine.
know I do have that
That's
with
right.
me.
Is it possible also to get on notice what the cost is for that contract, if appropriate?
Very happy to give that to you.
Thank
It
you.
is not a significant contract.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I'm just curious about
So
why
let
someone
me just
independent
double check because I do have those details somewhere in my notes and my team will be going, you've got it there. I believe, I will need to get the specific pieces, but I believe she was appointed in August and will be concluding that work in December.
Okay, great.
But I can just double check and confirm that for you.
Perfect. That'd be great. So just in relation to the role for community preschool providers, obviously the government has said that the 100 will all be department run. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
So where will be the involvement of community preschool providers, given that I think there's about 100 community preschool run sites on school sites as it is, but just I've had some concerns from that part of the sector that they're not actually part of that, and they're concerned about the impact on their viability. Just sort of in the work that you're doing, what's that engagement like, and what's the role there? Either or, I'm happy for either.
I'm happy to start. So as part of the selection for 100 public preschools, we are consulting quite closely with the sector, particularly where there are services close by to schools that have expressed interest in participating in this program to make sure that we minimise any impact on those services. We've got a robust model that we've been using to look at supply and demand, because the idea behind 100 public preschools is to ensure that these sites are placed in the areas where children need them the most. So we're working really closely with those providers that are close by to make sure that there is appropriate supply before we make any decisions around where these preschools will be located.
Okay. And then with the trials, when did they start? So I think there were 71 locations that
I
had been
might
earmarked.
get Ms Hercombe
Just a start date would be
to
good.
answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Yes, so the work with, we're doing a number of pieces of work with ECE services and department preschools. So the work with those services kicked off in July.
Okay, thank you. I just want to turn now to the workforce for early childhood education. And I may come back to this if I don't have enough time now, but there was a $280 million allocation by the former government over the next, well, it was over the 4-year period from then, just in relation to support for the workforce. Now, the budget papers under this government have talked about $28.5 million over 5 years. So I just want to understand, I guess, where the rest of that $280 million has gone, or what the overall workforce package is looking like over the next 4-year period.
Certainly. So the budget only calls out those key initiatives that the government has committed to. It doesn't detail the complete package of work that we're putting in place to support workforce. So I think the budget papers talk to scholarships, talks to professional development for ECE workforce, and it talks to research around delivery models and attracting workforce into the sector. We've got a range of other initiatives that will be funded from the department's internal budget, and the number that we've been talking about is $265 million. It is likely to be more than that, however, because the Childhood and Economic Opportunity Fund also has scope to provide workforce initiatives, and we are looking at those initiatives now. And there's also funds available through fee-free TAFE for the workforce to participate in programs through the TAFE system. So there's quite a significant amount of work that we are putting in place to support the ECEC workforce.
So that 260 odd million that is coming internally, what's the source for that funding there? Is that
It's
part
the-
of the 280 that
it's
was
part of the
given
ECO.
by the previous government?
It's part of the Department of Education's Early Childhood Outcomes Division-based funding.
Right. So that is continuing the money that was put in place.
That's
previously?
my understanding. Yes.
Okay. And so you did just mention scholarships, Mr. Baraka. I'm curious because that is probably a fairly main component when it comes to training up the workforce that you need to deliver pre-K and the childcare fund. Can you just break down, and I'm happy if you need to do it on notice, of that 28.5 million over 5 years, it does call out in the budget papers, I think it was 9 million, but then a release came out a few days later that said I think it was 11 or 12, so extra
I
money
think we
was
put
sort of
additional
down.
funds towards that.
Yeah, but what's the total? Is it 12 million for scholarships over 4 years, or what's the? And I'm happy if you need to take it on notice.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that on notice and
Yeah.
get the breakdown by year.
Yeah, that would be really handy. Thank you. And just on the fund quickly before I have to give up time for someone else. Can you advise whether the board has presented the minister with a strategic plan for investments from the fund yet, as the Act requires?
So the strategic investment plan that is required of the board is due to be delivered in 2024. I think it's around the middle of the year, but I'm happy to confirm the exact date for you.
And then in terms of the decisions that were made in this year's budget to allocate that $100 million, was there advice from the board to the government about those spending priorities?
The Deputy Premier did write to the board outlining her priorities for the board, and that will be considered as part of the strategic investment plan.
I'll have to come back to it next time because we've run out of time. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, just before we move on, can I just a point for clarification? In terms of our vacancy reports that we get every 2 weeks, right now that's a macro figure, Ms Mitchell, as well as the top 20 or the worst 20 schools that we look at. To actually get 2,200 schools and a report like that, I'd have to take that on, get some advice and take that on notice.
Okay, but you could give the overall statewide figure every 2 weeks? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to hop around a little bit, but I wanted to just come back to the measures statement that was being referred to earlier, so on A54 of budget paper number 1. There's a reference there to a reduction of spend currently supporting 200 contractors and consultants. Can you give us detail around that, particularly what the total savings amount is and who those 200 contractors and consultants are?
Yeah, so the government chair has given all agencies a commitment to reduce contractor and consultant spend, upwards of 25%. So we're at work to deliver on that.
So how much is that particular item responsible for?
By way of contributing to?
So how much? What will the savings be?
I can get you the exact figure that we're looking at.
And then if you can tell me who those 200, what positions those 200 contractors and consultants were.
Sure. It's a whole of government commitment that every agency will look at a 25% reduction.
Yep.
But I'm happy to get you the specific numbers.
Yep, that would be very useful because I think you're the only department. Everyone else refers to portfolio savings as a result of the expenditure review, yada yada. Within the Department of Education, it doesn't say that. It just talks explicitly about that contractors and consultants. So
Being a large organisation, we've got there's been a growth in contingent labour over time. I've been working with my DepSec colleagues around the table to look at reducing that, converting some of that to ongoing roles, converting those that are no longer required, taking them off contract, and having repeatable expertise inside the organisation. So I'm happy to give you the exact figures and what it looks like.
And I guess how that 200 was. I mean, you talk about the 25% reduction, but 200 was that, sort of plucked out of the air. Where's that 200 come from?
No, not plucked out of the air. Given the size of what our contractor and consultant, both by way of dollar expenditure and number, looks like, it was based upon that. But let me come back to you with the specific.
That would be very useful. Can I ask a little bit about consent education? As you know, in the last few years, there's been increased focus on consent education in our schools. I understand that the policy platform's not really been updated since 2020. Can you give us an update of what's happening with the rollout of consent education?
Yeah, I'll get Mr. Martin to help with where it lies in the curriculum, but like I referenced in our at the end of our morning session. We're at work on the A to Z policy library by way of improving, so that policy would be caught up there, and Mr. Martin might talk to where it sits in the curriculum, specific to the curriculum review as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. We had consent education in the syllabuses prior to the work of Chanel Contos and the changes to the Australian curriculum. The work that she led and that Australian curriculum took on was in the middle of our processes to renew New South Wales syllabus materials. We now have the K to 6 and 7 to 10 PDHPE syllabuses out for consultation. They're in the public domain and will be in the public domain again for a second phase. And they include an increased amount of content on consent education, beginning with very abstract notions or I suppose to some degree age-appropriate notions of consent for kindy and Year 1 and Year 2 students, going right up to the much more complex arguments that Year 9 and 10 students would face and going older. I think we've gone a bit further than the Australian curriculum. I think it matches the expectations of the community around that issue as was described in the last few years. So, as I said, out for consultation, very keen to hear people's views.
How is the department tracking the outcomes of consent education in schools, or how does it plan to?
Well, we do that just like we do with any curriculum delivery. So, one, we upskill. There's a familiarisation process when Nessa lands a new syllabus, a changed syllabus or an additional syllabus. There's a time for familiarisation for the workforce. There's professional learning that we offer organisationally. Often we team up with our Nessa colleagues on that as well. So we go to the intent of those changes, what we're trying to deliver by way of those changes, and then we give space and time for our teachers to develop appropriate scope and sequences, teaching lessons. Often, if I've got it right, Mr. Martin, this one's in the PDHPE area, so it cuts across K to 10. And we often develop central resources to make available. We often run professional learning across the state, so our people are well prepared to deliver on the new curriculum.
What's the interaction between the consent education piece and the Life Ready program?
Yeah,
I know that the Life Ready program does afford considerable discretion to schools as how they implement it.
Yeah.
How are we making sure that the appropriate consent education is included in that program?
Yeah, no, it's a very, very good question. So the consent education, like Mr. Martin said, through the K to 10 syllabus, through PDHPE, the Life Ready course chair is specifically a Year 11 course. It used to be, our school folk knew it as Crossroads, and then we revamped that and modernised that as well. So that goes to all things like, drink driving, the dangers of alcohol, consent is covered as part of Life Ready as well. So it builds off the education our children have had K to 10 into a specific Year 11 course. And often our schools run it over 1 to 2 weeks intensively in Year 11 and some do it more broader than that. Where was I last where I saw this? I was at Riverside Girls High School where I saw that occurring, and the lesson I saw, they were looking at driver education and safety on the road and the impacts of drink driving, the impacts of, speeding, etc. as part of the Life Ready course.
And is there, just because I have no idea, but when someone is deciding how to sort of implement that within their school, are there modules they can choose? Are there things that they can choose? So you would expect consent education to follow some sort of standard?
No, definitely. I'll get Miss Nixon to add to this, but there's great guidance that we provide centrally. There's modules, resources that we've developed with the ground over time. Like I said, we built it off our Crossroads course and modernised it and made additions. So it's not a make up your own on the ground. It's great support that's provided centrally. Miss Nixon might give you some more detail.
Yeah, I think the Secretary describes it well, that we provide resources and support and PL for the implementation of the Life Ready course, and it includes things like respectful relationships and consent.
And I guess how do you ensure that part of the Life Ready program adheres to the principles that have been outlined in the sexual consent, more general education from K to 12? Is there a is there a way to ensure that those principles of affirmative consent are actually being taught at that point?
When it's K to 10, as part of the PE syllabus, it's very specific, quite specific syllabus dot points that our PE teachers have to teach, which are stage and age appropriate. Mr. Martin might want to confirm that.
The syllabus has to be taught. I mean, that's why it's there. It's a compulsory syllabus from K to 10. The manner in which it's taught and the particular types of lessons are much more at the discretion of schools and individual teachers, but not the content.
Yeah.
In relation to ascertaining whether schools are teaching the syllabus, we have an inspection process at Nessa that goes to individual independent schools, and then we also observe the processes that occur in the Catholic sector and in the department. So the Department of Education have their own processes for making sure that schools are teaching scope and sequence in the syllabuses. We observe their processes to make sure that they're meeting our needs, and that way we get assurance that the students are learning what's in the syllabus.
And Chair, so we can meet the Nessa requirements, we use a curriculum monitoring process on the ground where we work with schools around a cycle so we can grow their capacity to make sure they're implementing the curriculum with the required due diligence.
Thank you. Is the Chief Behaviour Advisor that was established by the former government still a feature of this government? Do you still have that person in place?
Yeah, they are, and I'll get Mr. Martin to comment because they're employed through Nessa. It's a cross-sectoral resource and a cross-sectoral expertise. The Deputy Premier has given some specific guidance of areas that she would like the Chief Behaviour Advisor to help the sectors with, but I'll get Mr. Martin to comment on that.
Please.
So yes, the Behaviour Advisor was announced by the previous government toward the end of its term. There was an interview process where we identified a suitable candidate to take up that role. I think sometimes people misunderstand the idea of Behaviour Advisor as a sort of an oversight of discipline, when in fact the Behaviour Advisor that's been employed is much more focused on student welfare and discipline as a much more holistic enterprise. And the Secretary is correct. At the moment, the Behaviour Advisor is looking specifically at the mobile phone issue and I think some of the cyberbullying issues in the government sector, but is also working with independents and Catholics on some projects for them.
Thank you. I'll come back to this in the next round. Ms. Mahalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to you, Secretary, I'm just trying to understand why Nessa has established another review of the curriculum. What differences are there between the current curriculum review and the Masters review? I thought the Masters review only just finished in 2020, is that right?
No, I'm happy to cover this, and Mr. Martin will add to it as well if I leave out any gaps here. We're certainly, there's no other review happening. The Masters review was a very comprehensive review that we respect. It was a once in, I'm going to say 2 decades, if I've got it right, review of the curriculum, and it had a number of recommendations. Paul Martin, as head of Nessa, and his team are responsible for the delivery of the changes to the curriculum. And what our incoming government has done is, with the sectors agreement, all sectors, extended the timeline for the implementation of the Masters review, of the, sorry,
that they were doing
curriculum role.
a bit of an independent evaluation of it as well.
I'll get Mr. Martin to, I don't believe that's the case, I'll get Mr. Martin to comment. The government gave an extended runway on the implementation of the curriculum because there's something like 200 plus syllabuses to roll out. It's a lot on teachers, so I know that announcement was well received, that we will continue with the syllabus revamp and improvement, but that there'd be longer runway. But I'll get Mr. Martin to confirm all that.
Thank you, Secretary. The Masters Review reviewed not just all of the issues in relation to syllabuses and curriculum design, It was also around senior secondary and connections between and across syllabuses going from K to Year 10 and then the elective syllabuses of Year 11 and 12. The former government gave a response to that Master's review and agreed with some of the recommendations and not with others. But as part of that process, we are using the Master's review as guide to renew every single syllabus in New South Wales over a period of time. K to 2 English and Maths were done first, 3 to 10 English and Maths second, being the two main parts of the syllabus, probably the pieces of architecture that every student requires. We have put out for consultation 4 of the mandatory primary syllabuses and 4 of the mandatory secondary syllabuses. Yesterday, I think, or earlier this week, we've put out for consultation English, Maths and History, senior secondary.
Sorry, so I'm just not understanding why it still seems to me like a slightly separate process, because you had that review, is there more cost being incurred as a result of this separate evaluation?
It's not an evaluation. It's putting into effect the recommendations of Masters. So Masters said to renew the syllabuses, to do this work, and that's what this syllabus review, syllabus by syllabus, is doing. We are taking and putting into effect the recommendations of the Masters review. So it's not an evaluation. It's the actual process of the work that Masters asked us to do and that the former government agreed to.
Which started in 2018.
2018-19, yes. We started just at the point where 2019, I think, was the beginning of the process. We received money under the former government, $200 million, to put out and renew all of the syllabuses. And as the Secretary has indicated, the Deputy Premier, the new Minister, has given us a longer time frame for rollout.
And more additional money for that, or it's all
The original money that we were given for the renewal of those syllabuses, some 205 from memory, is sufficient. It was based around renewal of all those syllabuses.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask a question back to, we mentioned earlier about cost of living support for families. Does the Department of Education track the number of appeals for student assistance in relation to the cost of education?
No, we don't centrally do that, Ms Mihalik. What we do is through our annual budget allocation to our schools, it's called the School Budget Allocation Report. We give equity loadings for complexity, and we make sure that our schools can offer student assistance for those students and families that may need it.
And that's entirely decided by the principal and the school, rather than...
We do have guidance around student assistance and how to apply for it that we provide centrally, but we allow schools to make those decisions with their families. And they utilise their whole school budget for that purpose.
But does the department privy to any parents appealing those decisions? When a parent, for example, might not agree with the decision of the school, what's the next step?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. The parents are well entitled to appeal because it'll be a principal decision in that case, and so they would appeal to our director on the ground that supervises those schools. I don't have data on how many times that happens, but we would provide that detail to the parents so they can make their representation and it can be assessed independently. I've got to say, Ms Mihalik, that in my experience, I haven't seen it come into play on many occasions. What I often see is schools doing their darndest to make sure they can provide the full curriculum opportunity, learning opportunity. So I'll give you an example of that. I did come across an example this year of a camp. So, I won't name the school, but this school was going to run a Year 6 camp to Canberra. There was only 6 students in the 30 that could pay for it. So the school made the decision to waive the cost for all families. Otherwise, they were going to run it with 6 kids, and actually wrote back to the whole cohort of 30 and said, we're centrally going to pay for it. Our policy is really clear. You cannot exclude any student or family on financial grounds from partaking in the learning at the school, the extracurricular activities that are required. And I've got to say, principals and schools and teachers are quite remarkable in making sure that we know that there's families in financial complexity or difficulty, and that we support them in that process. I mean, it even goes to voluntary contributions, which, as you know, are totally voluntary. You cannot demand that those payments be made. Yeah.
But there is pressure on some parents with the voluntary payments, and I don't know whether the department's ever done any real evaluation on this, but there must be some real differences with some schools in terms of the type of fees and that they expect of parents.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there is any kind of, it's particularly selected schools is a good example of that, but there are plenty of schools that will be very forthright in expecting those payments, even though they're deemed voluntary. Let's be honest, a lot of parents, particularly I note some parents from southwest Sydney, Western Sydney, where they almost feel embarrassed if they're not paying that payment, so they do try to pay. And I feel that what I'm sort of hearing back from a lot of parents and my experience as a previous lower house MP is that really I'm not sure if the department's looking closer, because you've got a system where the principals are managing all this really on the ground, whether it's consistent across all schools. I would have thought there'd be a bigger policy coming from the department on how parents could appeal some of these decisions, for example.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point you raised, Ms Mahalik. We're very clear on the voluntary fee payment. We've got a policy around that. We do send out an annual reminder around it to all our schools as well, stressing the importance of that. I would tell you also that you're not allowed to just raise what that looks like, from this level to this level. We actually mandate what a CPI increase would be, and often schools, I know through the COVID years, didn't implement that. I'm not going to deny that it doesn't happen from time to time. From time to time we come across a case where a school might be insistent on that contribution, and we certainly work to rectify that. I'd encourage any parent who's concerned about that to reach out to us. We're happy to look into it. The vast majority of the system does it really, really well and complies with our policy. But if there's anyone that is not doing that, I'm happy to look into it. I'd say to every parent watching out there, this is a free, secular system. No one should feel they've got to make a contribution if they're not in a position to do that.
And I just want to ask, previously it's been reported about, and I think it's in the Nessa's annual report, about independent schools manipulating HSC disability provision applications, and that's been reported previously in the media. Did the department undertake any sort of separate evaluation of those schools or those particular applications? I mean, obviously it's coming through Nessa, but you've got HSC disability applications where we saw kids in really well-to-do schools, large numbers of those children applying for those disability provisions, and then a school like Punjwa Boys, for example, in 2021, not one applicant.
Great school.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You were there.
It's even gone on to bigger and better things since I've left there. Yeah, I think it's a really good point you raise. I think you're talking to special provisions for HSC exams. I've got to give real credit to Mr. Martin and his team here, because I certainly was a loud voice on this when I was principal, and I know that Mr. Martin and Nessa and his team have made improvements to the process so that it's not a barrier and inhibitor by way of paperwork. But I might get Mr. Martin to talk to that if you like.
Sure, thank you. Disability provisions are run for the HSC exams in every state and territory in a different way. We require for students who have a long history of particular types of disabilities that is well documented, a relatively truncated process, as it should be. For students who are applying for disability provisions as they come into the HSC exams, we expect some level of school certification, doctor certification, specialists, etc. It is the same process for every school, irrespective of sector, Catholic, independent or government. But there are different numbers that apply depending on the sector. We've spent a lot of time over the years working with the department to try and make sure that there aren't any impediments to the application process from the government sector in particular. That means running information evenings, simplifying the documentation, and in the period of COVID, reducing the requirements to specialist verification, because it was very difficult for people to get those doctor's appointments. We've had 2 sets of consultancies over the last decade providing us with advice on how best to modify our processes so that the applications are roughly proportionate to the sectors, and we're still working on that. And I think there'll be more work to come over time. But our processes are fair. They're completely fair and they are sector blind, but depending on the school, they may or may have less capacity to get either doctor's certification or even application processes. I might add that some parents are reluctant to apply because they think there is a stigma attached to disability provisions for the HSC, and others are encouraged to use our processes as best they can. So it's a long education process, but it's not a biased process. It doesn't discriminate, but sometimes the fairness affects different schools in different ways.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Opposition.
thank you, Chair. Just coming back to the early childhood space, Mr. Barrack, I'm just wondering if maybe on notice you could provide that $265 million for workforce, just a bit of a breakdown. I'm just not sure if I covered that in the last session, of that over the 4 years and what areas it's going to. That would be really useful.
Certainly, I'm happy to take that on notice and provide that to you.
In terms of the universal pre-kindergarten policy, how many, obviously there's the 100 preschools that the government's committed to in this term of government, but what work have you been doing to really drill down to how many preschool places you're going to need to deliver it for every family 5 days a week? Where's that work up to, and will that be made public so that we can be aware of that?
So I might pass to Ms Hercombe in a moment to talk about any modelling that we're undertaking.
That'd be great.
Around universal preschool. But I just want to point out that with the 100 public preschools, we are looking at putting those in the areas that need them most. And there is also those additional pieces in place for the not-for-profit sector and for Catholic and independent schools too, so that we're making sure that they can be placed in the areas of need. But I'll pass to Ms Hercombe around the modelling that we're undertaking.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in addition to the initial investment announced in the budget, which Mr Barakat has run through, we are also undertaking a wide range of research, trial and consultation work to inform those policy decisions ahead. Mr Barakat has mentioned the trial work. It's really important in this complex reform space that we listen directly to educators, teachers, families and communities across New South Wales. There are diverse needs around what is expected from a massive reform like this. This work will be informing economic modelling work that we are undertaking in the department to ensure that that complexity across the state is factored into those decisions ahead. This reform requires capital investment, but it's also really important investment in quality uplift, workforce, diverse and a range of service models and flexibility within that delivery.
What's the time frame for that that analysis that you're doing? When would you expect to?
We're in the middle of it at the moment. I am working very hard to provide advice to the government on that towards the end of this year, early next year.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the 100 preschools that are being delivered, whether it's you or Mr Manning who answers this, what size are they going to be built at? What would be sort of the average? How many places will they be?
So I'm very happy to just flag before handing to Mr Manning that the work is being informed by that local need and analysis. So we are working very closely with communities, schools and ECE services to fit the right fit to what that community need is. But I'll hand over to Mr Manning to talk about
so in
specifics.
terms of building configuration, we're looking at sort of 20, 40 and 60 place options, noting that the buildings are modular and could be expanded as they might need to be.
The 10 preschools that were announced as this budget that are being incorporated into the new build, can you provide, I'm happy for you to do it on notice, just the list of the 10 and how many places will be built as part of that, or what you're looking at?
Yeah, sure, happy to.
That'd be great. I'll just hand over to my colleague, and I think Mr Manning, you should get ready to keep answering because we've got a few capital ones for you. Thank you, Ms Hercombe, for your contribution.
Thank you, Mr Manning. My question is, has land been secured for the new high school at Leppington Denham Court?
So we have identified a preferred site, and we are in negotiations with the owners of that site.
Is it the same site that had been chosen by the previous government for the selective high school?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Thank you. And would we have an indicative time frame on the delivery of the announced school?
Yeah, so we're working our way through that at the moment. I would expect sort of towards the end of the year or very early next year we'll be able to confirm that.
Thank you. And Mr. Manning, just a further question just on time frame concerning the delivery of the 6 schools that are planning only that are listed in the budget papers. I'm happy to read through them.
Yeah, so we've committed to undertake the planning phase. That will then inform future budget decisions in terms of moving those through into delivery. And we're working through those details to produce that planning now.
So the time frame on the plan on the planning stage is.
So we're working through that. We'd expect to have that completed within the next 9 to 12 months.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So, thanks. So sorry, the planning will take 12 months?
Yeah.
Okay. For each of those 6 school projects?
Yes. Okay. It's quite complex.
Yeah. Well aware. I just want to ask again to you, Mr. Manning, just a few more questions about Murwillumbah, and particularly Murwillumbah High School. So that school was that school effectively ready to be demolished prior to the election? Was it pretty close to being able?
Yes,
to
it was.
So you just mentioned earlier the $12.5 million that's there in this year's budget across the 4 schools, but I'm just curious to know how much is it going to cost to get that school back up to a level of where students can actually go back in? Because a lot of the parents are telling me that it's fairly dilapidated, or as it was, because it was about to be knocked down.
So we're still working on the kind of the final dollars
Right.
in that sense, but we've
Okay.
got a comprehensive list of works that we're going to carry out.
Yeah.
The only thing I missed off the list earlier this morning was new furniture.
Yeah.
Throughout
Well,
the
that's probably pretty important.
throughout the school.
Yeah.
Yes, and there was some planned maintenance work that had been held over,
Sure.
pending the demolition that will also work its way through as well. So we'll finalise that over the next few months.
But is $12.5 million going to be enough to do that?
The 12.5 is what's been allocated in this financial year.
Right.
So yes, I think it will be enough.
Okay.
And as you know, if we need to draw on additional funds, we'll work through the Deputy Premier's office to make sure we've got that.
Sure.
Because the commitment is for it to be operational for day 1, term 1, 2025, and
Yep.
that's obviously halfway through another budget cycle.
Sure. So just in terms of the overall allocate, you said earlier that the initial funding for the project under the previous government was
About 150.
50 million?
A bit, I think.
So there's obviously leftover money. There was 150 million allocated. It's not going to cost that much to get it back up to presumably just what it was before. Where's the rest of that money gone? Has that just gone back into your capital budget? Will that be split amongst the 4
So I think that was
schools?
articulated in the Parliamentary Budget Office estimates at the time the commitment was made.
Yeah.
So yeah, I assume it's gone back into that whole pot in
But so
terms
that-
of
but that-
funding.
yeah, okay.
Funding the so it's not an ability to kind of track where exactly that money went, but
No, I
obviously it was
understand.
part of that overall calculation of
Yeah.
money being identified for election commitments.
Sure.
So
But
yes.
the 150 that was sort of earmarked for Murwillumbah will not be $150 million spent in that community. It's going to be less, isn't it, across the 4 schools?
Yeah, and that's identified in the PBO
Yeah,
costs.
no, I just wanted some clarity on
Yeah.
that. Want to take you to another school that I know you're well familiar with, which is Bungendore High School.
Yep.
I'm just interested in where that's up to in terms of that capital build. Obviously, the students are on the pop-up side on the primary school, but again, locals are sort of telling me that there really hasn't been much in terms of capital work begin for the better part of this year. Has there been a stop work order issued for that?
No, there hasn't. As you're aware, there's a local community group that have disputed the validity of the SSDA.
Yep.
We're working through that process and expect to have a decision very soon, but we've held off the demolition works until we get the resolution of that as an issue.
Did the decision to hold off on that work, was that coming through the Minister's office or?
No, that was a department decision.
Right, so why did you decide to hold off on that?
Well, apart from the fact that actually, if the judgment is that we don't have a valid SSDA, then there could be a whole bunch of abortive costs that we then have to work through what we do in terms of the next phase for Bungendore.
Okay, so that wasn't there. Was there any discussion with the Minister, her office, about that decision?
We talked the Minister, the Deputy Premier through that decision, but yes, that was our advice.
Okay, so there hasn't been a stop work order issued formally, but you've decided to pause until the legal action.
Yeah, wait till that's resolved.
Is that what you would normally do?
Yes, it is. We wouldn't normally push on regardless.
Okay, thank you. Just back to Madawi now as well. I think again you said earlier that you've almost completed the expression of interest for the site.
We've got a couple of sites we're looking at. We have a preferred option, and we have been talking to the owner of that preferred option.
Was there a site that the department already owned there though?
Yes, there was a potential site. It's not usable.
Okay. Why is it not usable?
Environmental reasons.
Okay.
It's a woodland with all the associated creatures that go with it.
Sure. Yeah, well, there's often lots of creatures on the woodlands.
Koalas particularly.
So again, can you just clarify when you expect to have that site secured? What's your time frame you're working on?
Pretty soon. We'd like to have as many of them cleared up end of this year, early next year as we possibly can.
Okay, and will you make that public when that land's secured? Or
I'm sure the Deputy Premier will.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Taking you to the Tamworth area now, has there been any request from the government to look for land in the Moore Creek area for a potential school, given that there's a lot of growth in that community?
Not that I'm specifically aware of, no.
Okay. Do you want to maybe just take on notice?
I could take that on notice, but it's not come across my desk
yeah,
as yet.
Okay. That would be great. I'll have a very grateful local member if you're able to do that, so thank you very much. I want to now just ask Mr. Martin a few questions about the curriculum rollout. My understanding from announcements made by the Minister is that the full curriculum implementation has been delayed from the previous government's time frame. So not everything will be implemented and being taught this term of government, will it? It's been stretched out beyond that. Is that correct?
The last syllabuses, I think, will be introduced into schools into Year 11 in 2027 to be taught in 2028.
Okay, so it's still a few years away from full implementation. And then in terms of the extra money that the previous government did allocate, which Ms Mihalik asked about before, you said that that's enough to continue that allocation, but obviously staff are going to have to be working for longer on that. So can you just break down how there won't be sort of a budgetary impact by the delay?
We have had to resequence the syllabus delivery a little. We had to anyway to some degree because there were changes over the COVID period where we had difficulty getting writers for syllabuses, etc. So we had always some flexibility in the writing and delivery process. We'll have to get agreement from Treasury to hold over some of the funds into the next years, but we have enough as far as this moment to deliver on the syllabuses and the timeline that has been previously announced and then changed with the Deputy Premier's decision earlier this year.
Okay, so the staff because additional staff were brought in to help you with that, how is that going to work?
Well, we have many of the staff can be repurposed into doing other types of work. So HSIE, for example, has both history and geography teachers. Some of them we've extended them and are able to have them doing other parts of the curriculum delivery process. It takes up to sometimes more than 10 people to write a single syllabus. That's the writers themselves, the support staff, then there's the delivery through digital technology, etc., etc. So we repurpose and make sure people can move from part of the organisation to others. Some of them we've delayed. We've delayed the secondments. We've got schools that are slightly reluctant to release their best teachers, so we've said if not this year, then next. We're in constant conversation with the independents, the Catholics and the department about staffing secondments. But it is slightly juggling, but I think it's a better outcome in that teachers will have more of an opportunity to both fill in consultation processes, go through consultation processes, and also prepare to deliver.
Thank you. I just want to ask you about highly accomplished and lead teachers. Do you have any updated data on how many there are?
I think that we actually have a ceremony on Friday of this week, but I think it's roughly the same 300. I can take that on notice. I'll get you the exact number.
And are you able to provide on notice any data around how many teachers are currently undertaking the process as well? Obviously there were some changes in terms of that, but how many do you expect to to come through?
We've had an increase, but I will an increase in applications.
Yep.
We've also modified the process in terms of the modular process as part of the National Teacher Education Expert Advisory Panel and a national agreement. So yes, I'm happy to get on notice all of the take on notice all of the additional applications.
That would be good. And then in terms of the target that the previous government had to see that increase quite significantly, I think we wanted 2,500 by 2025. Bold and ambitious target, I know, but has that been continued by the Deputy Premier? Have there been discussions around that?
That target hasn't changed as far as I know, but it's to some degree been overtaken by EMM, the Ministers' Meeting national targets, which are quite ambitious. So our proportion of that would be roughly what the previous target was.
That's great, thank you. I want to ask some questions in relation now to the tutoring program. I think 278.4 million over 4 years has been allocated in the budget. I'm not sure which DepSec that falls under, if it's Ms Nixon or from the budget. Yeah. Hello, Ms Nixon. Just in relation to, I guess, the breakdown over the 4 years of that money, is it how much per annum? Is it just a straight 4-year split, or how much is going to be going to schools?
No, it's not a 4-year straight split. We will continue to develop the resources and the support for schools to build on the work that they've done previously under the COVID ILSP tutoring.
Yep. Is there any, I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but any sort of breakdown as to how much will go maybe this financial year or next, or anything you can provide?
I can give you that on notice.
Yeah, perfect. And then in terms of the criteria for students who are going to access the support, is it similar to the previous ILSP in that every school will get a certain amount? How is it going to be divided up between school communities?
So that's currently being finalised.
Okay. But do you anticipate that every school will get some money, or not necessarily?
That's currently being finalised.
Okay. Is any of that intended to go towards some of the low fee-paying non-government schools as the previous ILSP did, or is it all for government schools?
Currently, it's all for government schools.
Okay. And then is there any data in relation to, I guess, how many students are anticipated to take part in that program? What kind of benchmarks or numbers of kids you'd like to be reaching?
That's part of the process being finalised.
Okay.
The options, and once that's decided, that will be made public.
Okay. And do you expect? Oh, I'm assuming you would expect that by the end of the year, so schools know what they're getting next year. Yep. Okay. Great. The staffing of those particular tuition programs as well. Again, in the past, there's been retired teachers, uni students, etc. We've heard a lot today about concerns about staffing challenges from the Deputy Premier. So, again, just curious in terms of who will be running those programs and what the intention is for that.
So our understanding in most schools is they will continue with the staff that have been running those. As you know, we have run an online model of those. We've been using late in their degree teachers, and have been using teachers that have previously retired to do that. So there's been a strong collection, as you know, over many years of staff suitable to do that. Use of non-teaching staff, well trained, has been pointed to through the Grattan Institute and Aero's advice on small group tutoring. So we're certainly looking at how we might support that as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. Just back to, I guess, departmental decisions around budget savings. Mr. Dizar, could you confirm that are there going to be any cuts to the Professional Ethics and Standard Directorate?
We have looked at an efficiency dividend for every single division. So myself, with every DepSec that leads a division, we've looked at an efficiency dividend, and I've left it with DepSecs to look at how to best apply that in their area.
Right.
I've been cognizant that we wouldn't want to take away things that are highly valued and well taken up by schools. That's been my writing instructions to our DepSecs around that. So I won't have the specifics for Pez in front of me.
If you could just take on notice, because I'm obviously wanting to ensure that you've got a strong professional ethical standard area where you can have that accountability if there are concerns raised about, any particular practice. Obviously, that's important. So it would just be good to know if there are cuts foreshadowed. And then also in relation to the employee performance management as well, if there's staff roles going there, those who are obviously there to help support, particularly maybe early career teachers who need that. I'm just wondering if you can provide on notice if there's going to be any cuts to those staffing as well, those staffing areas.
Yeah, I fully understood the PES one. I'm not sure I understood the second one that you went to when you said employee performance, because the Professional and Ethical Standards Directorate covers employee performance.
Yes, but specifically in relation to, I've had some concerns raised with me about staff going in those areas that look particularly at performance management of staff, but also again those who are in place through PES to investigate issues around teacher behavioural concern. And I think the chair talked about the Disability Royal Commission as well. It's been raised with me, and I just would like some clarity around whether that will be part of the department that you'll see staff go, and that's what I'm trying to find out from you.
Yeah, sure. I'll take the PES area holistically.
Yep,
but I'll just reinforce
that's fine.
that we've been looking at those resources that are highly valued, highly taken by uptake by schools being important. We're looking at growing our curriculum and wellbeing resources, whereas there's other areas that I'm looking at streamlining that I can make improvements to, but I'll come back to you on
That would be
PES.
good.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I'll leave the 3 seconds left because there's not much point starting another.
Very nice. Before I go to Ms Mihalik, just to let you know that we are happy to let Mr Roberts and Ms Halcombe leave. Thank you very much for spending your time with us. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just back on my previous questions relating to the land audit, I think I just want to get the exact, I think you specified, I think there was previously a specification for the exact amount of land that you have earmarked as being vacant, is that right?
So we have a record, so we have approximately 300 hectares of what we consider to be vacant land.
And just with that, did you undertake a market evaluation of that land prior to providing?
All we've been asked to do is go through the portfolio and identify land that is vacant.
Okay. And should the government come back to you, or the cabinet, or I'm not quite sure how the process will be, that they have indeed, will indeed earmark some of that land for potential housing, which I assume could be community or private housing or mixed development housing, would you then undertake an actual evaluation, a proper market evaluation of that land?
So that government policy is that land that transfers between agencies is at a valuation point. I would presume that Property New South Wales would then do that work. We'll work with them in terms of whatever the outcome looks like. But government policy is that land transfers between agencies at market value.
At market value?
Yeah.
Okay. Just on back onto, also I just want to do a couple of quick questions before I wrap up. The unvaccinated teachers that are now being invited back into the system, will there be a process to provide some sort of support in not just career progression assistance perhaps, and also just wellbeing assistance, given that really many of them had worked for decades within the department and suddenly lost their livelihood and their careers? Is there any plans in that regard?
Yeah, Ms Mihalik, I'd welcome back anyone with what the new requirements are, that you don't need the vaccination. I just put this rider over it, as long as there wasn't any disciplinary issues that led to their exit. We spoke about a teacher shortage this morning with the Deputy Premier, so we'd welcome them with their expertise. And there was a line of questioning around casual teachers and how we can better support them, so we can certainly have them in that bracket if they need
But some of these, Mr Disto, with all due respect, were teachers that had worked for decades within the system, and you can only imagine the trauma that they experienced by suddenly being told, that's it, they're not allowed back on site.
That's right.
So I'm just proposing that perhaps there should be some consideration into providing some additional supports.
Yeah, no, and I believe we wrote to them, if I've got it right, under my predecessor, and would have offered what supports are there. Like I said, if there's no obstacle for them returning by way of any disciplinary procedures, we'd welcome them back and provide the necessary support. We can do with more experienced teachers, so things like mandatory training, etc., we'd help them to meet those requirements and have them back in classrooms.
Thank you. And just quickly, just back on what I originally was asking some questions about the curriculum, the HSIE, and indeed the history curriculum, that's now having larger content, which has obviously already been reported and in your consultation process in relation to having more content around Aboriginal customs and traditions. I just wanted to ask, how long have there been an opportunity to study Aboriginal language? Has that already been available? I understand at least for a couple of years. How long has that now been available?
I'll get Mr Martin to also add here, but I know that Aboriginal Studies has been part of the HSC.
No, language, specifically language. Is the language taught?
Yeah, we've had language and cultureness in our system to grow the learning of First Nations language, culturally appropriate in different geographies. If you're asking me how long, I'd have to take how long on notice, but I know that it's a very important area to keep the First Nations languages strong and thriving, and there's, as you would appreciate, schools that have large numbers of Aboriginal students and concentrations of First Nations students.
So I
that grow
understand
that.
in 2021, 4 kids undertook the Aboriginal language as part of the HSC for Year 12.
I'd have to defer to Mr Martin for...
I think 13 for Year 11.
Yeah, Aboriginal Studies I think has a much stronger candidature, but I'd defer to Mr Martin. I'm not sure if he's got any data on that.
I'd have to take that on notice, the numbers of students who do Aboriginal languages in the HSC. I might point out that many of the languages have very, very small candidatures. We run 60
as small
plus.
As 4?
Yes, we run so many languages, mostly for cultural maintenance. There is a process if the numbers of students becomes too small that the language may become discontinued. Aboriginal languages have an important place though as a growing language and cultural connection for many students in New South Wales. So we're increasing the number of Aboriginal languages as soon as we can to make sure that students in various language groups in New South Wales have access to their culture and traditions.
Can you
but we do
provide
have very
me
small
how many
numbers.
are currently doing the Aboriginal language for Year 12?
For
this
HSC,
year,
I'd-
for 2023, and then last year's 2022. We have 21 figure, it's 4.
Sure, absolutely, of course. On notice,
On
I will
notice.
get you those numbers. Aboriginal languages, though, are not just taught in Year 11 and 12. They're taught in primary school and in high school, and students may not choose them for the HSC, but they do Aboriginal languages right through school.
And also remiss of me, Chair, this week is New South Wales Aboriginal Languages Week right across the state, so remiss of me to not call that out.
Can I also find out where which schools those students?
I think as long as we don't identify
No, I don't
individual
want to
students,
identify the student.
if there's
no, but
sometimes
just the
there's
school.
numbers.
Or
are-
indeed, if it might be easier just by the region.
I'll provide information on notice that we can.
Yes, what you can. Yeah. I think that's it for me.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Just coming back to the Chief Behaviour Advisor and the conversation we were having around that.
Sure.
I think we were talking about the appointment. Is that Donna Cross or is
Professor Donna Cross, yes.
Correct. Okay. Can you tell us the current salary?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. And I guess, you were about to talk about the behaviour advisor's involvement in the mobile phone ban issue.
If I can just, before I pass over to the Secretary, so the Behaviour Advisor is a cross-sectoral appointment. So she works with the Deputy Premier and the 3 sector heads in relation to processes and programs and focuses that they may have. She reports through the Schools Advisory Council, they call the SAC. She's doing work currently for the Deputy Premier, I understand, through the Secretary in relation to mobile phones and cyberbullying, but I will leave that. But she's done, have been asked to do reviews of behaviour processes within the other sectors and is slowly building up the work that she's doing across sectorally in New South Wales.
Yeah, Mr Martin's been spot on. All of the sector heads, Catholic, Independent and myself for the government system, have raised the concern around the growth of cyberbullying and could she lend her expertise, highly regarded eminent expert, to look at giving us guidance in that space. I must say, Chair, the mobile phone ban is only 3 weeks in secondary schools, and we're already getting reports from secondary principals that are really pleasing to say they've seen a drop in incidences of cyberbullying. So it's an area we want her to get her expertise on, her focus, her lens on, to give us good guidance about things we may or may not need to do in that space.
How does that interact with the, is it the IT Safety Commissioner? Is there advice coming in from her as well?
We do work with the E-Safety Commissioner. We've got
That's
a
the one I'm
great
thinking about.
working,
Yep.
great working relationship, where we actually, unfortunately got a report, where young people have come unstuck on cyber and have become victims of cyber bullying, etc., and have had great help there. Ms Nixon might have some detail, but we've also worked with the E-Safety Commissioner around resources that we can provide to schools that are age and stage appropriate. One that comes to mind is the Cyber Marvel module that we've made available so that young people from primary school onwards can be really au fait with what are the risks of using technology that they need to be careful with, from what a digital footprint looks like for an individual to just clicking on random sites, etc.
Perhaps, sorry, I will throw it, but if there's...
Not sure if you've got more detail, Ms Nixon.
I'm particularly interested in, so it's only anecdotal, but the children at schools that I have spoken to are, this is one of the issues that they thought that, the adults were sort of out of touch on in relation to, the feedback that I got was that no one cyberbullies during school hours. Cyberbullying was occurring outside of school hours, and they worry that this is not really dealing with the issue. I guess I'm curious as to how you will be able to, assess the levels of cyberbullying and whether the mobile phone ban actually will have any impact on that, how you intend to work out that impact.
It's an interesting question. Cyberbullying is pervasive, and that's why it's so challenging inside and outside of school. The phone ban provides an opportunity to focus on teaching and learning in classrooms. If we're talking about cyberbullying, that actually relates to all devices, and it does relate to inside school and outside of school. And as the Secretary talked about, the Cyber Marvel program is a joint initiative between New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania, ACT, South Australia and Northern Territory, with the E-Safety Commissioner, to support schools and to support students and to support families in terms of how they report social media bullying, what are the parameters they can put in place, a whole range of things to support kids understand how they can look after themselves in that space.
Look, I understand it was an election commitment rather than something that was a policy developed by the department. But what is your understanding of what the primary objective of the mobile phone ban is? Is it around cyberbullying? Is it around distraction? What is it?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to that. We did have quite a bit of... We'd already banned it in primary schools, as the chair and committee would know. And we have had a lot of feedback from parents, from teachers, indicating that it's a distraction. So, the thinking was to restore the primacy of the classroom, to get teachers and students focused on teaching and learning. We are concerned about screen addiction, and in fact, one of the government's commitments is for us to undertake research, not just alongside the mobile phone ban, but also into the impacts of screen addiction. I know that concerns me as a father of 3 children in the system as well. So it was to restore the primacy of the classroom. It's a great distractor for teachers when you're having to confiscate phones, get phones put away. And also, we took some lessons from schools that are already down the track. So, Chester Hill High School is an example that has had this policy in play for 16 years. And in talking to Susie Mabayed, the principal of the school, she is quite strong on the fact that it has removed distractions, playgrounds are for socialisation, that bullying instances are quite rare in her school, in the school context. Granted, what Miss Nixon says outside of the school context. I know we're only 3 weeks down the runway here, but we've had some fantastic feedback that is saying to us, you've left it to us in a context-specific way. So either in lockers or front office or yonder pouches, you know, they've really responded. And when we're at Ashfield Boys, which the Deputy Premier referenced, you know, really respecting student voice. We heard from students in the senior years who said, we were sceptical about this. We thought you imposing this was short-sighted, but we can now see the benefits of it. And we did contribute to the solution of how we wanted that implemented.
Yep.
As a former principal in the system, I wish I implemented it way back. You know, I was forever trying to get students to put that away. Phones lost, phones a distractor. This is not to say we don't embrace technology in learning, but we're trying to remove distraction, trying to make the focus for students and teachers on the core operation. And what parent out there doesn't want socialisation rather than texting at arm's length in the playground, actually playing and getting on with being a kid and growing up in the playground?
Maybe some parents with children who aren't your neurotypical child, but we could both have arguments about the, our own discussions with various schools and children, and I'm sure we could disagree. But what I would like to do is come to where the evidence base is. And when this committee investigated the mobile phone ban in February, we actually found that we didn't think that it was evidence-based. We had the person who had been touted as apparently being the academic responsible for suggesting the mobile phone ban actually saying that wasn't what she said at all. So my question to you is, what is the stated objectives of the ban, and how are you going to actually monitor it in a scientific way so that we're not sitting here having a sort of, battle of who heard what from who?
Yeah, one, like I said, we need to deliver on a government commitment that requires us as an organisation to evaluate it alongside screen addiction. And there's a $2.5 million commitment over 5 years into that research, so we intend to undertake this. I'd note, Chair, not a light-hearted decision here, made in consultation with SPC, PPA, Federation, PNC, PSA.
It's not something that the Teachers Federation was calling for instance.
Well, we have consulted far and wide as well. I acknowledge it's a contested space, but I would also acknowledge that every jurisdiction in the country has banned the mobile phone in schools for secondary schools. So, it's not a unilateral decision that New South Wales has also made.
Okay, but back to
I'd
my
indicate
question.
that the whole country has taken that
path. The whole country also doesn't take into account the diversity of children in our schools. I would like to just know, though, the answer to my question, which is, what are the objectives? You can't review something unless you know what the objectives are.
I'm going to have to take a point of order, I'm afraid, Chair.
I would like to... No, you can take a point of order. What is the point of order?
My point of order is this, that I feel that your line of questioning is traversing issues that are policy questions that are not appropriately dealt by.
Thank you. In relation to the point of order, what I'm asking for is a very explicit statement about how the department is not a policy thing. We're not asking, yes, we would, that's what I'm trying to avoid is the policy. I want to find out what the objectives for the review are and how we intend to measure it, and that is very much a department question.
I'm happy to answer that, Chair, and when we go through the process of getting that expertise on board for the 5-year review, like I said, into the use and also screen addiction, but it just goes to simple primacy of, can we remove distractions from teaching and learning in the classroom? Can we lower the incidences of cyberbullying in schools that parents and students and teachers are reporting to us? I think you'll find that they're going to be central tenets of that review into the impact of the policy. Of course, the policy also allows the use of the mobile phone for valid teaching and learning purposes, so the classroom teacher may make that decision in an instance, and then we've also got students that we need to make adjustments for on health grounds, on learning grounds, that the policy allows them to have them.
I appreciate all of that. I still don't feel that my question has been answered, which is, how are you going to collect the data? Is what you're saying that it will be based on a review of anecdotal kind of from parents and teachers, or will we actually looking at hard data as to incidences of cyberbullying, etc.?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be coy around it, Chair. We haven't developed that evaluation procedure for that to go out and employ the experts with us, but I'm
That's fine, that's the
indicating to
answer.
you,
Yeah.
I'm indicating to you that we will look at hard data, like instances of bullying with the use of the mobile phone. We'll want some quantitative data alongside what qualitative data looks like. That our, in case studies, in surveys perhaps, and we do also have the Tell Them From Me survey that's been available for our school. So we'll look at how we can weave that in there as well. There's work to be done on the evaluation framework that we're going to use.
I will ask you a question that I will be asking pretty much every department. What is your approach to actually consulting on implementation with, all of these policies with representatives of people with disability?
Yeah, I think the Deputy Premier has been quite clear with us that she wants us to consult with all partners in education.
Yeah. But
you know.
explicitly in relation to disability.
Yeah, I'll get Ms Nixon to talk about how we do work with different disability groups and advocates on a range of matters. But I think what the overarching premise here is, and it's called out in the OECD report, that if you want to land good policy, good reform, you have to consult, you have to work with the partners, and that's been the overriding marker for us. But I might get Ms Nixon specifically to talk to disability if you like.
Thank you.
So thank you for the question, and we work extensively with our partners since we began working on the inclusive education policy, the disability strategy. We've had a disability reference group in place. We continue to meet with them. We meet with the advocate for children and young people constantly. We meet with the disability reference group, as I said, in an
Who is on the
ongoing manner.
disability reference group?
Dr. Roy is on the disability group.
So
I
not-
will have to. Can I take the list on notice? And
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
provide that
interested
with
in
you, for you?
the peak bodies and the advocacy
Yes,
groups.
I'll
in
provide that
particular.
on notice.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll go back to the opposite. Oh, wait, is it time for...
Maybe do a break now.
I think we'll have a break a little bit early. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So we will break now and we will be back at, and I have to do the
All right.
maths, at
Hang on.
3:41. No, we'll do an early. Thank you. Back at 3:41. Excellent. We're back.
Where are we up to? Up next. No, you.
Okay, we are broadcasting. We are back. I'll just give everyone a second to... Right, very good. I almost did the teacher clap, clap thing to get everyone's attention. All right. I'm going to the opposition to you, I believe, Rachel Merton. Good.
Sorry, thank you. My question concerns behaviour specialists, and I'm wondering how many behaviour specialists are currently employed by the department.
Yeah, I'll get Miss Nixon to look for the exact figure for you. They're a really important expertise and resource in the system, with a team around the school that helps our schools around both individual matters and holistic wellbeing and behaviour in a school context. I don't have the figure at my disposal, but Miss Nixon's just looking for it.
Thank you.
And we'll be able to give you what that looks like.
Still looking. I can assist if that's helpful.
Okay,
Miss
I can continue.
Oh, we've got the number here.
Yes,
Miss Brennan
I
can
can
give.
assist there.
Yep.
Thank you, Secretary. We currently have 94 behaviour specialists, and in 2024 the total number of positions will increase to 137.
Thank you.
Yes.
I note in the budget papers there was an indication that there would be 250 additional school counsellors.
Yes.
I'm just questioning how much new money has been allocated for these 250 additional school counsellors.
I'll get Miss Nixon to add anything here, but this election commitment that we're looking at delivering for the government, and so we've got work underway. We've got the school counsellor workforce and the school psychologist workforce that was referenced earlier this morning. And so we're looking at what the runway and breakdown of that across the years will look like. I believe we're going to be utilising the Education Future Fund to be able to finance the rollout of this across what I believe is 4 years. But
I was questioning as
Nixon
to new money has been allocated for the announced 250 additional school counsellors.
There's been $400 million allocated to the Education Future Fund, and so this election commitment will come from there.
Okay, thank you. Any indication as to how they'll be? Will they be placed in primary schools or high schools? How will the schools be selected as to, given the number of schools we have and the 250 additional school counsellors?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I'll get Ms Nixon to talk to that. The rollout's going to start soon, and we're looking for right across the system, across the 2,200 schools. I think we're at work on that. Ms Nixon, do you have any detail on that?
Yeah, so it's 250 full-time equivalent positions by 2027. So they will begin in next financial year, what we're doing at the moment is working through how we ensure that allocation provides the service that we need to provide across the state, adding that to our current 1,249. It's really important that we take the time to consider how we would do that, because it's not just a simple ratio of student to counsellor, because, for example, our schools with special needs would have smaller numbers. So we really need to consider the need in this as we reconsider the allocation model with the additional 250.
Thank you. So, Ms Nixon, just to confirm that the full-time FTE, that the 250 additional school counsellors will be in place by day 1, term 1, 2027.
It'll be completed by 2027.
The 2027 school year, Chair.
Okay.
That
Yes.
will be
Sorry,
looking for
school
the
year,
full
yeah.
rollout to occur. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Will scholarships be available to support these positions being filled?
We do have scholarships currently in play, and we're looking at getting better uptake and because some years we don't get the full uptake. So if we need to, while we do the work, if we need to add to that, that's something we'll consider. But that's all part of the work and methodology that we're examining.
And just today, how many school counsellor vacancies are there across the schools?
I'll get Ms Nixon and Mr Rumming to help here because they'll have it, but we oscillate between somewhere between 5 to 10% vacancy, which is a cause for concern because again it's a workforce just like the teaching workforce. You want to have as a lower vacancy rate as possible. I'm just looking at Mr Rumming and Ms Nixon if they've got the figure. It's around that area.
Yeah, so it's 77 counselling vacancies, which is 5.82%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Just a quick one. Mr Martin, I think you said before you've got the halt data, if you wanted to just provide that.
Yes, thank you, Ms Mitchell. So there are currently 337 halts. 808 have applied, so are in the process, and we have 8,000 who have indicated an interest in the orientation program. So they're good numbers.
Yeah, thank you.
And I can add the government school numbers if you want.
Oh, that's for all of them. Is this a bragging opportunity, Mr Tisdale?
No, that we're really proud of our people getting the accreditation and
I'm
the
happy
expertise.
with the overall number.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But thank you. Mr Manning, just a couple of quick ones back to you. You said before that the Madawi land that the government or the department's got isn't suitable for a school. So what's going to happen to that site now?
So we need to have a look at what we think the future is for that site.
Yep.
It is environmental issues related to the site, so we need to have a look at. It may be useful for environmental credits, so we'll talk to Department of Planning and see where the use of that land could be.
Okay.
But our view is it's not developable land because of the environmental issues that's sitting on that site.
Thank you. And then for a new high school at Googong, there'd been some land that had been identified by the former government, as you would know. Where's the process up to with some land for that school?
So that VPA is either with us or about to be with us imminently.
Okay.
So we are actively planning on that site for the high school.
So that's the same site that had been
identified? Yes, it's the
identified.
I think it's 7 hectare site.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. It was earmarked for a high school and a primary school, I think.
Yeah, some time ago.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to move now to some of the teacher supply initiatives. Particularly, there's a $20 million innovative teacher training fund. I just want to understand the correlation between that, the previous teacher supply strategy. I'm not sure if that's still continuing and that money's there. But in relation to that teacher training fund, what is the targeted number of new teachers to be brought in for that $20 million? What's the plan around that? And I'm not sure who's best placed
I'll
to
get
answer that.
Mr Romy to add to that, but again, that was an election commitment that we're just working our way through and unpacking alongside 70 election commitments that we've got. But I'll get Mr Romy to give you any detail of where we're up to there.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we've got a number of BAU hiring initiatives that we continue to work through. We've filled 6,311 positions this year, which is about 20% up on this time last year. So a lot of those programs continue, Grow Your Own, Rural Remote, etc. The $20 million Innovative Teaching Training Fund, we're getting to work at the moment on that in terms of what will be part of that fund. Some initial thinking is our Early Career Academy to serve as a centre of excellence for classroom teachers as well as classroom career pathways. But we're just getting going with those discussions and what that could look like. I'll have to come back on notice in terms of what our expectations would be in terms of delivery of teachers.
Okay, so with the previous teacher supply strategy, I was on the website I think yesterday, and it's still sort of listed, but obviously the government has walked away from some of the initiatives under that. Which ones are continuing? Is Grow Your Own continuing, the one for SLSOs to upskill? Is that
Yes.
still happening?
Yes.
How many I'm happy for you to take on notice how many participants there are in that this year, if possible. That would be great to get that data. The mid-career initiative, is that still continuing, the one that was started under the former government?
Yes.
Okay, and would you be able to provide again on notice how many participants?
Sure.
Thank you. I want to ask about what I assume is kind of the next iteration of Grow Your Own that was announced recently, the local teacher pipeline. The media release talked about having 75 participants for that program. Is that just for this year or next year, going into, I think it starts next year. Is it 75
Yeah,
over
75
what time
over,
period?
75 over 2 years, so a total of 150.
Right, so 150 all up in the 2 years. Okay, and then beyond that, not sure, just depending on how the take-up is or what will...
Well, we've actually got two streams of Grow Your Own now.
Yeah.
We have currently there's 187 participants as of the 19th of September, and then an additional 150 places for 24-25, which
Yep.
is a total of 337.
So are they people who are currently learning support officers? Is that one, or is this new?
In the first cohort of 187, that's the program that you're referring to.
Okay, and then the second cohort, sorry, that you've just said.
Yes.
Yeah, how many in that?
150 over 2
And
years.
they've come from external community people, they're not currently working in schools?
No, they're not currently working in schools.
Okay. The other thing I was asking, and it might be for, I don't know, maybe Miss Blackadder, I'm not sure. The Quality Time Initiative, is that work continuing?
What the government's committed to is a 5-hour reduction in teacher workload during this term of government. So there's a suite of initiatives underway to deliver that program of work.
Okay, so but the Quality Time Action Plan specifically, it was referenced by the OECD in their recent report, but that particular initiative is not continuing as it was. Is that correct?
There are elements of that are still in play. So,
Right.
For example, under the former government, there was about 200 schools where there was additional SAS
Yep.
support put into. That was under the Quality Time Initiative. That's expanded under the current government to 414 schools. That's been a well-received program, so
Yep.
that one's continuing. It's been a broader platform and direction that we've been given around reducing workload. And some of the things that we've got happening in that space include the A to Z policy review that I unpacked earlier today. There was, since term 2, 70 BAU items, a number of pilots that were all paused and ceased so that the run rate of change for schools was a lot more respectful of the complexity and challenge that schools were facing. The rate of change has been minimised. That's been a body of work alongside the temp to perm work, alongside the curriculum rollout extension, alongside other pieces of work we've got in play like re-examination of external validation, re-examination of our curriculum monitoring processes. Where can we streamline things that reduce paperwork and compliance requirements?
Sure. Thanks, Secretary. What metric are you going to be using to measure how you've saved that 5 hours per teacher at every school across the state? What's the metric?
Ms Blackadder, indicated that this government's election commitment was that we'd reduce 5 hours.
I know that, but I want to know how you're measuring it. That's what I'm.
Of admin time. So the way I'll get Ms Blackadder to add to that, because we got a lot of criticism from the ground when we tried to put minutes and time onto those items, and the ground was indicating to us that they wanted to see sizable differences of things that we had removed, to not lead with the measurement item, but to lead with what can you discernibly make a difference on, and then try and capture that. So we will need to quantify it. I guess I'm just calling out the challenge of the learnt experience in trying to quantify.
With respect, Secretary, I don't have a lot of time. And in terms of, I guess, being able to track that election commitment from the government, as you said, wanting to quantify when that 5 hours of time saved per week will be delivered, how are you going to measure it? That's what I'm keen to know. So if Ms Blackadder can answer that would be very useful.
Yeah, so it is across the 4 years as an election commitment.
So it's going to take 4 years to save the 5 hours?
Well, we will need to deliver it within that election.
Thank you. So
within that period.
The quantification, the metrics.
So at the moment we're at work determining how they'll be measured, and we're looking for a holistic approach to measurement that'll look at 3 things particularly. The first will be studying the time saved by the elimination or improvement of teachers' activities, so time in motion. The second will be about feedback from staff to see whether the workload reduction is meaningfully felt, and I think we've all experienced where we've saved teachers minutes that hasn't really been felt, so a more qualitative measure about that. And then also looking to see how we can use the PMES survey to provide insights around that. So we're at work to determine those specific measures and the timing of those over the 4-year
Okay,
period.
so I'm assuming that's the work that will inform the strategy that's mentioned in the budget papers to reduce that admin workload. Will that strategy be made public? Will that be something that the committee can see?
We're happy to report to the committee on our progress as we
Great.
come to the committee.
That would be good.
By way of what workload improvements we've been able to make and the impact of that, we're really happy to report. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to go to the org chart of the department.
Sure.
The copy that was provided to the committee prior to today's hearing shows that there are a lot of people in acting roles. I think a number of you here today are in acting positions. There's some vacant positions as well. Just curious about, I guess, that instability. I know you said before, Secretary, that you are going through a period of looking at restructure, so I'm assuming there'll be an updated org chart at some point in the near future.
Yeah, I'm really proud of that org chart. I'm not sure the version you got in front of you because
What was the one that the committee requested, so I'm assuming it's relatively recent.
Because what I did with that org chart is tip it upside down and the secretary's at the bottom of the org
that's
chart.
fine, but that's semantics.
We
You still run the department.
I don't believe so because the primacy is the 800,000 students in the 2,200 schools. We put them at the top of the chart.
That's fine, but
and that hasn't been the case.
My point, Secretary, is what I'd like to know is that clearly the government has foreshadowed that they're finding savings within education for their budget commitments. Clearly that is going to have to translate to some of these positions and staff positions not being available. You said you're looking at efficiencies across all of the department. That's going to mean that some people will not be in their roles anymore. That's the very nature of what you're trying to do. I'm trying to understand how quickly we will know, for instance, if there's still going to be an executive director who looks after transformation, reform programs, the student and parent experience directorate. I just would be really really keen to know when that process of I guess the cuts that will come in terms of the org chart, the staffing areas and the department staff will be clear to the public, to members of the committee.
As I lead the reprioritisation of the organisation, the refocusing of the organisation around the public education plan, I'll update that chart regularly. It'll be on the website for everyone to avail themselves of.
Are you looking at having less executive staff, less deputy secretaries, less EDs as part of that
I
work?
already have less deputy secretaries.
Is that going to go down again?
Well, let me answer your first question. Am I going to have less deputy secretaries? I said I already do because my predecessor had a group deputy secretary role. The group deputy secretary has moved to another role in government, and I haven't replaced that role. I've articulated to the organisation that as secretary I'll operate with a flatter structure. There was a job share in our education skills reform area.
Yep.
I've made adjustments to that area so that there's only one DepSec in that area. So I've already made some changes and I'll keep looking at what changes are required to best structure the organisation.
When should we expect to see an updated org chart from the one that the committee had that will really give a bit of an indication as to sort of any roles that have been condensed or any areas that have been cut?
Well, I'm not sure I agree with how you characterise that because I said that I'm looking at reprofiling and reorganising the organisation so that it best fits the public education plan.
Yep.
And as I make each of those moves, I'll update it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. We'll keep an eye on that. How many staff do you have in your office, Mr. Disdar?
I'll have to take it on notice, but since I've become secretary, I've moved a number of areas into my office. So the Connected Communities Directorate has become a direct report into my office. The Aboriginal Outcomes and Partnership Directorate has become a direct report to my office. Those two areas were not direct reports to the former secretary.
That's fine. You said I'm keen for a number, so if you can take that on notice, that's fine. Do you have a full-time social media officer?
I have a a role that's undertaken by an individual who's worked with me in different roles, who coordinates my school visits, who accompanies me on a number of school visits, and allows me to have follow-up and follow-through. It's not a social media officer.
Is there a role description for that person? Could you provide that to the
There
committee?
is, yes.
Yeah, could we get that on notice?
Sure.
Thank you. Do they drive you to school visits?
They have at times, yes.
Okay. Is that within their role description?
I'd have to check the role description, but for speed, efficiency and accuracy of where we've been, at times I've driven, at times they've driven, at times we've gone by taxi.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. If you could provide that on notice and that role description, that would be great. Thank you. And
Sure.
I'll give up my 5 seconds and hand over to the chair.
Thank you very much. Oh, look at that. Perfect timing. Can we talk a bit about the Northern Rivers floods and the impacts on the schools up there? Do you have the number of how many public school students in the Northern Rivers were forced to relocate from their schools after the floods in 2022?
I would have what the impact looked like, but let me find that. And while I'm doing that, Miss Brennan might have some information to help.
I would need to take that on notice, Chair, for the exact number of students.
Yeah, I'm interested in sort of how many were disrupted and had to relocate, but also how many of them never re-enrolled, just out of interest. Do you have that sort of information?
How many have not
re-enrolled?
Not re-enrolled. Well, let's chase up the exact figures. There was significant impact. There was schools that went into temporary locations that we've been working on. I know that our ED and Dell out there with Miss Brennan has been doing all they can. We had a recovery package that we offered there as well. So, but by way of impact on enrolments and attendance, let's come back to you on that.
Thank you. Do you know how many public school teachers in the Northern Rivers are working at work sites that aren't their assigned school site because of those floods? Do you have that data?
How many teachers are not at their assigned school site?
Yeah, so they're currently at a different school site or they're at a temporary school site.
I know it certainly came into play temporarily with the floods, where there was, access issues, where there was people that were personally impacted, but longer term, I'm not sure. So we'll have to take it on notice and have a look for you.
Thank you.
Yes, there are currently 5 schools. Is that correct, Mr. Manning?
So just going through our details. So Broadwater Public School is being hosted at Evans River. Empire Vale Public School is being hosted at Southern Cross Public. Condong is at Moolumbar South, and Richmond Rivers is at the Richmond River. So it's at the Lismore High Campus. And of course, Cabbage Tree Island Public School is being hosted in Wardell. So I think there are 5 that are still not back at their original location.
So let's look at that then. So there were a number of school rebuilds that were scheduled. Does that mean that the Wardell Public School is now complete with its rebuild?
No, so there were 9 that required rebuilds.
Right.
In many cases, we've put a pop-up school back on their original site, pending the work to rebuild their existing school.
Are you able, do you have it to hand, the expected completion dates for the rebuilds at each of those schools? So if we start with Wardell.
I do. I'm just looking for... So they're all in progress. We're working with the Reconstruction Authority around the statutory approval pathways. There's still quite a bit of work going on in terms of determining maximum flood heights in some of these locations. So we are still working through what do we think the final development looks like in order then to go either for a DA or whether actually there could be exempt or complying developments. So we're working pretty hard. I know we had set ourselves a target, I think, just having a look through the notes, of 2025, I think.
Beginning of or end of?
I think 2025 was as far as we got to.
Okay.
Again, in most cases, I think with the exception of Richmond River High School, we have some firm plans in terms of using modular construction so we can speed that process up once we get through the planning approval. I think Richmond River High School is the only one where we are working with the community about where the preferred location is for the new school, and so that will take a little bit of time to work its way through. But I can try and provide you some information on notice of exact dates around those
Really,
9.
Yeah, so that's Wardell, Empire Vale, Rivers Secondary College, Richmond River High, Lismore South Public, Broadwater Public, Brook, Condong and Tumblegum.
Yep.
So yes, that's 9.
Yes, that sounds right.
Excellent. And is the, I guess, is the rebuild cost budgeted for?
It's funded through the insurance provisions of iCare, so
Right.
yes.
Good. And in relation to that Cabbage Tree Island school, is the plan for it to be rebuilt on Cabbage Tree Island or for it to be moved somewhere else?
So I think that's one of the schools where we are still waiting for finalisation of flood reports and advice and for community consultation about where we think that school should be long term.
Okay, so we don't know yet.
It is also a site where the local Aboriginal Land Council has announced that it will not rebuild residential housing on the island as well. So I think, we need to work carefully with community, with government agency around what that looks like.
Okay, thank you. And then there were a bunch of schools, let me see, I think there's 8 of them, that had major repair works that needed to be done. So Lismore Public
7.
School, Wirrala, Mullumbimby High, Mullumbimby Public, Crabs Creek Public, Maynarm Upper Public and Maclean.
Yes.
What's the status of those major repair works? When do we expect them to be?
So all but, according to my records, all but Maclean and Mullumbimby are complete. Mullumbimby is due for beginning of 24 to be complete, and Maclean is towards the back end of 2024.
End 24. Excellent, thank you. Okay. Can I just come back to some, I guess this issue of out-of-pocket costs for parents that was being canvassed by Ms. Mihalik earlier. How exactly does the department communicate with parents to ensure that they know that those general contributions are voluntary and not compulsory?
So we've got a policy that we provide to schools, but each school provides their communication out to their school community.
Right.
Yeah, and we send an annual reminder to our schools to comply with that policy.
Is there are there translation into different community languages available for that policy through the department, or is that left to each school?
We certainly can assist if the school reaches out to us, but generally it's undertaken at the school level. They generally know their community groupings and have established mechanisms that they utilise, but if they need our help, they reach out to us.
Understood. Thank you. Can I ask, one of the positive things that the last government did was implement the free period products across schools.
Thank you, Abigail.
Yeah, we lobbied on it for a long time, but yes, you did do that. Is that still happening? And what's the status of it? Is it in all of our public schools now?
I'll get Mr. Manning to add to my coverage. I don't want to get it wrong, but it is still continuing, and we've moved all of the options that are available for schools onto our EdBuy system, which is really well known, and they can access it there on a needs basis. We've rolled out a large number of dispensers that have been installed, and then we've gone to making pads, tampons, period underwear available in all our contexts there. But I'll get Mr. Manning to add to any detail I've left out, but it is an ongoing program.
Thank you.
The only detail I can add is it's 4,600 dispensers have been installed.
Excellent. And are they in toilets?
Yes.
Like in toilet blocks, not within
Classic.
admin offices. Excellent, thank you. Can I ask, I love this bit of estimates where you jump around from topic to topic. During the public accountability and works committee hearings into the use of consultants, I did raise a number of times that there was a program being run by school infrastructure that was basically a program for graduates and cadets in infrastructure, that there's some of the other infrastructure arms of government were also using. And in the old details for that under the previous government, there was a line that said that you would be placed with a consultant for 6 months. I can't see that now in the latest update from August. Can you confirm whether or not we're still placing students within consulting firms?
Yes, I can. We are. It was the whole point was it was an infrastructure traineeship. So it was to get experience of the 3 sides of infrastructure delivery. So building contractor, consultants being architects, engineers, project managers, but also government side. So the idea was there was every 8 months they switched, so they got the full gamut of infrastructure. The view was whether they end up in a government agency or they end up in an architect or an engineer or a building contractor, they're still delivering the things that government needs to have delivered. And so it was to give them a rounded view of infrastructure as opposed to just the public sector side of delivery. So it is still part of the program. And we continue because it's about that rounded experience of
and
where they might choose to end up in infrastructure.
Yeah, okay. Has there been any consideration to getting some sort of compensation or payment from those consulting firms? I mean, they get 8 months of an intern that otherwise they would have to presumably fill with someone else.
No. We did look at it at the beginning of the process. Yes, we did. The reality is, we are their employer throughout all stages of the process, whether they're with a consultant or with a contractor. The view is we get value from them, and to be frank, if the consultant was paying them, the consultant would probably charge us for their time, and so we aren't paying for any work they might do. And in fact, the students themselves may not be working on government-centred contracts. So, no. In the end, we decided it was easier and cleaner that we were the employer. We would continue to pay them, and we would get the benefit of the fact that they are experiencing the other parts of the sector to bring that skills and expertise back.
From the consulting firms, and I absolutely appreciate that not all consulting firms are created equal. However, in the infrastructure world, the Big Four do dominate in terms of the government's use of consultants. We've seen a huge number with PwC, for instance, and Deloitte.
In their project management. Project management arms. They also, I would argue, we probably spend more money with architects and engineers than I would do with any of the Big Four, given the number of projects that are delivered across government. Yes, and they're not. It wouldn't just be the Big Four that they would go to, and if they did, it would only be in a project management or an engineering division. It wouldn't be in a sort of a management consultancy provision, because that wouldn't be the experience of infrastructure.
So I guess 2 questions there. The first one is, are you able to provide me with a breakdown of the percentage of who goes where? Because I am interested in how much there is with the Big Four. But the other aspect of that is, obviously from a consultant's perspective, getting access to or having built relationships with people who then go on to work in government departments can be quite profitable. Have you given thought, on the back of the recent revelations and the way that we now know that these consulting firms operate, to perhaps changing that program around?
To be honest, we haven't given that any thought. It would be a very long-term play, because these are trainees, these aren't even cadets. It would be a very long-term play to think that in 20 years' time they might be chief executive of school infrastructure. But I'm happy to have a look at it, but my sense is that there mainly are architects and engineering disciplines that they go to, rather than to the Big Four. So no, we haven't given it a look, but I'm happy to have a look at it in the context of giving you some data about where they end up.
I think that would be useful. I think once we have the data, we can work out if there is a significant problem.
We've got to the end of, so it's a 2-year program. We may also be able to look at the data of where they end up after the 2 years, because we've actually now established a cadetship across government, similar to, so that as the trainees finish the traineeship, there is an opportunity for them, if they decide to, the government side is where they want to be, to come into a cadetship as part of that process. But some of them will go on to uni, some of them have joined contractors, construction firms, and some of them are looking at, and we've encouraged some of our engineering and architecture practices to do run similar cadetships. So again, they can bring them in rather than simply graduates as an alternative to that. But happy to, if that data would be useful as well, give a sense of where they end up. Yeah, happy to do that.
Thank you, that'd be very useful. And just while we're on consultants, obviously the audited numbers won't come out for a little while, but are you able to tell us, give us any insight into the trend in the department's consulting spend over the last financial year?
I'll have to take that on notice, but over the last few years it's fallen. I think last year 3.7 million was spent on consultancy expenditure. The year before was 10.7 million. So it's been consistently falling, and we have been putting some fairly substantial process around divisions that might want to engage consultancies to support their work.
If you could perhaps provide consultant plus contractor spend when it comes to major consulting firms. So as you know, there is that...
The major suppliers list.
There's a definitional issue where a lot of money or contracts with consulting firms are not being recorded necessarily as consulting spend, and occasionally for good reason, but sometimes not. But I searched through eTender last night, and I can come up with at least $3 million easy in spend on big consultants from the department over the last 12 months. So perhaps there is an issue there with the way it's been. So perhaps if you come back with both of those numbers.
Sure, and we have in the last period of time strengthened the rigour around what is consultancy and what isn't consultancy, and the Chief Procurement Officer has the ultimate say as to whether it is or isn't consultancy, rather than necessarily individual divisions within the organisation. So we have applied a lot more rigour to that definition.
Thank you. The plan that was released yesterday, did that have input from external consultants or other firms?
No.
No. That's refreshing. Thank you. I will stop there for this round and go back to the opposition.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just back to phonics. Just the phonics data, the Year 1 phonics check, the data. We had a debate on this in the upper house last week, and I think the government confirmed that the data would be released by the end of the year. Is there a date when we expect to see that data available?
Hopefully very soon, because the assessment was undertaken midterm 3, so we're just collating it. We're in week 3, so it should be within a matter of weeks.
Okay, so definitely before the end of the school year.
That's the plan.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll check in with my CC colleagues, but it's definitely planned for before the end of the year.
All right, if you could on notice maybe provide a date if possible, that would be great. I want to ask about ambassador schools. Is that program still continuing?
I want to thank the schools involved in the Ambassador Schools program, because the evaluation, the research piece has been completed. It was always set that they'll be able to have a sunset period where they could exit. That was the request of those principals. So I'm going to get this number wrong. Someone here might have it, but I think it was originally 12 schools that we had in that important research piece. That has been completed.
Right.
They have wrapped up their involvement.
So you're saying all those schools asked to not be part of it anymore, is that what you said?
Well, again, Ms Nixon might have some more detail, but certainly in my discussion with several of those principals, in my visits, in my discussions with the ED that leads that, it was always our intent to not have them as ambassadors forever and a day, to partner with them, to learn from them, to share that learning across the system.
Sure.
And a number made representation to say, when the research piece ends, we'd also like to end our involvement.
Sure. So with the research...
Is that the case, Ms Nixon?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you want to add anything, or you've done?
No, it was valuable research. It was
Yep.
always planned to end at the end of 2022, and the evidence that came out of that supported the evidence base we have in what works best, and has been incorporated into the School Excellence Framework, version 3.
Yep.
And will be used for case studies to support that through CC.
Yep.
But the decision was made not to do the next stage of that, given that it was reinforcing the evidence we already had.
Okay. Was that decision made by the new government or by the department not to do
Decision was
further?
made by the department.
Okay. And in terms of the work, the research piece that was done, is that something that the committee could have a copy of, or is that going to be made public? Are we able to sort of see what the findings were?
So, as you'd be aware, there was never a commitment to make the research public, but it has been, the summary of that has been provided to all of the participating schools,
Okay.
and the work has been included.
Is that, could you take on notice whether, and I appreciate you can't speak for the Minister, but it would be really great to see kind of what that process
I'll take that on
showed, if it's
notice.
possible. Thank you. And is there any sort of intention to look at further programs of this type where you collaborate with universities and do some research pieces around what is working well, how you can share best practice across schools, particularly I guess with the new plan launched yesterday? Is there any intention to continue on in this sort of space?
I can add to that. We're always looking for those schools that are punching above their weight
Yep.
with school improvement measures. Compared to similar contexts, we have always done a number of CC case studies. We're always testing the robustness of what Miss Nixon said by way of what works best. Is what we're seeing in those contexts still stacking up with the evidence on what works best? Like Miss Nixon said, the next round of modification to the School Excellence Framework. We'll be looking for opportunities to continue to learn from those sites that are punching above their weight, both low SES, high SES,
Yep.
the full range of contexts.
Yeah, and that's what, the ambassador schools had different contexts, as you know.
Yeah.
What date was the advice given to the department not to continue with the Rewarding Excellence in Teaching program from the new government? When was that one cut? I'm happy for you to take it on notice if you don't have it.
Yeah, I have to take it on notice, but
That's fine.
it's what Mr. Rumming alluded to earlier. We're undertaking a classroom career pathway.
So that's what I want to get to now. Has there been any specific funding allocated to that classroom career pathway program?
Not at this stage. It's
Okay.
embryonic work that we will then work with partners on. It is part of our new award settlement with the Federation that will work with the industrial arm of the organisation as well.
Right, so the work that was done previously by Professor Hattie and the Rewarding Excellence team, what's happened to that? Has that just been moved on? Is that going to be part of what you look at in Classroom Career Pathway? Where I'm just trying to understand, how is Classroom Career Pathway different to Rewarding Excellence in Teaching, other than, as you said, that industrial element with the union? How's it look? What's the difference?
No, it's an excellent question. So the two people that were leading that are still going to lead the classroom career pathway work, because we don't want to lose all the valuable information we gained from the enormous amount of roundtables that we conducted.
Yep.
I'm going to get the percentage wrong, but there was quite a strong percentage of the workforce that said they'd like to see this come into play.
I'm very aware of that. Yep.
But one of the major rub points that came from the ground through those roundtables was what we were looking at by way of possible remuneration. It was butting up against what executive level remuneration in a school looks like. So the repivot here is, what system roles can we look at that keep people in the classroom, still with a classroom load, but can play a broader role, and how we can create a trajectory for them that doesn't butt up against the executive trajectory.
So are you looking at additional salary for people who take part in that classroom career pathway, or is it more like a mentoring to try to move them into an executive role? Is there more money if you're part of that, like there would have been in Rewarding Excellence?
Yeah, like I said, really embryonic, no firm decisions, but we definitely need to look at remuneration. We definitely need to look at what classroom load release looks like, and we definitely need to look at what how it avoids competing against the AP role, the head teacher role, the DP role within schools, because we still need that leadership role.
So you're saying, Secretary, that it's very embryonic, to use your terminology.
Yeah.
So when is it planned to commence that classroom career pathway program? Next school year, year after? What the current thinking?
Yeah, I can't put a definitive date on it for you. It's
Okay.
going to have to be done really well. It's a significant body of work. But what I can say is that given it's part of the new award settlement on the teachers' pay, we'll
Right.
begin work with the New South Wales Teachers Federation as soon as we can.
So
on
the
that.
union will be contributing to what that will look like in practice. That's part of the negotiations. Is that
They
correct?
will be because, the teacher pay scales, the executive pay scales, like I said, one of those factors that we need to take into account. But
Okay.
we'll partner with the partners in education. We'll use all the learnings we grab because there was fantastic feedback there.
Okay, but you can't say yet when it will start, and there's no additional money for it at this point either.
I can't say. We've got to do the work really well, but I'm happy to update the committee as we come along here to where we're up to with the work.
Okay. Well, you might find I've put some questions on notice in relation to that to the Minister, so if there's some more information over the course of the next few months, that would be helpful. I'll just hand to my colleague to ask a few questions as well now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I refer to the launch on Monday of the Public Education Report, and notice it's a good-looking glossy brochure with some fabulous photos. I also pick up on my colleague Ms Abigail Boyd's a pick up about the absence of any reference to disability in the public education plan. I read through the document, and on page 5 I read about holding ourselves accountable. We will use success measures to monitor our progress. My question is to the parents, what is the reassurance, or what's accountable, or how do we measure this? It all sounds good, it all looks good, but just in terms of accountability and follow through, and knowing that this uptake's actually happening in the local school, I'm just wondering what do we say?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. And so what we're working with each school starting next week and all the way through to the end of term 1 next year are school improvement measures that will be in every school plan for the 2,200 schools, and it'll be on their website. That's where plans are published and made available to everyone, including people on the committee, but to their school community. And like I was indicating earlier this morning, the areas that we're looking at in setting improvement measures that are context specific, respecting the OECD report and doing it bottom up rather than top down. We're looking at reading, we're looking at numeracy, we're looking at attendance, we're looking at pathways, and to do that in a very respectful way with schools, to look at what their trajectory of improvement looks like, what similar context looks like, and to set aspirations in those areas with those school communities.
So how will the parents be able to sort of be across this in terms of how the local school's tracking?
Yeah. So
on some of these important outcomes mentioned in the brochure.
So my two boys are in a government public school.
Yep.
And the principal will make the school plan available to all parents, and I'll be able to read the improvement measures that have been set for that school.
So each school will be reporting to the parent body.
Correct.
Their results.
Correct.
In terms
through the school plan, and in an annual process, through an annual school report, they will report on their progress across those improvement measures.
And another issue, if I could just raise, that parents are also, in terms of accountability and how schools are performing and where students are performing, in terms of knowing sort of how the schools are tracking and how individual students are tracking within that school. Is there anything more that we could be doing in this space, or is it just a teacher conversation, or?
Oh no, there's a number. Yeah, it's a really good question. There's a number of good things in play. There's the annual NAPLAN report. So NAPLAN next year will be the second year round with the new reporting on the 4 scales. So that'll give our parents information. We have check-in assessments. The best way for me to describe those are mini NAPLANs that are well received by our school communities that allow teachers to assess where students are at. That's not a report that goes to parents. It's a tool for teachers to use so they can make interventions, accelerate learning for students. Of course, we've got the every school's got to give a student report out twice a year at the half-yearly mark and the end-of-year mark, so they're summative points of feedback. We've got the phonics check that we referred to earlier. We've got the best start assessment in kindergarten. So there's a number of assessment tools that are available to our people so that they can communicate with parents around progress of an individual child.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go to some of the programs that the new government has decided not to continue with, and Recruitment Beyond New South Wales is one of them. But it's correct that in the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan there is some work being done looking at bringing in teachers from overseas jurisdictions. I think Victoria is still doing that. So I'd be keen to know how many applicants were still being processed or were being looked at the time that the government decided to cancel that particular initiative, how many potential teachers there were going through that process, if there's any data on that.
I can take that question. Thanks for the question.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of teacher numbers, we've had 24 teachers that have commenced in Recruitment Beyond New South Wales.
Okay.
An additional one starts in term 4, or it started in term 4,
right,
and 13 that will commence in 2024. So if my maths is right, that's 38 teachers have come through that program.
Mm-hmm. So not 6, I think that's
we
what
had
was said before, so it's 38. Okay.
Yeah, 38,
Mm-hmm.
and we had we're still processing 400 applications, even though the government cancelled the program.
Right.
But obviously we wanted to honour the people that have gone through the
So
process.
are all of those 400 teachers, are they all qualified teachers?
Well, we're going through that process to validate that.
What will be the process? How long will that take, do you think?
I'd have to take that on notice. My understanding from the team was that they were through about 250 of the 400, but I can give you some further details.
That would be really good. Yeah, thank you, because it would just be good to see how that actually translates into people who are ready to go in the classroom now when there's, issues with vacancies. I'm not sure why you turn away anyone who's qualified and keen. In terms, Secretary, of staff movements within the department, are you able to provide, and I'm happy if you would like to do it on notice, how much has been paid out in redundancies since March for department staff who have left the department?
I'm happy to do, if you like, during my time as Secretary, from when I've been Secretary.
That's fine, yeah. Well, I'd also like to capture the redundancy of the former Secretary as well in that. So I'd just like to know how many have left since the new government has come in.
Let me take that on notice, and I'll give you prior to myself, and then...
Sure. And the number of positions and the redundancy packages that were paid out, that would be great. Thank you. The plan to reduce the number of contractors and consultants, and I'll have to make sure the Chair doesn't cut me off here knowing her views. Reduction of spend currently supporting 200 contractors and consultants. Are there going to be any costs associated? Are there going to be contracts that are cut now, or is it just that you're not fulfilling anymore? Can you just unpack how that's going to work in practice?
Yes, I'm working through that with the Deputy Secretaries, and we're looking at a number have already coming up end dates, or, dates where the consultant or the contractor was going to be reassessed, so we're using those natural junctures to work out if that resource is needed.
And what sort of work are they doing at the moment? What's going to be finishing up that those contractors and consultants might be doing?
Well, I think you'll find they're right across the organisation, so there's not a division where we haven't had some of that workforce employed, so I've been working with every single DepSec around that. And I just repeat it, it's a whole of government requirement for me to do so. So we're working through that naturally. And when I'm looking at that, we're discussing particular roles that may be required and saying, well, is that a role that we could take off the contractor list when it cesates, when it's coming up for assessment, and turn that into an ongoing role in the organisation so that we can have the ongoing expertise and avoid some of the higher costs that you could incur at a contractor level. In other cases, we're making decisions that, that resource will no longer be required, and we're ending that resource at that juncture. But we're not really, I think I'm correct in saying we haven't looked at early cessation in any way. We've started there, knowing that we've got a little bit of time to do that work.
But you've obviously identified, the number of 200 is in the budget papers, and it was in media done by the Deputy Premier. So while you might say you're working through that, you've got an idea of what's going to go, because you've had to come up with that 200 figure from somewhere. So what are some of the examples in that 200 that you'll look to cease? I'm just after a couple of examples.
Yes, I just said earlier this morning, you know, we didn't, I think someone said you plucked that figure out of the air. We looked at that figure as opposed to the total figure that we've got in the organisation and thought that that was a sensible level given that we've got to deliver on a 25% cut. I'm really mindful that I'm still working through this space, that I haven't communicated to every single area where I'm making adjustments.
Sure.
So I'd like to do that first as Secretary.
That's fine, but I guess my point to that is that the government has said that they'll find these savings. They're listed in the budget paper, but it sounds like a lot of that detail is still being worked through in terms of what the actual impact will be.
I'm happy for Mr Manning to maybe give you some more detail because that's been an area that we've moved a little quicker on in
school
infrastructure.
Okay, yep.
Do you want that example?
Sure, that'd be, one example would be great.
So from our perspective, we've been talking to contingent workforce about permanent roles, and so we've already moved 36 contingent workers into permanent roles. And there's a further 25 that we're talking to as part of that process.
And what kind of roles are they?
So they'll be project officers or project directors in delivery of projects. And we've also been through and had a look at projects that are coming to an end in the next 12 months.
As in building projects?
Yeah, and where we don't need those resources anymore.
Okay.
We're looking to recruit the resources we do need through a permanent space. So at the moment, certainly from our perspective, there's more than 60 that we're looking at converting across as part of our commitment for that.
So, but you had those presumably brought on before because there was a lot of delivery of they were there to deliver projects, is that right?
Yes, and so we couldn't get permanent employees, so we got hold of contingent workers, and we're now saying actually these contingent workers can convert across to be permanent employees because they're sitting against roles that exist, but they'll be no longer performed by consultants or contractors. Okay,
sure. And then I guess just in terms more broadly of the dividends, but I suspect you might just tell me that you're still working through this, Mr Disdar, but I think it was $328 million is going to be saved over 4 years and that every corporate division is going to be looked at. I mean, that's a lot of uncertainty for department staff, I would think, not sure if their job's going to be there or not. When will you have that work done? You said you're going to ERC soon, but I'm really keen to know, I guess for clarity, when we'll understand what roles don't exist anymore, what those priorities are, I guess the government has made in terms of the positions that have gone or the savings that have been applied. So what's the time frame on that?
Yeah, like I said, I've already made some decisions like the Group Deputy Secretary role, not replacing that, removing that function, the roles that existed there. That's already a known move. There are others that I'm very close to and communicating. There are others that are at a consultation point because there's consultation processes.
So by the end of the year, or what's your time frame?
Yeah, I have to deliver savings this financial year and then in ongoing financial years. But I'd like to start. I'd like to start the new school year, February 1 or thereabouts, with the first lot of changes that I'd like to make. So we're well underway with those.
Okay. Quick one, sorry, back to Mr Barrackett, we are jumping over. Just Start Strong Capital Works for preschool, community preschools. Is there going to be a round of that? Or, I mean, obviously I know we've moved from the rounds, but how much money is going to be allocated for that?
Let me just check this for you. I might take that on notice and come back to you. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. Just back to that 200 contractor number, and I asked whether it had been sort of plucked out of the air because it just is a lovely round number. If we're talking about 25% cut, does that imply then that before that 200 number was devised, that we looked and saw that we had about 800 contractors working within the Department of Education?
Yeah, I just don't want to get it wrong, Chair, so I took it on notice earlier. Please let me come back with the exact numbers. I don't want to get it wrong for the committee and mislead.
Sure, that would be very useful. Also, you'll be aware, no doubt, that when the Public Accountability and Works Committee asked these questions of transport, it turned out that a lot of these contractors had been working for a very long time on rolling contracts within the Department of Education. Perhaps you could take on notice to come back to us with a breakdown of how many have been with the department for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year, or more. We had one at Metro, I think, that had been working for 12 years, and what their average pay is as well. That would be very useful.
I'm happy to provide whatever I've got that's available. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you also tell me, I asked before about the spend on the big four in particular. So I asked for the contractors and the consultants spend. If you could let me know how much has been spent in the last financial year on PwC, KPMG, EY and Deloitte on notice. But also, can you tell me how much the department has spent on McKinsey and Boston over the last 3 years? And particularly how many projects they've worked on, the scope of those works, and if there's anything that you can provide us in terms of details, just on notice.
I'm happy to chair. They're quite specific, so let me come back on those. Yeah.
Thank you. If you could also let us know how many projects or contracts with contractors are coming in just under 150k. So we're looking at that sort of between 140,000 and 150,000 mark. Again, in other departments, we've seen quite a few coming in at 149. So it's just interesting to see. Can you tell me what conflict of interest checks there are in relation to contractor and consultants, basically using their position to recruit additional people into the organisation?
Yeah, we've got Mr. Manning can talk to the conflict of interest processes. We have also put in enhanced mechanisms here where I'm going to get the figure hopefully right, Mr. Manning, but I have to sign off on any engagement that's above $100,000 as secretary. Given
that's a new process been put in.
That's a new process we've put in to be even more diligent in this area. Given the size of our portfolio and budget at 26.1 million, we've really brought down what that threshold looks like to $100,000, so that, if I'm going to reduce contractor and consultant expenditure, then I obviously want to be working with my DepSecs. There'll be occasions where that's needed, and I want to be working with them to make sure I can support them. But as secretary, I ultimately own those decisions, and there might be times where I say, well, we're not going to go down that path. We can use this expertise that we've got. So I've tried to put in a stronger due diligence requirement there around. Is it the $100,000 mark?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I think one of the themes from the other inquiry has been that although there are conflict of interest rules and procedures put in place, there is no sort of real check on those or any kind of independent check. Has anything changed with the department in the last 6 months?
I know that in all our recruitment practices, panels have to declare conflicts of interest. They're established protocols and procedures. I know that senior exec, we've got to declare conflicts of interest. So
but are there any checks or any kind of enforcement processes, or is it just kind of a trusting each individual to?
So for contingent workers, we have a mechanism where we do an annual conflict of interest, which is a sort of a self identification of any areas that might be conflicts of interest. And then to the Secretary's point, for any procurement process, at the point of assembling the tender evaluation team, they would also sign individual conflicts of interest that pertain to the tender list and a whole range of other things. So we do a general check to understand what we think the conflicts of interest might be, even if they're not necessarily firms that we have a lot of dealings with. And then in the procurement process, we will be specific with individuals to make sure they have no conflicts of interest with the tender list.
And particularly is, again, unfortunately it's a theme we've seen across different government departments, but is there, for example, if somebody has previously worked at a particular consultant or contracting firm, is it sufficient that they just declare that interest, or are they actively excluded from, for example, recruitment panels and procurement panels where their old firm is involved?
I think we'd manage conflicts depending on whether they are current or previous. If it was a previous employer, I'm not sure that we would see those as conflicts because they're now employed by us, not by anybody else. So I think there are current conflicts, and there may be a perception of conflicts from a previous employment. So we would actively manage actual conflicts of interest, as opposed to that they might have worked for one of the big four at some point in their career.
Are you aware, though, of the ICAC guidance that talks about perceived conflicts of interest and how important it is that we manage perceived conflicts of interest in a similar way to ensure the perception of integrity and accountability as well?
We are. So the Chief Procurement Officer makes sure we are compliant with ICAC's rules and regulations. I've yet to see some specific advice about how long somebody would need to have left the Big Four and become a permanent employee before we would consider their conflict of interest period at an end. I think it's an area, certainly that we manage the difference between actual conflicts versus perceived.
Well, we're delving into other systemic issues, which I will go back to the other committee on. Can I just ask you then, back to more specific education questions? I think this one is back to infrastructure. So I understand there's a new high school slated for Pottsville.
So part of the election commitments were planning for a new high school for Pottsville. Yes.
When is that due to be completed by? Do you know?
The planning is underway. Planning normally takes 12 months.
Okay, so maybe 2025.
Yeah.
Yep.
That would be fair.
Thank you. What was the total dollar cost of the maintenance backlog across the entire public school system in New South Wales at the end of the 23 financial year?
Let me get this right. At the end of the 23 financial year, I think it was in the order of 600 million.
Thank you. How many demountable classrooms were being used across the entire public school system as of the latest data you have available?
I might have to come back to you on notice in terms of that.
Thank you.
Hang on. The last data I've got is May 2023. 6,509 demountable buildings, of which 4,833 are used for teaching spaces.
Thank you. Can you come back on notice with how many of those are in flood-affected zones?
About 135.
Great.
In terms of the response to the North Coast flood, you mean? Yes, about 135.
Thank you. Do you have the current number of school counsellors employed across the public school system?
I think we used a figure roughly 1,200 earlier. We'll just see if we can find that accurately for you.
Thank you. And I'm interested in that sort of ratio of school counsellors to students across the system.
While Mr. Rooming's looking for that, I'll just indicate, as you know, Chair, there's school counsellors that we employ as well as school psychologists. So we might get you both numbers.
That'd be useful.
Because the entire counselling workforce comprises of both, so that you've got those numbers.
So we have 1,249 FTE counsellors currently in 2023. In terms of ratio to students, as I was saying earlier, we need to consider the fact that our schools for special purposes will have a different ratio to different types of schools. So it's it gets a little challenging just to talk about ratios because need does come into that.
Are you able to come back on notice with the two different ratios depending on whether it is?
I can provide you with the allocation model, how we do the allocation.
That would be useful.
Yep.
And when we come back on that, Chair, let's also give you just the school psychologist number. They're part of that allocation as well. So
great.
Let's give you that.
Thank you. The numbers of sort of before school care programs and after school programs operating public schools, is that something that you have to hand?
There's approximately 1,873 before and after school care services in New South Wales.
So can you just repeat that number?
Sure.
Sorry.
There's approximately 1,873 before and after school care services in New South Wales, and 981 of those operate on New South Wales public school sites.
Great. Are you able to tell me how many of them are they all before and after, or are some of them just before or just after?
I don't have that. I'd have to come back on that.
Thank you. How many school canteens in New South Wales are being run by for-profit providers?
School canteens can be P&C run, school run, can go out to tender and commercially run. Just looking at my good colleague here, Anthony Manning, to see if we've got that. We'll have to take it on notice, and come back to you.
That would be really useful. It'd be nice to also have a list of the schools that run the for-profit canteens.
Let's see what we can provide you with.
Thank you. Just coming back to the Cooler Classrooms program, and apologies, I know you covered this before to an extent. I just wanted to get the figures. How many schools did receive funding under that program in total?
So, I think, just going through this, I think 431 schools did that have a mean maximum temperature of 30 degrees and above, and 244 that were below. So there's about 600 and, and then a total of 988 schools were evaluated. Some had systems already as part of that, and very nearly 8,500 learning spaces were provided with cooler classroom systems.
Thank you. How much money was that in total?
So that was the $500 million program.
And is there any left over from that program?
No.
No. Excellent. How much money? I've got in my notes here, if any. I hope it is none. But how much money was spent by the Department of Education in the last financial year on infrastructure for private and independent schools?
I will see if Miss Blackadder's got the figure for you. Just repeat the.
So I'm interested in the money spent by New South Wales Government in 22 to 23 financial year on infrastructure for private and independent schools.
On infrastructure. Miss Blackadder, do you have that figure?
Look, I can comment. We have a building grants assistance scheme, which is administered by the two block grant authorities, the AIS, Association of Independent Schools, and Catholic Schools New South Wales. That is to support the construction and refurbishment of existing school buildings or building new school buildings. And the guidelines for that, I'd need to take on notice whether it includes any infrastructure and take on notice the quantum of funds.
Thank you. Very useful. How long have I got? Yep, very good. Do you have data on the number of students suspended across New South Wales, either by school or region?
We certainly have global data. We collect suspension data twice a year across different semesters. I'm just seeing if Miss Nixon's got it at her fingertips to give to you. Otherwise, we can certainly come back on notice. Are you after a particular school year?
Yeah, no, I'm happy for you to come back on notice. I'm interested in the number of students suspended and then looking at how many of those students have a disability. To see the percentage. So I have seen that aggregated in some reports, but
We've got some data to share with you.
Thank you.
I have data for 2022 suspension data, but if you're wanting it specifically broken down to students with disability, we can provide that on notice.
That would be very useful. Do you record that in a disaggregated way for different types of disability, or is that just recorded?
I'd have to take that on notice. My belief is no, but I do need to check that.
Thank you. Are all schools required to report whether or not a child has disability when they're suspended? Does that information come through?
Yes, that's how we do collect the data.
Yep.
Yes.
Very good. Is there any plans to, I guess, get some better data in relation to children with disability in New South Wales schools? Have you got sort of a...
Yes.
It's historically not been very good,
It historically hasn't been very good, but I would speak to the work we have been doing to ensure that we have better visibility of that data. We do know that students with disability are overrepresented in our suspension data. Our commitment to inclusive education is very fulsome, and part of that is ensuring that we have the right data so that we can ensure that we are moving things in the right direction. So we have developed a very complete view of disability data, better than it has been before, and we'll be able to use that to ensure that the support we're providing to schools is the right support to turn those figures around.
Thank you. The suspension, exclusion and expulsion policy, are you able to give any insight into sort of how that came about? Was there a process of consultation? Who was consulted with, that sort of thing? And also, I understand that it's in draft and will be finalised. When will the final version, or are you going to tell me it's already finalised?
So it doesn't commence until term 1, day 1 next year. And like I said earlier, Chair, we're going to run a training package that kicks off next week for principals, because principals are the ones that have the ultimate responsibility for enacting a suspension or expulsion. And what we want to do through that training is to get greater consistency and understanding of how to implement the policy, because one of the criticisms we've fielded over time, and rightfully so, is, you might have the policy enacted to very stringently in one context, and in another context, the same sort of, issue is not provided a suspension with, so we want to get greater consistency. What we have done is not deviated from the duration that we reduced, so cater to maximum 5 days. Beyond that, in the other year groups, maximum 10 days. As you know, Chair, our previous policy was a maximum of up to 20 days, so we haven't deviated from that. But why do we do this? Because we had enormous feedback from our school community saying they wanted greater clarity around, what are the things that they should consider for suspension? What does the support look like for a child prior to, hopefully, suspension? But if suspended, what does the support look like at the more chronic end of students who might be repeat suspensions? So that's what we've tried to work with the partners and the stakeholders on. Our overarching behaviour policy does not alter. What we've tried to do is just provide these as procedures, specific procedures around suspension and expulsion. The intent of reducing the duration is there. The intent of bringing down those groups that are overrepresented by way of disability, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, non-English speaking background students, is still the primacy of the overarching policy. And so we want to unpack this in the training. When I was principal in the system, Chair, I had no training around suspension and expulsion. So, there I was leading a school context, doing my best with the policy. So this is designed to avoid that and to get greater consistency and understanding. To unpack scenarios and to say, when a child has done the wrong thing in a particular category and it's the first time and it's out of character, do you have to enact a suspension? Probably not. You could probably unpack it in a better way and produce a better outcome for that child. So it's that sort of thing that we want to unpack in the training.
So can I ask, and I'll just so that the opposition is, I'll just creep slightly into your time and then give you the rest of the time.
I think it's 2 minutes.
Oh no, we're going till 5:15.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Sorry. So I'm just curious. You talked there about the length of time, those the 5 days for cater to.
Yeah.
But the maximum total in a school year.
Yeah.
My understanding is kindergarten to year 2 can be 30 school days, and year 3 to 12 can be 45 school days, which is effectively an entire school term in effect.
Yeah.
That is, compared to every other jurisdiction I could see in Australia, in the ACT, Northern Territory and Queensland, it's 20 days, South Australia 15, Tasmania 10, Victoria 15, WA 10, and we've got 45. Why have we gone so radically different to the rest of Australia?
So it has been a positive move to reduce the maximum duration of a single suspension. You know, when a child is suspended on more than one occasion, there should be an alarm bell that rings at our schools around, you know, that normally calls, an at-risk situation for that child with their engagement in learning. So what we're trying to bed down and nail is to avoid 30 or 45, I'll get Miss Nixon to comment on it, to get better support. What schools need from us at the centre is better support to avoid that student or students who go to multiple suspensions. In my experience, they're at-risk kids on a variety of factors, so we've got to intervene earlier, help the family, help the individual, help the school. But let me get Miss Nixon to comment on the support plus the duration.
So, yes, I understand, and I'm interested in the support, but my specific question was why we had 45 days compared to the highest anywhere else, which was 20 days. That's a significant difference. What accounts for that difference in our New South Wales policy?
So, Ms Boyd, can I speak to what we're going to do about the first suspension for a K to 12 child? So what's different for our jurisdiction compared to other jurisdictions with that length is we will, immediately there is a suspension for a K to 2 student, intervene and ask the school, what support do you need? So we will have a flag in our system. We discussed earlier about having better data. We'll have an immediate flag, and we'll have an immediate flag for the time a child gets suspended multiple times, so that we proactively work with the school from there, because the goal is not to reach the 30 or the 45 days. What we're doing here is ensuring that we have the right intervention and the right support in a proactive manner to support schools, to support the child and to support the family, so that the suspension, that we resolve and provide the right support so there aren't further suspensions.
Might need to come back to that at another time. Go ahead. Opposition for the final 14.
Thanks, Chair. I want to ask back just about the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund. Obviously, in the legislation, there's requirements for the members of the board, but I'm just wondering who the current members are in terms of departmental representatives in particular, but also whether the 2 previous appointments of the former government are still on the board.
So in terms of the board, previous members of the department are no longer on the board.
Yep.
The secretary or their delegate is the chair of that, and I have recently assumed the chair of that role as the delegate for Ms. Disdar. Thank you. There is the Secretary of Treasury, Mr. Michael Coots-Trotter, who is on the board. And appointed.
So Mr. Coots-Trotter's on the board, or
that's the information that I have. That at this point he's on the board.
Okay.
There is an appointed member from the Department of Education, and that's currently vacant.
Okay.
We're in the process of working through the appointment for that position, and once that's confirmed, we'll be able to share that. We've also got Julia Davidson, the founding CEO of Good Start, and Megan Mitchell, the former federal and New South Wales Children's Commissioner.
So they were the previous?
They were the previous, and they remain on the board.
Okay, great. Will you be able to let us know, or will it be made sort of public, who the other department official is when the time comes?
Once that has been confirmed, we can notify you of that.
I'll ask a question on notice about that in due course. The $100 million coming out of the fund from this year, and that's legislated that there'll be $100 million allocated. I just am after a breakdown of exactly how that is going to be spent, because it's a little bit unclear from some of the media coming from the government. I know that they're talking about $500 vouchers for 3-year-olds, 64 million, but I believe that's over 2 years. There was 22 million for workforce highlighted, but that's over 5 years. Flexible initiatives, I think that was 20 million, but then subsequent media has said that's also over 2 years. So how is the $100 million, or 89.5, as the budget papers say, will be available for grants and subsidies in the financial year? What's the actual breakdown of that? How is that money going out?
So these test and trial programs are in place until we get the strategic plan approved. So I'm happy to take on notice the breakdown of those programs and provide that to you over the time frame that you've requested.
Sure. And is it the intention that that full 89.5 million that's listed in the budget papers for grants and subsidies, that will be spent this financial year?
My understanding is that is the intention, yes.
Okay, but you'll provide on notice.
Yes, I'll
the
confirm that
specific
for
breakdown. Okay, great. And then just in relation to the capital funds out of that program, so I think it's $20 million. That is only for not-for-profit providers, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So is there going to be any support at all for, the small business run, single operator entities who often are a large part of the market where there's supply issues, for them to access any government support to expand when they've got waiting lists?
I'll take that part on notice.
Okay, thank you. And then in relation to Start Strong funding more broadly, the budget allocations for next calendar year, has that information gone out to services? I understand as recently as last week that it was imminent, so that preschools would know what their funding allocation is going to be for the year ahead. But has that been finalised yet?
We are in the process of updating the guidelines, and the release of that is imminent, but I'll get the date for the release of funding for you.
Okay,
as well.
and I mean, obviously, and you would know this, so I probably don't have to say it, but given, those services are probably pretty keen to work out what they can do around fees and the like, and we're already at almost the end of October, obviously the sooner the better. So is it the next couple of weeks? Or
my understanding is it's imminent.
Okay, that would be great if you could provide that, maybe on notice, and by then we'll have the response. I want to ask about AI in schools and some of the challenges around ChatGPT. What advice has gone out to school communities in relation to the use of that? My understanding, well, I was a minister, so at the start of the year we put a pause on students using that. I know there's been discussions at the National Meeting of Education Ministers about it, but what advice has been provided to teachers particularly in terms of using those programs in the last sort of 6 months?
Yeah, I'll get Ms Reid to give further detail. She represents us at the national level on these discussions. New South Wales led the education framework for AI in schools, which was just accepted at the last Hobart Education Ministers meeting. Good work from New South Wales. But I'll get Ms Reid to give you some of those details.
Sure.
Thanks, Secretary. So we've been involved in leading a piece of work across states and territories, also in collaboration with the Commonwealth Department of Education and some of the agencies on what a national AI framework looks like for schools. That framework, obviously being a national piece, you'd understand, looks to facilitate national consistency and support the provision of good advice to schools while also retaining local flexibility. So 22 principles with a shared ethical basis for jurisdictions to then develop their own specific guidelines and advice to schools. 6 core elements in that framework, which are teaching and learning, fairness, accountability, privacy and security, human and social wellbeing, and transparency. And then within New South Wales, as you said, we've provided some advice to schools already on the things that we're doing in this space. We have a working group set up with the kind of Principals Associations, the Teachers Federation, and then Ms Nixon might want to give a bit more information
The
on
advice
professional learning advice.
that's gone out to schools. Is it possible to get a copy of that?
The framework.
Well, or the advice that's gone to schools about how you manage it. Just be interested.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be great. One of the things that I've sort of heard anecdotally is that there are some teachers who are using things like ChatGPT to help with school reports, but what the risks are to student privacy and data in terms of who owns that information. Has there been any specific advice about what you need to do if can you use it for reporting? How do you put those safety measures in place or those privacy measures?
So we haven't blocked ChatGPT access for teachers because we understand that they will need to sort of get to grips with that technology. They'll need to understand how to use it.
Sure.
But whether we've provided specific advice on its use, in reporting, we'll have to probably take on notice, I think.
We've provided advice about keeping everyone safe, but I can't speak to whether it's specifically on reporting.
Okay.
I would only add that this might be useful information that at that Hobart meeting of education ministers, ESSA, Education Services Australia, was commissioned by all the jurisdictions in the Commonwealth. While we've got the education framework, all of these providers out there who need to be meeting all of these requirements, like privacy, like security, so that our workforce is supported, they're going to undertake a body of work to give the guidance to providers that you can only work in our educational context if you've got these things in place. So that what I call the technical framework, which is needed, has been commissioned by the Commonwealth and the states, and that's going to be an important body of work. Because
what's the time frame of that? I mean, these sites and technology move so quickly. I'm just, I think that piece, particularly around privacy and student data, I'll add it as a parent of a public school, like a lot of people at this table. I guess you want that certainty that your child's data is going to be protected and not. Yeah,
definitely.
I think the other thing that we've got to remember that would apply here is the existing guidelines for the use of third-party technologies in schools that are owned by ITD. They're fairly well established, and really similar privacy considerations about where's the data hosted, how's it used, how might it be shared, apply to AI tools as they do to those sort of more basic, for want of a better term, third-party applications. And so we already have policy and frameworks in place that will give teachers good advice about how to use technology in a general sense. And as I said, some of those privacy and security concerns are kind of identical across those things.
And while that work's happening through the working party, make sure we capture how we can give ongoing advice and support to schools, because whilst ChatGPT is blocked in New South Wales for students in school time, like Chloe said, still our staff, so we don't want any staff exposed. No staff member would want to be exposed. It's a really important piece around that national framework, that technical framework, and then every jurisdiction wrestling with this to make sure we can get it right for the ground.
The issue about vaping in schools, and I know that there's a roundtable coming up next month. My understanding is that there was an e-tender or a bit of an expression of interest for purchasing of vape detectors in schools. Is there an update on that? Is that happening? Have any been purchased?
Yeah, I'll get Mr. Manning to give us details. We just want to test the market, as you know. Was there this capacity? What could it look like? And in fact, hopefully I'll get the number right, but we also found about 6 to 8 schools of ours, Mr. Manning will know, where they had installed this without us.
Right.
So we went to those sites to see the learnings that they had in play, what impact it had had. We're considering all that information to see if this is a viable path to go. I've got to say, experts say to us, you put detectors there and they move it over here, it's not necessarily going to stop it. It's not the answer to it. So we're considering all that information, but Mr. Manning might have some more info on it.
Yeah, to the Secretary's point, we thought we'd test the market in terms of the variety of vape detectors and the availability of vape detectors. We're still going through an assessment of that process at the moment. And obviously as part of that, as you say, there's a round table to look at actually the effectiveness of vape detectors as part of that process too. So we've certainly done an assessment of the market in terms of what it could provide to us, and you won't be unsurprised, there's quite a variety of products that might be available to us of various levels of sophistication. So we'll finish that work as part of looking at the round table and the effectiveness of what they could be used for.
Sure. So has any money been allocated to purchase any vape detectors, or not at this point?
Not at this point.
Okay. Just while you're answering Mr. Manning's slightly separate issue, I know in the past there used to be, I think it was a snapshot, I think it was in August that you would do in terms of looking at number of demountables that used to be provided to me as Minister, and I think we've even referenced it in Parliament before. But I think you said before you don't have any demountable data from any earlier than May, but there used to be a infrastructure used to do a snapshot in terms of assets.
So certainly the notes I've got here, the latest information is May.
Okay.
I'm not aware of a monthly. I know before we roll into the end of the school year in preparation for day one, term one, we look at what additional demand for demountables there might be
Yeah.
as part of that process.
Okay. If there was a question on notice in terms of how many demountables are on school sites, how often can you provide that data? Is it just the start of term? Is it once a year? What's the availability of that data?
I mean, certainly we do it once a year as part of that rolling out day one, term one, and then the entitlement process. It's not, it's rare but not unheard of for a demountable to be brought in midway through the school year, depending on how enrolments go, but it doesn't happen very often. It's usually as a consequence of a flood or fire event.
So the best start is the start of the school year, is what you're saying. Okay.
Definitely.
I know that the government has said that they want to decrease the number of demountables and have no more than, I think, 50% of students learning in demountables. That was a pre-election commitment. Have they asked you to do any work on that one?
No, I haven't seen anything as yet on that one from our perspective.
Okay, well, we'll keep watching that. And in my 50 seconds that I have left, I was wondering whether there's any update on the review of Section 83C and what is happening in that space for clarity for schools.
I can help with that. The Deputy Premier, I think, just announced the other day that Tom Alleganorius had been commissioned to undertake the review of Section 83C.
But there had been work that had started by the former government as well to provide updated guidelines to schools so that they were clear up shorter time frames.
Yeah, I think Chloe might have detail on that.
The investigations, etc.
Yeah, so those guidelines, as you mentioned, have been under development. They're out for consultation with the sectors, I think, for about a month.
Okay,
and
then updated advice
this week.
Okay, that will be available publicly.
Yep, they're on our website now with a consultation page that seeks feedback on those, and there's a draft regulatory framework and then a set of guidelines for not-for-profit operation in non-government schools.
Okay.
Chair, can I just correct something for the record?
Go ahead.
It'd be very remiss of me. I mentioned Susie Mabaya. She's an outstanding principal. And I said that she was the principal at Chester Hill High School. She will not forgive me if I get it wrong. She's the principal at Condell Park High School. I said Chester Hill High School.
Thank you.
She wouldn't forgive you. You're right about that.
Can I just correct one thing as well?
Please,
you
go
asked
ahead.
about the $8 or $9 million and whether it would be expended in this financial year. So programs launched this financial year. The expenditure may be carried forward across multiple years to match the specific needs of that program, but it will be committed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Government questions.
Thanks, Chair. I acknowledge that the Deputy Premier has also already sort of been asked along these lines today, but perhaps Mr Barakat could answer further. In rural New South Wales, many early childhood centres are under stress due to staff shortages. Are there any plans to better remunerate these positions so that the early childhood centres can stay open?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It is a good question. I am very aware of the challenges that many of our services in regional, rural and remote settings face. We run a program called ECE Connect, and that is an initiative that runs right across New South Wales, including in regional and rural towns, where we go out and listen to the workforce in those settings. I had the opportunity to attend a session in Dubbo, where there were about 40 people from the local area that came together. There was an information session that we provided for them around the work we're doing to support them and also to listen to their concerns. So I've got first-hand experience of some of the issues that they have flagged, and there are a range of things that we do have in place to support that workforce. There is the scholarships which are available statewide, and we are actively encouraging uptake in RRR communities. And we've also got a program of work for professional development that we are looking at, and we've based that on feedback that we've received from regional, rural and remote communities about the need for that professional development to be face-to-face, and we'll be building that work into the program that we're developing. And there's also an accelerated degree pathway with the University of Wollongong, which is available for RRR communities to participate in, which reduces the time frame for the degree to 2 years. But most importantly, recently the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal released an interim report into early childhood education and care, and that provides some real insights into how we can better support the workforce in RRR communities, and we're going to be considering the recommendations of that final report, and that will be helping to shape the future work of ECO within the department.
Thank you. A final question to Mr. Manning. Note your earlier reflections on the average cost of schools. Can I confirm you are confident the department can deliver the new primary schools and high schools committed at the election within the funding provided in the budget?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I can. The figures I used were actually maximum sizes of schools, so 2,000 and 1,000. The 767 million that's been allocated, of the 14 schools, 6 are to undertake the planning only for the schools. And then of the high schools, 4 are 1,000 place high schools. And the rest are 500-600 place, both high school and primary schools, all documented in the PBO costs. So we're very comfortable with the allocation to be able to deliver those projects.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Anything else? No? Very good. Well, thank you to all of you for your attendance today. The Committee Secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice, which there are many, and supplementary questions, of which there may also be many. But that concludes our hearing for today. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Can we thank the committee? We love talking about education. Thank you.
Thank you.